Li Qingqian jolts awake in a familiar classroom, staring around in disbelief because he clearly remembers dying. When he reads grade 12 class 5 and 100 days until the college entrance exam on the blackboard, the truth hits him hard. He has returned to high school. He pinches his thigh to test whether this is real, and the sharp pain makes him realize with tears in his eyes that he has truly been reborn. The countdown on the board drags up the worst memory of his last life. After he failed the exam, his parents died in a traffic accident while trying to arrange another year of school for him. Remembering their disappointment and kindness, Li Qingqian silently swears that this time he will study hard and change his fate. That vow gets cut off when a piece of chalk smacks him on the head, and Teacher Wang calls him out for daydreaming after scoring only 28 in English. The class laughs at him, turning his rebirth moment into a public embarrassment. Teacher Wang's tone softens as she tells Li Qingqian not to give up, because there are still 100 days left. Li Qingqian answers with real conviction this time, promising that he will work hard and get into university. Teacher Wang is startled by his sudden resolve, even if she quietly suspects he woke up too late to fully catch up. Lu Duqiang suddenly snorts in ridicule, openly mocking the idea that someone with Li Qingqian's grades could reach university. Teacher Wang immediately rebukes Lu Duqiang for his rude behavior, but the rich bully only lowers his head with a smirk. Li Qingqian hears the mockery and accepts that, with his old attitude and terrible scores, words alone will never convince anyone. He decides the only answer is results, and that changing his future has to start with the college entrance exam. But the moment he tries to follow the lesson, Li Qingqian realizes he can barely understand Teacher Wang's English at all. He quickly understands why. Years away from school have wiped out what little English he had, so he has to start back at the basics. He flips to the vocabulary list, ready to rebuild from the ground up instead of giving up. Then a translucent game window suddenly appears in front of him, announcing the all-class master system and his new student class. When he sees his name, average stats, empty skills, and experience pool on the screen, Li Qingqian realizes his old game interface came back with him after rebirth. He remembers exactly how all-class master works. Classes level up with experience, unlock skills, and higher student levels grant deeper tiers of knowledge all the way up to university. That memory gives him a wild hope. If the game rules work in real life, leveling student to 7 and mastering school knowledge could let him ace the exam. He recalls one crucial rule from the game: reading gives 1 experience per minute, but listening in class gives 10, so he decides to test it immediately. He forces himself to listen closely for 1 full minute, waiting to see if the impossible system is real. The system responds exactly like the game, awarding 10 experience from listening, pushing his student class to level 1, raising his intelligence, and unlocking the focus skill. When the skill description promises 10 minutes of extreme concentration, speed reading, and photographic memory, Li Qingqian knows he has to test that part too. He silently activates focus, and the whole world snaps into unnatural clarity around him. To rule out wishful thinking, he grabs his English textbook and uses it as a hard test for the skill. One glance lets him memorize an entire page, and when he closes his eyes he can reproduce it word for word. Now convinced the cheat is real, he stops celebrating and starts flipping through the book as fast as possible to avoid wasting the skill's 10 minutes. By the time focus ends, he has already memorized the entire third-year English textbook down to the punctuation. The system rewards the 10 minutes of reading with more experience and another intelligence increase, and Li Qingqian can physically feel his mind becoming sharper. That direct mental boost convinces him even more than the UI did, because in the real world the stat increase is something he can actually feel. Once the test is done, he makes the smart call to stop reading and focus on the teacher, because class time is worth 10 times more experience. Even after memorizing the book, the lesson still hurts to follow, but now he can at least understand a small part instead of nothing. Because the words are now stored in his head, each explanation from Teacher Wang starts attaching real meaning to the vocabulary he memorized. By the end of a single class, he has picked up around 150 more words and finally grasps the big shape of the grammar. For Li Qingqian, that one lesson teaches more than his entire 3 wasted years of high school did in his last life. After class, the system tallies 23 minutes of listening and rockets his student class to level 3 while granting elementary school knowledge. The moment that skill settles in, old elementary school lessons flood back with startling clarity, proving the real-world system can merge his past learning into a usable ability. As soon as the class level-up notices appeared, Li Qingqian realized the system from his previous life was really back. He silently opened his personal interface with his mind and checked the familiar stats panel. Seeing the plus sign beside his skill, Li Qingqian immediately poured experience into elementary school knowledge. The skill jumped all the way to perfection, and a flood of elementary-level knowledge crashed into his mind at once. Once the rush settled, he was stunned by how much basic knowledge school textbooks had actually packed in. He quickly compared it to his old life and realized his current foundation was already far better than before. After estimating his subjects one by one, he became sure he could now score at least 300 on the college entrance exam. That tiny smile mattered to him, because it meant his fate had finally started to change. He grabbed his Year 2 English book and started memorizing vocabulary without wasting another minute. To his surprise, the year 2 words suddenly felt easy, because his upgraded knowledge already covered most of them. With 14 intelligence, he could now chew through vocabulary fast enough that real progress finally felt possible. In his heart, he swore to his parents that this time he would not fail them or repeat the tragedy of his past life. Since reading gave him both knowledge and experience, he threw himself into studying with only 100 days left. Then Lu Daqiang swaggered over to his desk, already ready to laugh at his dream of getting into university. Lu Daqiang loudly mocked Li Qingqian's mock exam score of 280, and the class joined in with cruel laughter. Li Qingqian answered calmly that his current score did not decide his future, and he would still make it into university. His confidence was not empty bravado anymore, because the real goal in his heart had already risen from any university to the best one in the country. He was not shocked by the attack, because Lu Daqiang had been picking at him for a long time over Jian Qingli. The reason was simple. Lu Daqiang once wanted Li Qingqian to swap seats so he could sit closer to Jian Qingli, and Li Qingqian refused. Li Qingqian had refused because Jian Qingli's parents had asked him to look out for her, and he did not trust Lu Daqiang's motives. Since then, the two boys had basically become enemies, and mockery was Lu Daqiang's favorite weapon. Back in the present, Lu Daqiang laughed even harder and called him a useless failure who had only scored 28 in English. He even snatched Li Qingqian's Year 2 English book and mocked him for probably knowing almost none of the words inside. Lu Daqiang pressed the humiliation further, saying it was already too late for Li Qingqian to work hard with only 100 days left. Li Qingqian answered in a colder voice, took his book back, and told Lu Daqiang to stay away and stop affecting his studies. That look actually rattled Lu Daqiang, and the insults he wanted to spit out got stuck in his throat. Lu Daqiang retreated with one last jab, saying the next monthly exam would prove Li Qingqian was still dreaming. After Lu Daqiang left, Jian Qingli studied Li Qingqian and quietly admitted he felt different today. She was surprised not just by his boldness, but by the lively spark she suddenly saw in his eyes. When Jian Qingli asked if he had really meant what he said, Li Qingqian answered with full certainty that he had. Jian Qingli still did not believe he could make it this year, and gently suggested repeating if necessary. Li Qingqian chose not to explain, knowing the monthly exam in 1 week would speak more clearly than words. Seeing her beside him stirred old feelings, because Jian Qingli had once been the girl he liked in his previous life. In that old life, his failed future and his parents' accident had dragged him into depression until he lost contact with her completely. Years later, the next news he heard about Jian Qingli was horrifying. Her wedding collapsed after intimate photos were exposed in public. The humiliation had pushed Jian Qingli to end her life, and that memory made Li Qingqian desperate to stop history from repeating. He pieced the memories together and realized the future disaster around Jian Qingli traced back to Bai Jiaoliang. Just then, Bai Jiaoliang appeared outside the classroom and called Jian Qingli out with easy confidence. The girls around them immediately buzzed about how handsome and outstanding Bai Jiaoliang was, which only made his appeal clearer. Jian Qingli's face turned red with shy excitement, and Li Qingqian saw the danger coming too late. Acting on pure panic, Li Qingqian blurted out that Bai Jiaoliang was not a good person. He regretted it instantly, because he had no evidence from the present to back up a warning based on the future. Jian Qingli's expression turned icy, and she accused him of maliciously badmouthing someone behind his back. When Jian Qingli demanded proof, Li Qingqian could only fall silent. That silence settled the matter for her, and Jian Qingli told him she was deeply disappointed. She walked out to Bai Jiaoliang anyway, and soon the two of them were laughing together by the railing outside. Watching them, Li Qingqian bitterly thought how perfectly Bai Jiaoliang hid the ugliness he knew was buried underneath. He knew the warning had failed, so he settled on a quieter plan for the future: find another chance to steer her away from the photo trap that ruined her before. For now, he forced himself to let it go and return to the one thing he could control: studying. After 9 more minutes of reading, the system quietly rewarded him with more experience. When the bell rang, teacher Wang Jianjia came in and class began. As the English lesson started, Li Qingqian realized he could suddenly understand most of what used to sound impossible. He even found the grammar questions manageable, which made one weakness stand out clearly: vocabulary was now the main thing holding him back. That was enough to make him quietly exhilarated, because for the first time he could feel his fate moving under his own hands. By noon, even Wang Jianjia had noticed how unusually serious Li Qingqian was in her class. Still, she could only sigh to herself that he had started too late to turn this year around. Her final judgment was gentler than Lu Daqiang's, but it still stung the same truth: if Li Qingqian kept this up, maybe he could only reach university next year. And Jian Qingli, still hurt by his warning, ignored him completely through the lesson without even looking his way. Li Qingqian ignores Jian Qingli's bad reaction, because this time he only warned her out of basic concern, not because he still likes her. When the last afternoon class ends and students head out for dinner, Jian Qingli quickly leaves the room the moment Bai Jiaoliang appears at the door. Li Qingqian stays in his seat because a translucent game notice pops up in front of him with a fresh reward for sitting through class. Seeing he has enough experience to level again, Li Qingqian grins because every student level makes him smarter and level 5 should unlock middle school knowledge. He opens his personal panel, showing student level 4, intelligence 14, focus, and his perfected elementary school knowledge. Without hesitating, he spends the experience and pushes his student class to level 5. The system answers with 2 big gains at once. His intelligence rises to 15, and he unlocks middle school knowledge. But the new skill starts at a weak competent level, and Li Qingqian immediately realizes his middle school foundation was far worse than he thought. Even with the game's help, he can only recall class schedules and bare syllabi, not the real content, which explains why high school buried him so fast. So he starts pouring experience into middle school knowledge and upgrades it from competent to master, then all the way to perfection. The moment middle school knowledge reaches master, a huge flood of subject matter crashes into his mind. 5 minutes later, he finishes absorbing the massive wave of middle school knowledge and feels his foundation become far deeper than before. His English improves so much that he feels like he could live or work overseas without a language barrier. With some experience still left, Li Qingqian turns to focus next because he sees it as the real tool for learning on his own. He reminds himself that the game only advances through standard school subjects step by step, so anything outside that path will have to come from self-study or a class change later. He then spends his remaining experience pushing focus up step by step until it reaches master. The upgraded skill is a huge jump, giving him 10-fold memory and comprehension, speed reading, photographic memory, and a full hour of use per day. Even with 50 minutes of focus still available today, he decides not to waste it on regular exam subjects when the system can cover those later. Instead, he decides to test focus on something hard and practical by going to the library for computer hardware and assembly language books. But when he comes back to himself, a wave of hunger hits hard, and he rushes to the canteen before the library. After eating 3 portions of rice, Li Qingqian finally feels human again and realizes high intelligence burns energy like a machine running too hot. He shrugs off the hunger side effect as a fair trade for getting smarter, then makes a practical note to carry high-calorie food next time. From there he heads to the school library, still in a good mood and ready to test what his new focus can really do. In the library, he picks 1 assembly language book and 1 book on basic computing and operating system principles, then sets both on the table. He estimates that even eye movement is now the bottleneck, and with 2 seconds a page he should be able to clear about 1500 pages before focus runs out. He activates master focus, and the world instantly sharpens into something his brain can scan and understand at absurd speed. He starts with the computing and operating systems book, and every page becomes easy enough that he can memorize it, understand it, and even go beyond the author's own explanation. In just 20 minutes, he finishes the whole book and finally understands the computer hardware and operating system ideas that defeated him in his previous life. With that success behind him, he grabs the assembly language book and moves on to the harder test. Assembly used to crush him when he studied it for months, but under master focus it now feels almost embarrassingly simple. He finishes the assembly book exactly as the skill duration ends, squeezing every minute out of the hour. A new notice appears and rewards him for 50 minutes of reading, but Li Qingqian still regrets that the focus window is too short to keep going today. He decides the C language study will have to wait until tomorrow and heads back to class. Back in the classroom, Li Qingqian has barely sat down when Jian Qingli unexpectedly nudges him and says they need to talk. Her tone is much softer now, and she says she does not want Bai Jiaoliang to ruin her friendship with Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian cuts straight to it and asks if Bai Jiaoliang is really that special, because in his eyes almost anyone else would be better. Instead of answering that directly, Jian Qingli starts defending Bai Jiaoliang point by point as smart, pleasant, strong in school, and genuinely good at programming. She brings up the youth informatics programming competition, and Li Qingqian surprises her by already knowing exactly what it is. Jian Qingli explains why the contest matters so much. Top 50 nationwide can enter Divine Dragon University without taking the college entrance exam. Then she reveals the real reason for her excitement. Tianyi Hai only has 2 team slots, and Bai Jiaoliang already secured one and chose her as his teammate. She adds that their teacher even said Bai Jiaoliang might really have a shot at the top 50, so she sincerely asks Li Qingqian to stop targeting him. Li Qingqian answers just as seriously that he also wants to enter the competition, and he asks Jian Qingli to form a team with him instead. To Jian Qingli, that sounds ridiculous, because he struggles with ordinary classwork and she thinks there is no way he can handle elite programming competition material. She snaps at him to stop fooling around, but Li Qingqian does not back off and says he is completely serious. That is the last straw for Jian Qingli, and her voice turns cold as she gives up on fixing things and tells him not to interfere with her private life anymore. During evening self-study math, Li Qingqian forces himself to listen even though his high school math foundation is so weak that every minute feels miserable. Jian Qingli watches him struggle and quietly decides he woke up too late to ever catch up to her world. In Jian Qingli's mind, Bai Jiaoliang is already carrying her toward a better future, maybe even direct admission through the programming competition, while Li Qingqian can only fall further behind. When the dragged-out 60-minute class finally ends, Li Qingqian exhales in relief and a system notice pops up with a huge reward for staying awake through it. Seeing he has enough experience to push student to level 7, Li Qingqian gets excited because that should unlock senior high school knowledge. He opens his personal interface and sees his current stats, student level 5, and the mastered lower-level knowledge skills already stacked under his name. Without hesitating, Li Qingqian spends experience to raise student from level 5 to level 6 and watches his intelligence jump again. He upgrades once more to student level 7, and the long-awaited skill finally appears, senior high school knowledge. The moment the new skill unlocks, the names of every high school subject and their overall course content flood into Li Qingqian's mind. He immediately burns more experience to force senior high school knowledge all the way up to expert, stopping only because he cannot afford master yet. Then the cost hits him, and the enormous flood of expert-level high school knowledge slams into his brain all at once. Overloaded by too much knowledge in one burst, Li Qingqian blacks out and collapses face down on his desk like he simply fell asleep. When Tian Wenming returns to the podium and spots Li Qingqian out cold, he only frowns for a moment before deciding the hopeless student is not worth interrupting class for. Jian Qingli sees Li Qingqian sleeping through the next stretch of class and feels bitterly disappointed, deciding his earlier talk about changing was just empty dreaming. Remembering that he even claimed he would enter the youth informatics competition, Jian Qingli now dismisses the idea completely because she thinks he would give up even faster on programming books. Lu Daqian had been watching too, and once Li Qingqian crashes, he smugly decides the guy's bold words were just trash talk after all. Near the end of self-study, Li Qingqian finally wakes with a heavy pounding head and instantly realizes he fainted because he upgraded too much knowledge too fast. Shaken but clear-headed, he warns himself to adapt to each new level before forcing the next one again. After catching his breath, Li Qingqian tests the new skill and realizes expert-level senior high school knowledge has filled him with every high school subject, even the humanities and arts. He quickly understands the key gap between expert and master. Expert means memorizing everything, but master means truly digesting it well enough to solve even unfamiliar problems. When he checks the time, Li Qingqian winces because his blackout cost him almost a whole class worth of precious experience. Not wanting to waste even the scraps left, he hardens his focus and turns back to the lecture for whatever experience he can still earn. Tian Wenming is still explaining an Olympiad math problem, but now one glance is enough for Li Qingqian to see the answer and several different methods at once. Instead of being impressed, Li Qingqian quietly frowns because he can tell the teacher chose the most complicated and easiest to mess up method on the board. Jian Qingli hears that comment and almost scoffs, because she is still struggling with the explanation and cannot believe Li Qingqian could understand more after sleeping through class. Li Qingqian ignores her doubt, because this one problem already tells him he could probably score at least 730 on the college entrance exam right now. After the bell, Tian Wenming stops the class from breaking up because he has one more announcement to make. With his usual dead serious face, Tian Wenming announces that sign-ups are open for this year's Junior Informatics Programming Competition. The room lights up when he adds that the top 50 teams in the national zone can get direct admission to Divine Dragon University. But Tian Wenming immediately pours cold water on the excitement by warning that school slots are limited and the selection test is hard C programming, not something amateurs can cram overnight. When he asks who still wants to sign up, the eager Chen Chunan is the only one reckless enough to raise his hand. Tian Wenming shuts him down on the spot with one brutal question, asking him what a pointer is. Chen Chunan cannot answer, so Tian Wenming flatly declares him eliminated before the real selection even starts. The class cracks up when Chen Chunan protests, and Tian Wenming, still completely serious, says he is only mentioning this extra filter now. After that public execution, no one else dares volunteer, and Li Qingqian stays seated because he knows that without C language knowledge he cannot pass Tian Wenming's first test yet. Jian Qingli notices that Li Qingqian never stands up, and to her that only proves his earlier talk about the competition was ridiculous from the start. After class, a system panel tells Li Qingqian he gained 60 experience just by listening, and the reminder of yesterday's painful overload makes him swear not to upgrade skills during lessons again. When he leaves school, Li Qingqian notices Jian Qingli is already gone, but this time he feels almost nothing. Outside the school gate, Ding Ling calls out to him, and Li Qingqian's expression brightens the moment he sees her. Seeing Ding Ling hits Li Qingqian hard because he remembers that in his past life, she was the one classmate who stayed by his side through his parents' funeral and years of failure. Ding Ling asks why Jian Qingli is not with him, trying to sound casual even though the topic clearly stings. Li Qingqian points across the street, where Jian Qingli is walking beside Bai Jiaoliang, and Bai Jiaoliang throws him a smug, victorious look. Instead of sounding bitter, Li Qingqian says Jian Qingli seems to be with Bai Jiaoliang now and that from here on, he and Ding Ling will walk home together. That simple line makes Ding Ling blush so hard she can barely get out a tiny yes. As they start walking, Li Qingqian quietly regrets how blind he was before, because he now sees that Ding Ling's plain look is something she chose to hide herself. On the way home, Li Qingqian tells Ding Ling he plans to enter the Junior Informatics Programming Competition. Ding Ling says her class heard about it too, but so far only Bai Jiaoliang signed up, and she carefully watches Li Qingqian to see if that name bothers him. Li Qingqian explains the competition needs a team, with members handling modeling, programming, and liaison, and then asks Ding Ling to join his team. Ding Ling agrees without even hesitating, and Li Qingqian happily decides to register both their names the next day. Li Qingqian keeps the bigger reason to himself. If he can win a university admission slot through the competition, he wants to help Dingling reach her dream school. The rest of the walk is easy and light, with Dingling happily chatting about her day while Li Qingqian just enjoys being beside her. Downstairs at home, Dingling tells him he has changed, because all the way here he looked calm, confident, and honestly happy instead of pretending. Half teasing and half sincere, Dingling says his eyes are brighter now and he suddenly feels oddly mature, like someone who has been through a lot. Li Qingqian answers with a shockingly direct confession, telling Dingling he finally sees she is the best and that now he wants to cherish what he has. Dingling freezes on the spot, then turns red from face to neck as happiness and panic hit her all at once. Too flustered to stay, Dingling scrambles back home, and Li Qingqian watches her run off with an amused, tender smile. When Li Qingqian gets home, his mother Chunli calls from the kitchen to ask whether he wants bread or noodles, and the ordinary warmth almost breaks him. Fighting back tears, Li Qingqian asks for noodles and tells her he likes the ones she makes best. The moment Chunli sees his red eyes, she panics, and Li Qingqian finally rushes over and hugs her, saying he just missed his parents too much. His father Li Tianlan had been sitting on the sofa ready to scold him about his grades, but the sight of his son crying wipes that out instantly. Li Tianlan jumps up in protective panic and demands to know who bullied his son. Li Qingqian lets go of his mother and throws his arms around his father too, insisting nobody bullied him and that he really just missed them. Then Li Qingqian makes a solemn promise. This time he will not disappoint them again, and he will definitely get into university. Chunli answers gently that they do not care about pride as much as they care about him growing into someone who can live with dignity, and the family finally sits down to eat. The next morning, Li Qingqian walks to school with Dingling at his side, while Jianqingli ends up trailing after them instead. For the first time, Jianqingli is the one shut out, because Li Qingqian and Dingling keep talking and laughing while she cannot find a place to join in. At the school gate, Li Qingqian and Dingling agree to register together with teacher Tian at 1 in the afternoon, and Dingling parts from him reluctantly. Watching them part, Jianqingli feels sour and unsettled, as if something that used to belong to her has been taken away. To steady herself, Jianqingli repeats that she only feels strange because she is not used to the change yet. She keeps convincing herself that Bai Jiaoliang is the better choice anyway, especially since his programming skill might help her reach Divine Dragon University through the competition. By the time she decides Li Qingqian must only be acting close to Dingling to provoke her, Jianqingli's mood has mostly recovered and her gaze turns cold again. Li Qingqian spends the whole morning seriously listening in class and reading after class, while Jianqingli does not speak to him once. At noon, the system rewards Li Qingqian with 2,000 experience for 200 minutes of class listening, pushing his pool to 2,289. Remembering yesterday's collapse, he deliberately resists the urge to force another big upgrade and heads straight to the library after lunch instead. In the library, Li Qingqian picks 3 books on C language and databases because teacher Tian will test applicants before allowing them to register. After calculating that the 1,478 pages can fit into his time, Li Qingqian sits down in a quiet corner and activates master-level focus. The world seems to snap into perfect clarity, and Li Qingqian starts tearing through the first C language book at a speed that would look impossible to anyone else. In just 20 minutes, he finishes and internalizes the 603-page overview, including the pointer concept teacher Tian had asked about the night before. He races through the second book on common C functions in 17 minutes without losing that impossible concentration. Then he clears the final database case studies book in 13 more minutes, finishing the whole stack inside one focus session. The system gives him 50 more experience for 50 minutes of reading, raising the pool to 2,379. Instead of rushing off, Li Qingqian spends a few more minutes organizing everything in his head until the scattered technical knowledge locks into one complete system. When he stands up again, Li Qingqian is sure his theoretical programming foundation is now stronger than most specialists, and his only real weakness is practice. With that settled, he heads for the teacher's office determined to secure a competition slot first and build hands-on skill afterward. The teacher's office is packed, because everyone knows the junior informatics programming competition is a rare chance worth trying for. Li Qingqian learns each student has to answer a C language question before being allowed to sign up, which is exactly why he spent noon cramming so hard. When Li Qingqian reaches the line, he finds Bai Jiaoliang right ahead of him with Jianqingli standing beside him like they already belong together. Jianqingli cannot hide her surprise that Li Qingqian actually showed up, because she never believed he was serious about entering at all. Li Qingqian answers simply that since he said he would sign up, of course he came. Bai Jiaoliang sneers that showing up and actually being accepted are two different things, and he leans in close to Jianqingli to mock Li Qingqian even more. He goes further and says Li Qingqian must have only crammed at the last minute and come here to gamble on luck. Then Dingling arrives, spots Li Qingqian in the line, and steps over to stand beside him without hesitation. That sight instantly sours Jianqingli's mood again. Jianqingli tries to sound concerned for Dingling, warning that if Li Qingqian cannot answer the teacher later, it will be humiliating for both of them. Dingling answers with total loyalty, saying she believes in Li Qingqian and clearly meaning it. With the line stalled around them, Li Qingqian gives Jian Qingli one last serious invitation and offers her the final open spot on his team. Jian Qingli rejects him on the spot with open disdain, calling the idea a joke because she would never drop Bai Jiaoliang for someone she still thinks cannot even pass registration. Jian Qingli's jab clearly stings, and Ding Ling steps up at once, ready to snap back for Li Qingqian. Instead of arguing, Ding Ling quietly tells Li Qingqian that even failure can still mean something if the journey is worth it. Li Qingqian stays steady, asks if she trusts him, and when Ding Ling says yes without hesitation, he promises they will wait for Divine Dragon University together. Nearby, Bai Jiaoliang and Jian Qingli hear that bold promise and exchange smug looks, treating Li Qingqian's goal like a joke. When Bai Jiaoliang reaches Teacher Tian, the teacher tests him with a basic C language question about loop types. Bai Jiaoliang answers smoothly, earns a registration form, and even gets public praise from Teacher Tian for having a real shot at the national top 50. Bai Jiaoliang basks in the praise, and Jian Qingli beams so openly that her sideways glance at Li Qingqian feels like another round of showing off. Li Qingqian walks straight up with Ding Ling and calmly says he wants to register too, catching Teacher Tian off guard. Teacher Tian gives him a much harder question on the difference between while and do-while loops, and the whole line immediately senses the trap. Bai Jiaoliang instantly relaxes because even he thinks this question is tough, while Jian Qingli waits for Li Qingqian to embarrass himself, and Ding Ling grows visibly tense. But Li Qingqian answers in a steady voice, laying out all four differences with clear logic and no hesitation. Ding Ling lights up with relief, because once again Li Qingqian said he could do something and actually delivered. Bai Jiaoliang is left stunned, because Li Qingqian's reply sounds like the exact model answer he himself could not fully give. Jian Qingli is just as shocked, fumbling for an explanation because Li Qingqian never told her he knew programming at all. Bai Jiaoliang grabs a C language textbook, checks the loop chapter, and suddenly decides Li Qingqian only memorized that section word for word. That theory soothes both of them at once. In Bai Jiaoliang's eyes, a real expert explains concepts naturally, but a beginner recites the textbook exactly. With that excuse in hand, Bai Jiaoliang is back to smiling, convinced Li Qingqian might slip into the exam but will never survive the real test later. Some students are impressed by Li Qingqian's answer, but Lu Daqiang loudly points out that he was dead last in the grade, and the crowd's respect cools almost instantly. Teacher Tian, however, praises Li Qingqian's organized answer and lets him register, even while sounding a little regretful that his school grades are so poor. As they fill out the form, Ding Ling excitedly asks when he learned all this, and Bai Jiaoliang and Jian Qingli quietly stop to eavesdrop. Li Qingqian truthfully says he learned it recently, which only makes Bai Jiaoliang more certain that this was desperate last-minute cramming. Now fully satisfied, Bai Jiaoliang predicts Li Qingqian will be eliminated in the afternoon, and Jian Qingli even looks forward to seeing him lose face. After the afternoon bell, system notifications flash before Li Qingqian's eyes, showing a big gain from class time and almost nothing from casual reading. He forcefully resists opening his interface, remembering yesterday's collapse and deciding all future upgrades can wait until he gets home. That comparison settles his priorities even more. Classroom attention is too valuable to waste now. Then hunger hits hard, and Li Qingqian rushes toward the canteen while worrying that his rising intelligence is turning him into an eating machine. As he runs, he decides he needs to level up fast and unlock a profession that can boost his stamina too. At 6 o'clock, Li Qingqian enters the school's information classroom for the written programming test. Teacher Tian lays down the rules with his usual flat expression, reminding everyone there are cameras and exactly 1 hour to finish. The moment the papers go out, the room tenses up because this test is much broader and nastier than anyone expected. Bai Jiaoliang also finds it hard, but that only boosts his confidence, because a brutal paper should widen the gap between him and everyone else. He cannot see Li Qingqian from his seat, so he simply assumes the beginner behind him must be panicking already. In reality, Li Qingqian reads the whole paper once, finds every answer already sitting in his head, and starts writing immediately. Teacher Tian notices how absurdly fast he is moving and walks over, half expecting to catch him blindly guessing. But when Teacher Tian checks the fill-in answers, every one of them is correct, and his suspicion turns into real shock. Li Qingqian tears through the comprehensive section 2, with code, steps, and formatting so clean that Teacher Tian can only stare. Teacher Tian briefly wonders if the paper leaked, but he knows that is impossible, so he is forced to admit Li Qingqian is genuinely strong. Once he finishes and checks everything, Li Qingqian calmly decides he should have a full score and refuses to waste the remaining 40 minutes. So he raises his hand to hand in early, and Teacher Tian accepts the paper without hesitation. At the podium, Teacher Tian flips through the paper and finds every section correct, which leaves him privately convinced that Li Qingqian's theory is even stronger than Bai Jiaoliang's. Most of the room misreads the scene completely, assuming Li Qingqian walked out early because he could not do the test at all. Bai Jiaoliang is especially pleased by that sight, sneering to himself that Li Qingqian was never impressive in the first place. Outside the classroom, Ding Ling and Jian Qingli are waiting together when Li Qingqian strides out after only 20 minutes. Ding Ling immediately asks why he is out so fast, worried that something went wrong. Li Qingqian answers with an easy smile that the paper was simple for him, and he had seen basically all of it in books already. Jian Qingli does not believe a word of it, because she knows how brutal Tian Wenling's competition papers are, and to her this sounds like pure bragging. After evening self-study, Li Qingqian rushed home and pulled up his interface, already planning another round of upgrades. He saw that the night's study had filled his experience pool again, and he chose to level his student profession before touching the risky knowledge skill. One upgrade pushed student to level 8, and raised his intelligence to 18, so he immediately kept going. The next upgrade brought student to level 9, intelligence to 19, and unlocked a new skill called rational thinking. When he read the skill description, Li Qingqian grinned because a cold, hyperlogical mode would be incredible for studying, research, or even solving cases. He tried to push student higher again, but the system made it clear level 9 was the end of the basic profession unless he advanced it first. That same milestone also unlocked the profession shop, a major turning point he recognized from his past life. Li Qingqian checked the shop and confirmed it worked just like the game he remembered, but the first profession slot cost a brutal 10,000 experience points. He found the other shop sections still blocked too. Profession certificates needed a slot first, and skill purchases only opened for advancement or class changes, so experience points still ruled everything. Since student could only advance after every sub-skill hit master, he decided to finish the new rational thinking skill first because it was safer than another memory flood. He poured experience into rational thinking until it jumped all the way to master. At master level, the skill became absurdly stronger, boosting his thinking, analysis, and logic 100-fold for a full hour. With only one unfinished skill left, Li Qingqian adjusted himself into the most comfortable position before finally upgrading senior high school knowledge. The last upgrade went through cleanly, and instead of collapsing, he stayed clear-headed as senior high school knowledge reached master. As the scattered material connected into one complete system, the feeling was so smooth it was like his brain had just been perfectly untangled. Once everything clicked, Li Qingqian realized he could now score full marks on the college entrance exam. That certainty hit him hard because in his last life, failing that exam led directly to the chain of events that killed his parents. For the first time since his rebirth, he finally believed he had changed the exam, changed his future, and pulled his parents out of danger. With every student skill perfected, he checked the next profession path and saw a university student waiting ahead. The system made the road clear and frustrating at the same time. Skill mastery was done, but he still needed real university admission and 5,000 experience points to advance. The next day in class, Li Qingqian focused harder than ever because he calculated he still needed another 7,000 experience points to buy a profession slot. Beside him, Jian Qingli watched his sudden discipline with disbelief, because 3 straight days of seriousness no longer looked like an act. Even so, Jian Qingli convinced herself that he had started too late, and she quietly looked forward to the programming exam results exposing him. She decided that once the score came out, she would say a few sharp words and make Li Qingqian stop bragging in front of other people. She also resolved to keep more distance from Li Qingqian, because she did not want Bai Jiaoliang to misunderstand her while she chased the chance to join his competition team. When the morning classes ended, Li Qingqian collected another big chunk of experience, and immediately headed for class 1. Jian Qingli stopped him to ask if he was going to see Ding Ling, and Li Qingqian answered with an easy yes. She immediately said she was also going to find Bai Jiaoliang and suggested they go together, clearly fishing for a reaction. Jian Qingli added that she and Bai Jiaoliang would be seeing Teacher Tian for yesterday's exam results, and Li Qingqian calmly said he was going too. Trying harder to needle him, she brought up his claim that the exam was easy, but Li Qingqian still didn't back down. When she pressed him for a score, Li Qingqian answered instantly, 100 points, full marks. Jian Qingli was stunned, because Bai Jiaoliang had told her the test was so hard that even he could only manage around 60. Even then, she chose to trust Bai Jiaoliang and silently waited for the results to strip away what she saw as Li Qingqian's shameless bluff. Outside class 1, Ding Ling and Bai Jiaoliang were already waiting, but their small talk was anything but friendly. Bai Jiaoliang asked whether Li Qingqian had really looked relaxed during the exam, already hiding his contempt behind the question. Ding Ling replied that the test should not have been difficult, and that answer only made Bai Jiaoliang look down on Li Qingqian even more. He pushed again and asked what score Li Qingqian thought he could get, but Ding Ling coldly refused to feed him anything. Ding Ling actually remembered Li Qingqian saying he would get full marks, but she saw no reason to waste breath on someone as arrogant as Bai Jiaoliang. Instead, she trusted the result to speak for itself when Teacher Tian revealed the scores later. Bai Jiaoliang finally dropped the mask and told Ding Ling outright that Li Qingqian was just bragging and probably had not known how to answer anything. Ding Ling answered with a cold sneer, because she believed Li Qingqian completely and found Bai Jiaoliang's confidence ridiculous. Then she said the quiet part out loud. Maybe Bai Jiaoliang found the test hard simply because his level was lower than Li Qingqian's. Bai Jiaoliang laughed at that idea, because he had never once treated Li Qingqian as a real rival. Ding Ling did not budge and said with total certainty that Li Qingqian's programming level really was higher than his. Bai Jiaoliang could only sneer back and throw everything onto the coming result, promising that Teacher Tian's score sheet would show whose standard was actually higher. In the teacher's office, Tian Wenming stares at the score sheet and sees a shocking gap. Li Qingqian got a perfect 100, while Bai Jiaoyang only managed 58. The result makes Tian Wenming completely reevaluate Li Qingqian, because even he knows a full score on that test is no small thing. He quickly concludes that Li Qingqian's programming theory is even stronger than Bai Jiaoyang's, but Li's terrible old math record still worries him. Even so, Tian Wenming already starts planning around that weakness. If Li Qingqian gets a math-strong teammate, the pair could still be dangerous. Soon the students who took the exam gather outside the teacher's office, and Mu Dehui calls inside for Tian Wenming to announce the results, while Li Qingqian arrives among the last group. Tian Wenming steps out with the results sheet and tells the whole group that 25 students took the test, but only one passed. Hearing that, Bai Jiaoyang starts smiling smugly, and Jian Qingli eagerly piles on by hinting that the only student who could have passed has to be him. Bai Jiaoyang confidently claims the pass is his, fully expecting the announcement to prove Li Qingqian was bluffing. Then Tian Wenming drops the real bomb. The only student who passed was Li Qingqian, and he got full marks. Jian Qingli is hit speechless, her earlier certainty collapsing the instant she realizes Li Qingqian really did exactly what he said. Bai Jiaoyang can barely accept it, and asks Tian Wenming to repeat the name, his voice already shaking. Tian Wenming repeats it without hesitation and adds the final sting. Bai Jiaoyang scored 58, just 2 points short of passing. That score turns Bai Jiaoyang's pride inside out, because he suddenly sees himself as the fool who kept looking down on the real genius. When he notices Li Qingqian and Ding Ling smiling nearby, Bai Jiaoyang becomes sure everyone is laughing at his arrogance. Unable to bear the shame any longer, Bai Jiaoyang turns and runs off without even caring that Jian Qingli is still there. Jian Qingli is left reeling, because the boy she dismissed as nobody just crushed the one she admired most. Her shock quickly turns into regret as she remembers all the cold and sarcastic things she said to Li Qingqian. Even then, Jian Qingli still half blames Li Qingqian for not telling her sooner that he could actually program. In the end, she follows after Bai Jiaoyang in a miserable state, carrying both regret and wounded pride with her. Watching them go, Ding Ling says Jian Qingli must be regretting everything now, and she looks openly satisfied. Li Qingqian answers coolly that Jian Qingli's regret has nothing to do with them anymore. He has already seen through Jian Qingli's hidden disdain, and after she rejected his earlier goodwill, Li Qingqian quietly decides to stop caring. Tian Wenming then names the 2 school representatives for the junior informatics programming competition, Li Qingqian and Bai Jiaoyang. He also tells Mu Dehui to pass the score sheet around and gently reminds the dejected second-year student that he still has another chance next year. After that, Tian Wenming calls Li Qingqian over because he wants to judge exactly how far this surprise talent can really go. Tian Wenming frankly tells Li Qingqian that his theory is excellent, but his mathematical modeling is still a weak point. He goes straight to the key question next and asks Li Qingqian about his real programming experience, personal projects, and open-source work. Li Qingqian wants to argue that his math is no longer bad, but his old mock score of 40 forces him to swallow the claim for now. Instead, he decides to let next week's provincial mock exam prove the change with results instead of words. Then Li Qingqian answers honestly that he only learned programming recently, has never written his own program, and does not even know what open source means. That answer visibly shocks Tian Wenming, because a student with no hands-on experience should not be scoring a perfect 100 on theory alone. Tian Wenming explains that open source projects are public online codebases where anyone can join development, naming sites like GT and GitHub as examples. To make it clearer, he adds that systems like Linux and Android are also products of open source work. The explanation opens Li Qingqian's eyes at once, especially when he realizes Android is part of that world. But on Tian Wenming's side, the mood drops, because Li Qingqian's perfect theory score now looks much less useful without real practice to support it. He mentally compares Li Qingqian to someone who knows a formula but has never built the real thing, and that gap between theory and practice leaves him genuinely disappointed. Still, Tian Wenming moves on and explains the competition itself. The written test counts for 40%, and the machine test counts for 60%. He lays out the schedule next, telling Li Qingqian that the preliminary round is only 10 days away and only the province's top 20 will advance. Then he adds the bigger prize. The finals will be held a month later at Divine Dragon University in the capital. Because there are only 10 days left, Tian Wenming admits he cannot train Li Qingqian from scratch and instead gives him past questions and model answers on a USB drive. He tells Li Qingqian to practice on the computer as much as possible, learn the software fast, and study classic programs to see how others solve problems. Li Qingqian accepts the advice earnestly and promises to work hard. After Li Qingqian leaves, Tian Wenming can only sigh that the boy's raw talent came too late to be fully turned into results. To steady himself, he shifts his hopes back toward Bai Jiaoyang, the student who still has the practical base Li Qingqian lacks. Even then, Tian Wenming worries that Bai Jiaoyang's pride is too fragile after watching him run off over one defeat. Not long after, Bai Jiaoyang finally appears at the office looking drained, with Jian Qingli quietly following beside him. Tian Wenming gives Bai Jiaoyang the same competition materials and starts repeating the guidance he gave Li Qingqian earlier. But Bai Jiaoyang stays silent and broken, so Tian Wenming stops and directly asks why he is so dejected. Bai Jiaoyang finally admits the truth. With someone like Li Qingqian around, he no longer feels confident at all. Tian Wenming immediately pushes back and tells him Li Qingqian's theory may be stronger, but in other important areas Bai Jiaoyang still has the edge. He spells it out clearly. Li Qingqian has no programming experience, so in real machine operation he is still far behind Bai Jiaoyang. Tian Wenming adds that Li Qingqian's last math mock was only 40, so even his modeling ability is weaker than Bai Jiaoyang's right now. Then he gives the real challenge. If Bai Jiaoyang cares so much about winning, he should stop sulking and beat Li Qingqian properly in the actual competition. Those words work, and Bai Jiaoyang's dim eyes gradually light back up with fighting spirit. Jian Qingli relaxes too, because hearing that Li Qingqian is not actually stronger in the full competition reassures her that she backed the right person. She clings especially hard to one point. The written test is only 40%, so the real gap will be decided by the computer test, where Bai Jiaoyang should still be stronger. Seeing both students recover, Tian Wenming lets a faint smile show and accepts their thanks with a practical joke about wanting an outstanding teacher rating and a raise. Bai Jiaoyang answers with fresh confidence, vowing to prove that his programming skills are still the best in Tianyi High. Now fully fired up, Bai Jiaoyang says he is going back to study at once and heads out, eager to win his lost face back in the real contest. Tian Wenming watches them go with a final calm send-off, having turned Bai Jiaoyang's collapse back into competitive momentum. In the school library, Li Qingqian sits away from Ding Ling and claims one of the old lockdown computers for himself. He opens the USB materials from Teacher Tian and sees not just competition review files, but basic computer, office, and programming tutorials too. Li Qingqian starts with the computer basics and quietly activates focus to sharpen his mind. Then he stacks rational thinking on top of it, cutting off distraction until only one goal remains: learn everything in the drive. With both skills active, he tears through a 60-page computing guide in 2 minutes and immediately grasps the keyboard shortcuts he needs. Once he learns the page turn shortcut, he abandons the clumsy mouse and starts working entirely from the keyboard. That change makes him even faster, and he blows through a 257-page office guide in under 5 minutes. He follows it by absorbing the programming software manual so thoroughly that the whole interface becomes second nature to him. When he reaches the competition materials, Li Qingqian skips the written section because he already knows he can handle that part. Instead, he locks onto the machine test as his real weak point, because coding on a computer is the part he has never truly practiced. The first sample problem asks for a simple facial recognition algorithm, and his mind instantly breaks it into a clean, full process. From that logic chain, efficient code starts appearing in his head on its own, and even key parts are mentally optimized down to assembly-level efficiency. Comparing his 58-line solution to the 287-line model answer, Li Qingqian realizes rational thinking is making his mind work almost like computer hardware to produce the most efficient answer. Teacher Tian's archive holds 100 machine test questions over 10 years, nearly 1,000 pages in all, and Li Qingqian tears through them in half an hour. After finishing the whole set, he feels almost relieved to discover the machine test is nowhere near as terrifying as he expected. That confidence immediately exposes his next problem. The answers may be in his head, but his typing is far too slow to save him in a real exam. He knows where every key is now, so he decides the only fix left is brutal practice until touch typing becomes natural. Just then his skill time runs out, and the system quietly pays him 60 experience points for the hour he spent reading. He finds a typing practice program already installed and opens it on the spot. Following the program's instructions, Li Qingqian places his fingers on the home keys and starts from the absolute basics. Even with the key positions memorized, his hands refuse to cooperate at first, and almost every attempt comes out wrong. He does not get discouraged, and after repeating the drills letter by letter, the mistakes finally start dropping. Bai Jiaoyang notices the commotion, comes over to look, and catches Li Qingqian learning beginner typing software in public. Seeing Li Qingqian fumbling through basic typing, Bai Jiaoyang breaks into a bright, mocking smile and openly belittles his chances in the competition. 2 days later at noon, Li Qingqian finishes a typing drill in the same library computer area and finally sees real progress on the screen. The software shows 95 characters per minute with 99% accuracy in English, a huge jump from where he started. Even so, Li Qingqian quickly judges that his real Chinese input speed would still be far too slow, so he refuses to treat this improvement as enough. Because speed cannot be bought with knowledge or levels, he switches from finger drills to the software's falling letter training game and pushes straight into harder practice. Nearby, Bai Jiaoyang is still buried under Teacher Tian's mountain of review material and feels the pressure of how slowly he is getting through it. When he looks over and sees Li Qingqian fully absorbed in the typing game, Bai Jiaoyang decides he was wrong to treat him as a serious threat. In Bai Jiaoyang's eyes, the last 2 days only confirm Li Qingqian is a total beginner with a weak computer foundation, the kind of student who has not even used the machine to seriously revise or write code. After stepping out and coming back 10 minutes later, Bai Jiaoyang finds Li Qingqian still glued to that same game and grows even more certain he is wasting the competition slot. With only 8 days left before the preliminary round, Bai Jiaoyang secretly vows to crush Li Qingqian and prove he is the truly superior one. Li Qingqian, meanwhile, notices none of that and just keeps forcing himself to type without looking down at the keyboard. At first the change is brutal, and his accuracy crashes below 30% while he fights the urge to look at the keys. 20 minutes later, the awkwardness finally starts to break, and his hands begin to find the keys on their own. By the time he stops for class, his blind typing accuracy has climbed to 98%, and his English speed has jumped to 135 characters per minute. Seeing there are only 10 minutes left before class, Li Qingqian reluctantly shuts the computer down because he refuses to sacrifice class time experience points. As he walks out, the last 2 days of reading advanced books have already stirred up a new urge in him. He wants to test his knowledge by writing real code himself. His target is unexpectedly bold. Once his typing is ready, he plans to practice by writing an operating system program. That thought leads him back to the game's profession system, where he reviews the 3 basic professions and remembers that worker will be crucial for boosting hand speed later. For now, though, his next move is farmer, and he smiles when he realizes that after school he will finally have enough experience to unlock it. Since it is Saturday and the afternoon is free, Li Qingqian heads off already planning to find a piece of land and test what the farmer profession can really do. On the last class before the holiday break, Wang Jianjia shuts down the noisy classroom because she has an announcement everyone needs to hear. She warns them that next Monday's provincial joint mock exam matters enough to reshape their future classes. Then she drops the real blow. Anyone ranked below the top 100 in the grade will be pushed into a new progressive class. The whole class immediately turns toward Li Qingqian, because everyone assumes he is the obvious student this policy is about to crush. Jian Qingli leans over with a sly smile and whispers that the school seems to be targeting him. Li Qingqian says nothing, but inside he is already sure the exam cannot knock him down this time because anything inside the syllabus is an easy full-mark paper for him now. Lu Daqiang can barely hide how pleased he is, convinced that 3 days of studying will never save Li Qingqian from being kicked into the worst class. In Lu Daqiang's smug view, once Li Qingqian is shoved into the progressive class, weak teachers and bad resources will trap him there for good. When school ends and everyone rushes out, Wang Jianjia stops Li Qingqian and asks him to stay behind for a private talk. Even while pretending to pity him, Lu Daqiang is openly delighted, sure the teacher only kept Li Qingqian back to comfort a lost cause. In the teacher's office, Wang Jianjia tells Li Qingqian she will keep arguing against the segregation policy, even if her chances of changing it are slim. She goes further and promises that even if he is transferred out, he can still come to her whenever he needs help studying. Li Qingqian is genuinely moved, but he answers with quiet confidence that he is staying in class 5. What he does not say out loud is that he plans to stop holding back, score full marks, and finally give his parents results they can proudly show off. Wang Jianjia still does not believe such a jump is realistic, so she only tells him to stay hopeful but prepare for the worst. Back in the classroom, Li Qingqian brushes off her doubts and opens his system while packing his bag. His panel shows student level 9, master level study skills, and 17,948 experience, enough to make his next move immediately. Without hesitating, he spends 10,000 experience to buy a second profession slot. Then he buys the farmer profession certificate too, committing fully to the plan he set up earlier. The farmer certificate immediately gives him 2 real-world requirements: get a hoe and prepare 1 unit of arable land. Since both requirements seem easy, Li Qingqian leaves school smiling, already knowing he can buy a hoe on the way home and use the overgrown ground below his apartment. At his apartment block, Li Qingqian spends brute force clearing a hidden 1 meter square patch of overgrown grass before he can start farming. After he turns the soil with the new hoe, the system finally recognizes both conditions as complete and confirms that he has taken the farmer profession. Exhausted and almost collapsing, he is still so relieved by the success that he nearly shouts on the spot. He opens his status again and sees farmer added beside student, which means the new profession is now fully part of his build. Because basic professions are cheap to raise, he immediately dumps experience into farmer and pushes it straight to level 9. The upgrades reward him with a huge strength boost and the full first set of farmer skills: endurance, wasteland reclamation, planting, harvest, and a second strength passive. The moment farmer hits level 9, power surges through his body and visibly remakes him on the spot. His belly fat melts away into hard muscle, his whole body feels warm and light, and for the first time he can feel overwhelming physical force waiting under his skin. Thrilled by the result, he decides the 2 passive body skills are worth mastering right away. Once endurance and strength hit master, his hunger eases, his fatigue is swept away, and his raw strength jumps all the way to 30.4. The change is so dramatic that the hoe which felt heavy a moment ago now seems weightless in his hand. With the body boost confirmed, he turns to the active farmer skills because food production will matter much more once future professions start draining his stats. He settles on peas as his test crop because they are ordinary enough that even if someone spots them in this hidden corner, it should not cause much trouble. To speed the test up, he spends more experience to raise planting to master first. But when he tries to plant immediately, the system rejects it because this land was dug by hand instead of reclaimed with the farmer's skill. So he calmly switches steps and uses wasteland reclamation on the same tiny plot. In an instant, the rough patch snaps into a perfect square, and the dead yellow soil turns into rich black farmland. The real-world effect is so obvious that Li Qingqian instantly checks his surroundings like a thief, suddenly aware how dangerous it would be if anyone saw this. Once he confirms the area is empty, he uses planting and sends a pea from his hand straight into the center of the square. The sprouts explode upward at visible speed until the little plot looks like a month-old pea bed packed with green vines. A watering prompt pops up, and the moment he pours water over the vines, they fast forward from white flowers to full pea pods in seconds. When the plot flashes ready to harvest, he fires off the final skill without wasting a second. The vines instantly crumble into pale dust, and 2 plastic bags in front of him fill with an absurd 30 kilograms of pea pods. The item window reveals why farmer food matters, because these pea pods can restore strength over time instead of making him wait for the daily reset. Satisfied with the test and barely feeling the weight, Li Qingqian lifts both huge bags like feathers and heads home, already planning stir-fried pea pods for dinner. At home that night, Qinli nervously tells Li Tianan that Huang Jingjing called with bad news from Tianhai. She explains that after the next provincial mock exam, the bottom 100 students will be dumped into a new progressive class with troublemakers and inexperienced teachers. Thinking of Li Qingqian's old grades, Qinli panics that her son will almost certainly be sent there. Li Tianan curses the school's timing, but all he can offer is a bitter promise to encourage their son if the worst happens. Before the mood can sink further, Li Qingqian comes home carrying 2 bags of pea pods and cheerfully asks if they should fry them for dinner. When he sees both parents sitting there with solemn faces, Li Qingqian immediately senses something is wrong. Li Tianan tells him the problem is the coming class reassignment tied to the second joint mock exam. Li Qingqian is surprised they already know, because he had planned to hide it and spare them the stress. Once he hears Huang Jingjing was the one who told them, Li Qingqian instantly understands why both of them look so crushed. He says it plainly. They are terrified he will be pushed into the progressive class. Li Qingqian calmly promises that will not happen and tells them not to beg anyone before the results come out. His mother searches his face for any sign of bluffing, and Li Qingqian answers with real confidence that he will give them a surprise. Qinli finally accepts his word for now, and the tense room softens just enough for her to rush off to cook. In the kitchen, she checks the pea pods more closely and is startled by how fresh and plump they are. Li Qingqian brushes off her questions about where they came from and just admits he is hungry, which sends her straight into cooking mode. When the stir-fried pea pods hit the table, Li Qingqian takes one bite and is instantly impressed by the flavor. His praise makes Qinli smile, and even Li Tianan quickly joins in because the pea pods really are that good. The family tears through the whole large bowl, and Li Tianan happily suggests taking some to roast at tomorrow's picnic. While they clean up after dinner, Qinli reminds Li Qingqian that tomorrow's Peach Blossom Mountain picnic with Aunt Huang's family and Ding Ling's family starts at 8. The moment he hears Peach Blossom Mountain, Li Qingqian is dragged back to the previous life where his parents were mocked there, and his father ended up injuring his leg. He is disgusted with his old self for chasing Jian Qingli so blindly that he barely cared about his own father's injury. That shame turns into a vow. This time he will protect his parents and make sure nobody hurts them. As the meal settles, Li Qingqian feels the pea pods restoring the strength he spent planting them. The effect hits his parents even harder, leaving both ordinary adults suddenly warm, refreshed, and full of energy after a full day's work. Li Tianlan and Qinli exchange startled looks when they realize something unusual is happening to them after this meal. They quickly trace the problem to the pea pods, and Li Tianlan rushes to check that Li Qingqian is alright first. At his son's doorway, Li Tianlan sees Li Qingqian already asleep and fine, which leaves him relieved and suddenly very sure those pea pods are not for kids. The next morning, Qinli looks unusually refreshed and flushed when Li Qingqian comes back from going out early. Li Qingqian says he went to buy seeds because he wants to try planting them, but he is really preparing a quiet counterattack for the picnic. Remembering how Huang Jingjing flaunted expensive food in his last life and humiliated his father, Li Qingqian prepares premium ingredients of his own. With farmer abilities, he knows those ingredients can be grown into real food in just minutes, no matter the season or terrain. By the time the families reach Peach Blossom Valley, the mountain is covered in pink blossoms and spring wind, beautiful enough to feel like a stage for trouble. Jian Qingli steps out dressed to be noticed, wearing skinny jeans and a white shirt as she starts posing for photos under the blossoms. Li Tianan tells his son to go play near Jian Qingli, expecting the old pattern, but Li Qingqian does the exact opposite. Rather than orbiting around Jian Qingli like before, Li Qingqian grabs the heavy barbecue grill and asks his father where to set it up. Li Tianlan hurries over to help, half proud and half worried, while Qinli watches with quiet joy that her son has really changed. Once the heavy work is done, Li Qingqian says he will look around and maybe catch fish, but he is really slipping away to plant his secret ingredients. He pushes into the dense forest beyond the valley, pleased to find a place where no one else is around. After checking the area carefully, he stops beside a stream and chooses a hidden patch of barren ground. He uses reclamation, and the overgrown patch instantly turns into 4 neat plots of rich black soil. Without wasting a second, Li Qingqian plants truffle, matsutake, ginseng, and peanuts in the new soil. Young sprouts burst out almost instantly, and even the precious fungi begin growing as if the mountain itself is helping him cheat. A rich natural fragrance fills the forest, and Li Qingqian simply goes to fetch water so the rapid growth can continue. Back at the picnic spot, Jian Qingli grows irritated because Li Qingqian has ignored her completely instead of chasing after her. She guesses that staying close to Bai Jiaoyang must have hurt his feelings, and for a moment she thinks this picnic could have been a chance to patch things up. But she quickly draws her line in the sand. No matter what Li Qingqian feels, she will not give up Bai Jiaoyang, because Bai Jiaoyang is her path upward. Not far away, Jian Qingli's mother starts unloading picnic food from her trunk with the kind of deliberate ceremony that means she wants everyone watching. Jian Qingli's mother lectures Qinli that senior year is too important to save money on a child's nutrition, already talking down to her like the superior parent. Then Jian Qingli's mother pulls out a large Australian lobster and loudly names the price, making sure Qinli and everyone nearby hear how expensive it is. She follows it with fresh ginseng, bragging that brain-nourishing food is worth 500 yuan when a child's future is on the line, while Qinli can only listen. And when Kobe beef comes out next, the comparison only gets uglier until Qinli's side looks painfully plain by contrast. After showing off enough of her own food, Jian Qingli's mother walks over and starts inspecting Qinli's supplies herself. She spots pork belly, ribs, drumsticks, and the pea pods, then openly sneers that Qinli is being cheap in the 1 year that matters most. Her loud mocking carries across the picnic area, and with nearby people starting to look over, Qinli freezes in embarrassment, while Li Tianlan's face turns dark beside the grill. In the hidden forest plot, Li Qingqian finished harvesting all 4 patches and stared at a ridiculous haul of luxury ingredients. The matsutakes alone looked top grade, and Li Qingqian knew they were valuable enough to sell for about 1,000 yuan a kilo. The white truffles were even crazier, only a few pieces but worth around 10,000 yuan a kilo despite their harsh gasoline-like smell. He also checked over the rest of the harvest: thick mature ginseng, dried bacteria, and a full bag of fresh peanuts. Because he loved raw peanuts, Li Qingqian cracked one open on the spot and immediately enjoyed the strong fresh fragrance. Then he checked the hidden bonus of his farmer crops. Each ingredient still worked normally, but now they also restored strength or other stats like game items. Ginseng stood out most of all, because one mature root could restore 5 strength and 5 intelligence every day for a full week. Instead of taking everything away, Li Qingqian planted fresh ginseng sprouts back into the hidden black soil to let them keep maturing. He decided this hidden place was safe enough, and if he kept farming after the crop matured, the quality and effects should keep improving. Happy with the haul, he picked up the bags and headed back to Peach Blossom Valley, planning to let his parents taste the good stuff. When he got back, Huang Jingjing was still lecturing Qinli about how only expensive seafood and beef could properly nourish a grade 12 student. Since Qinli had brought exactly the pork dishes Huang Jingjing was mocking, the jab landed hard. Li Qingqian cut in on purpose, loudly announcing that he had found delicious food in the mountain and stepping right between Huang Jingjing and his mother. The truffle smell hit first, and Huang Jingjing recoiled in disgust before she even looked properly. Li Qingqian calmly listed what he had brought back: truffles, matsutakes, dried bacteria, ginseng, and peanuts from the mountain. Huang Jingjing immediately laughed in his face and called him a liar, saying no child could just find ingredients that expensive on this mountain. She even turned it into a lesson, smugly warning that dishonest children would ruin their future. Li Qingqian swallowed his anger and turned straight back to Qinli, praising the pork dishes she brought and telling her not to listen to other people's nonsense. That simple defense worked, and Qinli finally smiled again. To change the mood completely, Li Qingqian opened the peanut bag and offered everyone a taste first. He also waved Ding Ling and her parents over, openly folding their family into his side of the picnic. Ding Ling bit into a peanut and instantly lit up, because the fresh sweet taste was far better than anyone expected. The others tried the peanuts with some doubt, but one bite made the whole little group light up and reach for more. Watching them enjoy it without her only made Huang Jingjing angrier, especially when Li Qingqian very obviously left her out. Under her breath, Huang Jingjing sneered that they were probably just gobbling cheap frozen peanuts, and would regret it later. Then she inspected the rest of Li Qingqian's harvest, and dismissed the thick ginseng as nothing more than a white radish. Next she looked at the washed matsutakes and sneered that they were just supermarket apricot mushrooms. Even the white truffles got mocked as sweet potatoes, and to Huang Jingjing that settled the whole matter. Li Qingqian was just bragging shamelessly. She turned to Jian Qingli for backup, asking if Li Qingqian had always liked talking big. Jian Qingli sided with her mother, and said that lately Li Qingqian really did seem to love bragging. Satisfied, Huang Jingjing warned her daughter not to spend time with someone so unreliable and boasted that she would feed Jian Qingli Australian lobster instead. In Huang Jingjing's eyes, everything from Qinli's simple dishes to Li Qingqian's mountain harvest was just trash compared with what she brought. After the peanut snack, the adults split up to handle the picnic, and Ding Ling stayed behind to help Li Qingqian at the grill. Ding Ling opened the bag of matsutakes, mistook them for apricot mushrooms too, and asked Li Qingqian how to cook them. Li Qingqian told her they were matsutakes and decided the safest answer was simple: just skewer them and roast them. After she finished skewering the matsutakes, Ding Ling opened the white truffle bag and wrinkled her nose at the smell. Li Qingqian assured her that the white truffles were rare good stuff even if they smelled terrible, and Ding Ling decided she still wanted to try them. He even said he would call Ding Ling's parents over later so they could taste the mountain fine too. Then Ding Ling pulled out one of the thick ginseng roots and innocently asked if she should slice the radish. Li Qingqian could only twitch at that and tell her to leave it alone for now. Elsewhere in Peach Blossom Valley, a hugely overweight man suddenly caught the scent of white truffle and stopped in his tracks. This was Huang Daliang, the famous owner-chef of Tianyi Daliang restaurant, and the smell was good enough to make even him excited. The more he smelled, the more certain Huang Daliang became that someone nearby had top-grade white truffles even better than the batch he had just imported. He followed the scent straight to Li Qingqian's grill and immediately saw the fist-sized white truffles for what they were. Then he saw Ding Ling wrapping one in foil for the grill and nearly had a heart attack over the waste. Huang Daliang was so pained by the sight that he decided he had to step in, whether to teach them the right way or buy the truffles himself. Not far away, Huang Jingjing spotted him and instantly assumed the famous restaurant owner was coming over to greet her family. Because their expensive lobsters and beef came from his restaurant, Huang Jingjing took his approach as proof of her higher social circle. She even used the moment to silently look down on Li Qingqian again, convinced people at this level would never bother with him. So when Huang Daliang drew close, Huang Jingjing eagerly greeted him first. Huang Daliang barely gave her a polite reply and kept walking right past her without stopping. That snub hit hard, and Huang Jingjing could only awkwardly pretend he must have more important business. A second later, she saw exactly where he was going, straight to Li Qingqian and Ding Ling. Unlike his cold brush-off to Huang Jingjing, Huang Daliang approached Li Qingqian with real politeness and apologized for disturbing them. He got to the point quickly and asked where Li Qingqian had bought the white truffles. To prove he was not guessing, Huang Daliang explained that he ran a Western restaurant and was sensitive enough to recognize top imported ingredients by smell. Li Qingqian still stuck to his cover story and claimed he had found the white truffles on the mountain. But as he said it, Li Qingqian kept winking at Huang Daliang, trying to signal that the story was fake without saying so out loud. Huang Daliang missed the hint completely and bluntly exposed the truth, saying these imported top-grade white truffles were worth more than 10,000 yuan per caddy. Then, still not understanding, he asked Li Qingqian why his eyes kept blinking so much. Hearing the real price, Ding Ling's hands jolted so badly that she almost cut herself while peeling the truffle. She could only stare at Li Qingqian in disbelief, suddenly realizing his outrageous mountain haul might all be real. When Huang Daliang gets suspicious about the truffle, Li Qingqian firmly insists he just found it on the mountain and quickly points out markings that fit a domestic white truffle. The moment Huang Daliang starts noticing the truffle is unusually large, Li Qingqian cuts him off and bluntly tries to send him away before he says too much. Instead of leaving, Huang Daliang smiles and offers to buy every truffle Li Qingqian has. Even after Huang Daliang raises the price to 10,000 yuan per caddy, Li Qingqian still refuses without hesitation because he grew these ingredients for his parents, not for money. The price shocks everyone nearby, and Ding Ling carefully sets down the fist-sized truffle like it has suddenly become far too precious to touch. Ding Ling admits she is too nervous to handle something this valuable, so Huang Daliang seizes the chance to volunteer as the cook. Seeing Li Qingqian no longer object, Huang Daliang smoothly takes Ding Ling's place and starts shaving the truffle with expert hands. One look at the Li family's simple condiment box makes Huang Daliang frown, because ordinary barbecue seasoning would ruin truffles like this. When Li Qingqian gives a small nod, Huang Daliang immediately calls his staff to bring over proper seasonings and even moves his own meal to this table. A full rack of seasonings and piles of expensive ingredients arrive from Huang Daliang's car, turning Li Qingqian's family grill into the most extravagant table on the mountain. After contributing both skill and premium food, Huang Daliang cheerfully asks to eat with them, and Li Qingqian finally gives in. Watching Huang Daliang ignore her and fuss over Li Qingqian instead leaves Huang Jingjing standing off to the side with a sour, wounded expression. When Li Tianlan and Qinli come back and hear what happened, they are stunned by their son's absurd good luck. Qinli immediately raises her voice and asks Huang Daliang to confirm that the white truffle her son found is worth over 10,000 yuan a caddy. Once Huang Daliang confirms it, Qinli presses harder and asks how white truffles compare to Australian lobster and Kobe beef. Huang Daliang bluntly says white truffles are the best, and compared to them, Australian lobster and Kobe beef are subpar trash. Qinli does not stop there and happily asks about the matsutake too, making sure Huang Jingjing hears every word. Huang Daliang says the matsutake are top quality and worth more than 1,000 yuan per caddy, which only makes Li Qingqian's hidden source more obvious to him. Qinli points to the next ingredient, and Huang Daliang values the dried fungus at least 2,000 yuan per caddy too. Now that the same public comparison is being used against her, Huang Jingjing can only swallow her rage and stand there with her face twisting in silence. To steady her bruised pride, Huang Jingjing tells herself Li Qingqian's family is still poor and stupid for eating something so valuable instead of selling it. With that thought, her confidence returns, and she starts looking down on them again because her family can supposedly afford luxury food whenever they want. Qinli spots that shift immediately and twists the knife one more time by asking if her son is not amazingly lucky to find food even better than Huang Jingjing's expensive purchases. When Qinli repeats the phrase subpar trash back at her, Huang Jingjing can barely keep her proud mask from cracking. Huang Jingjing refuses to stay on the losing side for long, so she switches tactics and starts by praising Li Qingqian's luck with fake admiration. Then she turns cruel again and says Li Qingqian is unlucky where it matters, because the school's coming segregation policy will almost certainly dump him into the progressive class. She even rubs in that the principal made the policy and no one can change it, exposing that her earlier helpful warning to Qinli was never sincere. Huang Jingjing keeps piling on, saying a weaker class, new teachers, and a worse environment will ruin whatever studying Li Qingqian has been doing. Before Qinli can recover, Huang Jingjing boasts that Jian Qingli already got a chance to compete in the junior informatics programming competition. She pushes it further by claiming Jian Qingli's team might reach the national top 50 and get direct admission to Divine Dragon University. Qinli's face turns sour, Li Tianan visibly bristles, and even Huang Dalian quietly recognizes how vicious Huang Jingjing's mouth is. Listening to her attack his family again, Li Qingqian's eyes go cold as he remembers that in his previous life this same kind of humiliation pushed his father into the accident that broke his leg. He realizes this timeline is already different because he found the best ingredients and won a competition spot he never had before. But Huang Jingjing is still trying to build her superiority on his family. Just as Li Qingqian is about to speak, Ding Ling suddenly cuts in and says he is also in the junior informatics programming competition. Ding Ling makes it even sharper by adding that Li Qingqian is the team captain and she is his teammate, while Jian Qingli is on by Jiaoyang's separate team. She finishes the blow by revealing the school held a selection test. Li Qingqian got first place with 100 marks, and by Jiaoyang only scored 58. The smile vanishes from Huang Jingjing's face on the spot. At that exact moment, Jian Qingli comes back from taking photos and walks straight into her mother's humiliation. When Huang Jingjing demands to know why she never mentioned Li Qingqian was also in the competition, Jian Qingli can only answer that she never asked. Once Jian Qingli understands what her mother must have been doing, her own face burns with second-hand embarrassment. Seeing the opening, Qinli asks her son why he never told them he had also made the competition team. Li Qingqian answers calmly that it never felt important enough to show off, which only makes Huang Jingjing's public boasting look smaller. That quiet answer humiliates Huang Jingjing so badly that she finally drags Jian Qingli away without another word. With Huang Jingjing gone, Qinli beams and admits this is the most satisfying she has felt in years. Li Qingqian laughs and reminds his mother that he already promised he would make her proud. Li Tianan teases him for getting cocky too fast, and the tension finally breaks into easy family laughter. Later on the way back, Jian Qingli carefully asks if her mother had been showing off to Qinli again. Huang Jingjing snaps back that Jian Qingli set her up by never mentioning Li Qingqian was also in the competition. Jian Qingli rolls her eyes and repeats that her mother never asked, then adds that Bai Jiaoyang thinks Li Qingqian has theory but no practical ability. She goes on to say Li Qingqian has been playing computer games lately, so Bai Jiaoyang expects him to get knocked out in the preliminary round anyway. That prediction immediately gives Huang Jingjing a new target, and she tells Jian Qingli to report Li Qingqian's preliminary competition result as soon as it comes out. She also orders Jian Qingli to ask around about Li Qingqian's score in next week's second provincial joint mock exam, because she is already waiting for another chance to hit Qinli back. Early Monday morning, Li Qingqian and Ding Ling reach school together, while Jian Qingli pointedly avoids them after the Peach Blossom Mountain mess. Ding Ling can't hold back her curiosity, and asks what Chef Huang secretly whispered to Li Qingqian for so long yesterday. Li Qingqian gives her the safe version and says Chef Huang only told him to call if he ever finds white truffles again. Ding Ling brightens at the thought of Chef Huang's food, but she carefully avoids bringing up the truffles' shocking price so she won't pressure him. Li Qingqian offers to treat her at Huang Daliang's restaurant after the exams, but Ding Ling quickly refuses after learning the place costs about 300 yuan a person. The conversation turns to the second mock exam, and Ding Ling nervously asks if he is really ready. Li Qingqian answers with easy confidence and promises everyone a surprise, leaving Ding Ling hoping he can stay out of the progressive class. Once they split up, Li Qingqian enters his assigned exam hall and sees the school is treating this province-wide mock almost like the real college entrance exam. He quickly spots familiar faces in the mixed classroom, including Lu Daqiang, Jian Qingli, and Bai Jiaoyang. Before the test starts, Li Qingqian checks his experience pool and realizes school gives him almost nothing compared with farming skills. He silently works out a new plan, finish the morning paper fast, use the long break to go outside the city, and grind farmer experience in the suburbs. Lu Daqiang mistakes that frown for panic and jumps at the chance to mock him before the paper is even handed out. Jian Qingli and Bai Jiaoyang both watch coldly, already waiting for Li Qingqian to crash and get shoved into the progressive class. The first paper is Chinese, and as soon as the test sheets arrive, the room fills with quiet dread because the province-level questions look brutally hard. For Li Qingqian, though, the paper is so easy that he tears through the answers without even needing to think. Only the essay slows him down for a moment, but once he settles on it, the writing flows fast and clean. 35 minutes after the exam begins, Li Qingqian raises his hand and asks to submit, already eager to get to the suburbs. Even the invigilator frowns at the time, but after a beat still lets him go. Li Qingqian shields his answer sheet with the test paper and walks straight out without a trace of hesitation. Everyone else reads it the same way. To them, he just gave up and ran from a paper he couldn't do. Jian Qingli pities him for a second, seeing his hurried exit as the look of a stray dog with nowhere to hide. Lu Daqiang is thrilled, already imagining how he'll humiliate Li Qingqian in public once the scores come out. Bai Jiaoyang also writes Li Qingqian off, deciding the boy he once noticed is now just arrogant, lazy, and not worth treating as a rival. Meanwhile, Li Qingqian is already in a car heading for the suburbs, opening his personal interface the moment he gets moving. He sees his strength has already been massively boosted by farmer growth, but his real focus is upgrading the last 2 farmer skills still lagging behind. Without hesitating, Li Qingqian spends 810 experience points to push reclamation and harvest straight to master. The upgrade makes both skills jump tenfold, letting him reclaim or harvest 100 units at once instead of 10. With every farmer skill finally maxed, the profession flips to advanced and reveals the next class, farm owner. But when he opens the advancement requirements, his brief excitement cools because this real-world version is far more complicated than the game he remembers. The driver announces they've reached the second bridge of the Fangsha River, snapping Li Qingqian out of his thoughts. Li Qingqian chose this bleak stretch on purpose, because the desert edge is windy, half-abandoned, and close to water but far from prying eyes. After crossing the bridge and checking carefully that nobody is around, he finally decides it's safe enough to use his skills. The moment he activates reclamation, a 10x10 patch of bare sand and gravel transforms into flat, moist black farmland right under his feet. The system rewards him with 1,000 experience points in one shot, and Li Qingqian is immediately fired up by how efficient this is. Next he plants the ground with wild grass and a small amount of medicinal wolfberry, and the barren plot explodes into dense green growth. He waters the wolfberry patch by hand from the river, and the plants bloom and fruit almost instantly into pea-sized medicinal berries. When he harvests them, the system confirms exactly why he planted them. Each medicinal wolfberry restores 1 point of strength stats. That result matches his earlier testing, so Li Qingqian treats medicinal wolfberry as the best current fuel for restoring the strength stats he spends on farmer skills. With the method confirmed, Li Qingqian starts marching down the riverbank, chaining reclamation and planting over and over. By the time he stops, he has transformed 200 meters of riverside into a bright green strip and pushed his experience pool past 40,000. The sight also scares him, because a riverbank turning green overnight is the kind of miracle that would make him the obvious suspect. He leaves immediately and vows not to use farmer abilities carelessly again, because in the real world they are far too obvious and far too dangerous. Still, the trip did exactly what he needed, because he now has enough experience to unlock the worker profession. Li Qingqian locks on to that next step, because once he becomes a worker, even software can count as industrial production and start generating experience for him. In his mind, that makes worker more than just another basic class, because advanced worker will become the main engine behind his future experience gains. In the afternoon English exam, Li Qingqian finishes in just 20 minutes because the paper feels painfully easy to him. Since he cannot leave yet, he checks the paper from start to finish and figures even his essay should still land him around 145 out of 150. The moment the hall finally allows early submission, Li Qingqian hands in his paper and walks straight out. On the way, he checks the worker certificate he already bought and discovers that in real life this profession needs a studio over 10 square meters. Because that last condition is all that blocks him, he rushes home and decides to treat his own house as the studio for now. Back at school, Lu Daqiang sees Li Qingqian leave early again and takes it as proof that he has completely given up. He smugly plans ahead, deciding that once the scores come out, he will screenshot Li Qingqian's result and spread it around to humiliate him. Jian Qingli notices the early submission too, but the paper is hard enough that she just gives up caring about Li Qingqian. Bai Jiaoyang is equally dismissive, calling Li Qingqian trash while blaming the brutal exam itself for his own stress. At home, Li Qingqian opens his interface, confirms the studio condition is finally satisfied, and successfully takes on the worker profession. He immediately dumps experience into it, and pushes worker all the way to level 9 in one shot. The agility boost hits hard, and Li Qingqian suddenly feels his whole body turn light and unburdened. Then a cool shock runs through his eyes, his glasses start making everything blur, and he hurriedly rips them off. Without the glasses, the dizziness vanishes and the whole room snaps into perfect focus. After testing it for himself, he realizes his 300-degree myopia is gone and bursts into thrilled disbelief. He walks to the window, looks far into the square outside, and confirms he can see distant people clearly enough to joke that he could qualify as a pilot now. Once the excitement settles, he starts reading the worker rewards and sees a stack of new abilities tied to agility, tools, manufacturing, and precision. At level 9, the final skill shocks him most. Manufacturing principle can reveal how a machine is made, as long as he can meet the knowledge and strength cost. The idea hits him immediately that with the right conditions, even something as advanced as a photolithography machine or CPU could be reverse understood through this skill. Unable to resist, he turns to his father's laptop and uses manufacturing principle on a real target. The analysis floods him with a brutal list of missing disciplines and an absurd strength cost of over 91 million, instantly proving he aimed far too high. Li Qingqian quickly reins himself in and admits he has to take this skill step by step instead of trying to swallow an entire laptop at once. After that test, he refocuses on the reason he wanted Worker in the first place, building his own open-source operating system. He confirms another crucial rule too: software work inside his studio can earn worker experience, which makes coding a much safer path than flashy farming. So he carries Li Tianlan's computer into his room, installs his tools, and loads the homemade operating system guide and Linux kernel files. The moment he starts working, the worker profession shows its value again because his hands are faster, steadier, and almost absurdly precise on the keyboard. He boosts himself further with focus and rational thinking, stacking student skills on top of worker dexterity. Now the code and technical books that once looked dense suddenly open up, and he starts spotting clumsy structures and slow functions almost at a glance. When the second exam day arrives, he handles math and comprehensive science exactly the same way and leaves each hall the instant early submission opens. To everyone watching, that only makes it look more certain that Li Qingqian has completely given up on the exams. But Li Qingqian barely cares, because coding the operating system is already paying him around 1,000 experience an hour and feels far more rewarding. That progress pushes him toward a bigger decision. After the scores are out, he wants to ask for leave and pour himself into the operating system full-time. He also reminds himself that his current experience only looks abundant because higher professions and future knowledge skills will burn through it much faster. By the time he comes home again, he is already measuring progress in code lines and dives right back into building the system core. Meanwhile at Tianyi High, the exams end and the strong students crowd around teacher Wang Jianjia, desperate to hear whether any scores are already out. Teacher Wang settles them down and explains that this province-wide mock follows the college entrance exam model, so the papers were anonymized and graded online by teachers across the province. She tells them to wait for Thursday, but then remembers something exciting and posts a full-marks English paper into the class group as an example to study. Looking at the flawless paper, Teacher Wang openly admires the student behind it and guesses the owner must be from the province's top school. The students crowd closer, stunned less by the score alone than by handwriting so clean it looks better than print. Teacher Wang uses the mysterious perfect paper to remind them not to get cocky just because they usually do well. Then Teacher Wang looks around for Li Qingqian, still worried because she failed to stop the school's plan to move low scorers into the progressive class and wants to prepare him for it. Lu Daqian quickly tells her that Li Qingqian turned in every paper in 30 minutes and left long ago, sounding almost eager to underline it. At that exact moment at home, Li Qingqian opens Teacher Wang's class message, sees the sample paper on his phone, and blinks because it is obviously his own English exam. Early the next morning, Li Qingqian sits in class looking half dead, with bloodshot eyes and twitching eyelids after coding through the night. He had worked until after 3 in the morning and finally finished the core section of his new operating system. In his own mind, that core is terrifyingly efficient, far beyond Linux or Windows, but he knows it is still only a core and not a complete operating system yet. He maps out the 5 major modules still missing and realizes he needs about a month to finish the full system. That thought pushes him to a blunt conclusion: staying in class all day is wasting time, and he needs a way to get leave from school. He tries to force himself awake, but the sleep debt wins and he finally drops onto the desk. He is not sleeping because class is too hard anymore. Now that he has other ways to earn experience, listening in class matters far less than it used to. For him now, farming can bring in huge gains, and coding at home already earns about 1,000 experience points an hour plus big rewards for major breakthroughs. Seeing him sprawled on the desk, Jian Qingli coldly assumes he has slipped back to his old self and given up because he expects to be pushed into the progressive class. At the front, Wang Jianjia notices him too, frowns at first, and then mistakes his exhaustion for heartbreak over the school's unfair segregation policy. She decides not to embarrass him in class and quietly lets the lesson continue. When the bell rings, Wang Jianjia walks straight to Li Qingqian's desk and wakes him herself. With a serious face, she tells him to come out because she wants to speak with him in private. In her office, Wang Jianjia gently tells him she knows the mock exam and the segregation policy hit him hard, but weak students can only accept reality for now. She promises that even if he is moved out of class 5, he can still come to her for help, and she urges him to study seriously again instead of giving up. She even tells him that if this year fails, he can try again next year, because she still believes in the way he used to work. Li Qingqian finally cuts in and explains that he did not sleep in class because he felt defeated at all. He tells her the truth: he stayed up too late because he got absorbed in programming practice for the junior informatics programming competition. He also says he no longer cares about the segregation issue, because with his current results it cannot threaten him anymore. Wang Jianjia is startled, because Tian Wenming already told her Li Qingqian only placed first in the school trial through theory and still has almost no hands-on programming experience. So even after hearing him out, she still warns that the competition matters, but he cannot let it drag down his regular studies. In her eyes, chasing the programming contest with such a weak practical foundation could easily become a bad trade where the loss outweighs the gain. That afternoon at lunch, Ding Ling suddenly asked Li Qingqian whether his teacher sent him the test paper from the mysterious calligraphy god. Li Qingqian is completely lost, because he slept through the morning and has no idea what that nickname even means. Ding Ling eagerly explains that after the second mock exam, teachers across the province circulated several full-marks papers trying to identify the students behind them. Most of those perfect papers were matched to known top students, but one set stood out because every subject was full marks and the handwriting was so strong that nobody could place it. Since no one knew who that student was, the papers spread under a new name, the calligraphy god. Ding Ling takes out a photocopy and gushes over how spotless the handwriting and answers are, convinced this unknown student is on another level entirely. The second Li Qingqian sees it, he recognizes the paper and almost twitches, because the so-called calligraphy god is just him. After a beat of hesitation, he quietly tells Ding Ling that the paper is his and that he is the calligraphy god everyone is hunting for. To prove it on the spot, he borrows her pen and writes directly on the copy. His handwriting comes out clean, forceful, and identical to the copied exam, leaving no room to argue. Ding Ling stares at him in open shock as it sinks in that the legendary full-marks student has been sitting beside her the whole time. She quickly connects the dots, remembering his confidence before the exam, and decides he has no reason to make up something that tomorrow's release papers will expose anyway. At the table behind them, Bai Jiaoyang and Jian Qingli overhear every word of the reveal. Bai Jiaoyang is stunned, but Jian Qingli instantly wears a look of open contempt because she does not believe Li Qingqian for a second. When Bai Jiaoyang questions that reaction, Jian Qingli flatly says the calligraphy god cannot possibly be Li Qingqian. She pulls out her phone and shows him an older photo of Li Qingqian's exam writing, which is crooked, messy, and nothing like the perfect paper. After comparing the two samples, Bai Jiaoyang agrees that the handwriting does not match and decides Li Qingqian must be lying. Bai Jiaoyang cannot understand why Li Qingqian would keep telling such an obvious lie when the exam papers will be unsealed tomorrow. Jian Qingli only grows more contemptuous and mutters that ordinary people cannot understand what a crazy person is thinking. Their gossip shifts back to the mystery student, and Bai Jiaoyang guesses the calligraphy god is probably from Heavenly Treasure First High School. He figures that top school might be hiding the student's identity on purpose so no one can poach such a monster talent. Bai Jiaoyang ends up openly envious, wishing he could meet the calligraphy god and learn even a little from someone that extraordinary, while Jian Qingli can only agree. At the end of evening self-study, Wang Jianjia announces that all senior parents must come in the next morning because the school will reveal the second mock exam results and sort out the progressive class transfer for the bottom 100 students. She means to quietly give Li Qingqian an excuse in case his family cannot handle the public embarrassment, but when she looks over, he is still asleep on his desk and her sympathy turns into irritation. As students file out, the weaker ones complain that the school is setting them up to be scolded at home, and some of them point at the sleeping Li Qingqian as the class's biggest disaster waiting to happen. Jian Qingli packs up and walks away coldly, thinking that after tomorrow she and Li Qingqian will no longer belong to the same world. Lu Daqiang strolls up to the sleeping Li Qingqian, snaps a photo, and leaves grinning because he cannot wait to watch Li Qingqian and his parents get humiliated in public. After most people leave, Ding Ling comes to wake Li Qingqian and gently urges him not to stay up so late coding, her eyes wet because she believes he is pushing himself this hard for her future too. That night at home, Li Tiaman and Chun-Li sit down grim-faced over the meeting notice, already bracing for Li Qingqian to place near the bottom again and be pushed into the progressive class. Li Tiaman first says he will go, but Chun-Li stops him and decides to attend herself, thinking a mother can absorb the ridicule more easily than a father. Even while expecting the worst, the couple carefully plan how to encourage Li Qingqian later, support his programming competition, and still protect his health by keeping him off the computer after midnight. Next door at Jian Qingli's house, Huang Jingjing arrives in high spirits because tomorrow's meeting will finally expose Li Qingqian's grades in front of every parent. Still stung by the last time she misjudged him, Huang Jingjing presses Jian Qingli for a real estimate of Li Qingqian's score before she dares celebrate too early. Jian Qingli judges that Li Qingqian probably did not even reach 200 total points in such a hard exam, which is exactly the answer Huang Jingjing wanted to hear. When Huang Jingjing asks about her own daughter, Jian Qingli answers with quiet pride that she expects around 510 points, strong enough to push her near the top 50 in the school despite the exam's brutal difficulty. After Jian Qingli explains that the whole school scored lower this time, Huang Jingjing finally relaxes and starts picturing Chun-Li's family being humiliated in tomorrow's classroom. At sunrise the next morning, Chun-Li leaves for school with Li Qingqian early because either of them wants to run into Huang Jingjing on the way. Because his parents spent the whole evening trying not to pressure him, Li Qingqian suddenly tells Chun-Li not to be nervous and reveals that he actually crushed the second mock exam. He goes even further and says the mysterious full marks paper everyone has been talking about is his, then shows Chun-Li photos of the test papers on his phone. Chun-Li is too stunned by the scores to process anything except one obvious problem. The beautiful handwriting does not look like her son's at all. Ready for that exact doubt, Li Qingqian pulls out his notebook and shows her pages of the same powerful handwriting until the evidence starts to sink in. By the time they reach grade 12 class 5, Chun-Li finally believes her son really scored full marks, but the news is so huge she walks into the classroom almost in a daze. Chinli almost calls Li Tianlan on the spot, then forces herself to wait until the official results are announced because she is afraid of getting excited too soon and being humiliated if anything is wrong. As more parents arrive, Jian Qingli leads Huang Jingjing into the classroom, and Huang Jingjing immediately spots Chinli and heads straight for her with a falsely friendly smile. This time Chinli does not avoid her at all, and that tiny change is enough to make Huang Jingjing pause because the usual nervousness is suddenly gone. Then Huang Jingjing pulls out her phone and cheerfully shows Chinli the edited photo of Li Qingqian sleeping in class, already turned into a meme and spreading through school chats and even the parent group. The moment Chinli sees it, she realizes this is not just a nasty joke, but a deliberate attempt to make her son a public laughingstock across the whole school. What chills her most is the thought that if Li Qingqian had really stayed a poor student, this stunt could have broken his spirit and driven him out of school in shame. Huang Jingjing keeps pressing, saying bad grades would not matter if Li Qingqian knew his place, but his bragging about getting into university made him deserve this ridicule. Instead of folding, Chinli says with complete certainty that her son will get into university, and Huang Jingjing only laughs harder, calling both mother and son a joke as she assumes the progressive class transfer is already settled. Outside in the corridor, the students have been pushed out for the meeting, and Lu Daqiang walks up to Li Qingqian with a mocking grin because he plans to show off the edited photo in front of everyone. The corridor goes strangely quiet because everyone already knows what Lu Daqiang is about to do, and even the bystanders mutter that if they were Li Qingqian, they would not let this slide. Li Qingqian takes the phone, sees the red captioned sleeping photo for himself, and Lu Daqiang doubles over laughing as he declares that Li Qingqian and even his parents have become a school-wide joke. Li Qingqian closes the image without raising his voice and asks Lu Daqiang if there is really any meaning in doing something this filthy. Ding Ling rushes over in a panic to warn Li Qingqian that the photo has already spread through all the class and parent groups, while Lu Daqiang keeps gloating that he is now famous for all the wrong reasons. Li Qingqian just tells Ding Ling to stay calm and coolly says that if his exam results are actually excellent, the real joke will become Lu Daqiang himself. Lu Daqiang laughs that off too, so Li Qingqian changes direction completely and starts reciting the law on public insult and defamation right there in the hallway. He spells it out step by step. The fake image was spread publicly. It attacks Li Qingqian's reputation, and with both student and parent groups involved, this is serious enough that Lu Daqiang could end up facing criminal punishment. That is the first time Lu Daqiang truly falters, because Li Qingqian is still calm while the word jail lands like a bucket of ice over his head. Lu Daqiang frantically searches the law on his own phone, and when he sees that Li Qingqian quoted it correctly, sweat starts breaking out across his face. In the corridor, Lu Daqiang still tried to bully Li Qingqian into backing down, saying classmates should settle things internally instead of dragging in the law. The classmate who helped Photoshop the meme piled on too, but the panic in his face showed he was scared this prank might really become a police matter. Before the argument could escalate, someone called out that Teacher Wang had arrived, and the noisy corridor instantly tightened up. With Teacher Wang inside the classroom, Lu Daqiang swallowed his pride and forced out a stiff apology to Li Qingqian in full view of the other students. Li Qingqian refused to let him off with that fake apology, making it clear this humiliation was not over. That rejection shattered Lu Daqiang's last bit of face, and his embarrassment flipped straight into anger. He dropped the act and threatened Li Qingqian outright, warning that if things went too far, both sides would suffer. Li Qingqian answered with nothing but a cold sneer, and that contempt hit Lu Daqiang harder than any insult. After spitting out one last threat, Lu Daqiang finally ran toward the classroom to drag his father out, while Li Qingqian stayed where he was. Inside Class 5, Wang Jianjia shifted the mood and began the parent meeting, explaining that the second mock exam results would go live right at 9. While everyone waited, Teacher Wang went over the students one by one and praised Jian Qingli for being smart and steadily improving. That praise made Huang Jingjing glow, and she immediately started hinting to Qinli that parents only win respect when their children succeed. When Wang Jianjia got to Li Qingqian, she admitted he had been studying seriously lately and answering questions in class, even if his foundation was still weak. Then Teacher Wang had to say the part she hated. Unless a miracle happened, Li Qingqian was expected to be moved into the new progressive class after the results came out. Qinli's face sank on the spot, because the school was saying out loud what everyone had been dreading for her son. Huang Jingjing pounced immediately, smugly asking whether Li Qingqian could keep improving once he was pushed into the weaker class. Even under that pressure, Qinli quietly held her ground and said she believed her son had done well enough to stay out of it. Huang Jingjing only laughed harder and warned that if Qinli kept talking like that, she would become the real joke once the scores appeared. Qinli took the hit without backing down, saying that if she became a joke then so be it. At the podium, Wang Jianjia logged into the exam system, and parents inside the room and students outside the door all went quiet for the countdown. At exactly 9, the projector switched to the provincial overview and one line exploded through the room. Tianhai actually had a student scoring above 700. Wang Jianjia was so stunned she nearly doubted her own eyes, because Tianhai had not produced a 700-plus scorer in years. Students inside and outside the classroom burst into excited guesses about who this hidden genius from their school could be. Jian Qingli could only admire the mystery student, already wishing she knew someone that brilliant. Even Lu Daqiang was impressed, because a 700-plus score in this exam felt almost impossible to him. Bai Jiaoyang felt the gap even more sharply, looking at that score like a wall he could barely imagine climbing. Ding Ling, however, already had the answer and smiled to herself, sure that the 700-plus monster was Li Qingqian. Inside the classroom, Huang Jingjing envied that unknown top scorer, while Chunli quietly lit up because she knew it had to be her son. The system kept rolling through province-wide score brackets, and the brutal comparison made Tianyi High look tiny next to powerhouse Celestial Treasure First High. Still, someone in the crowd proudly muttered that Tianyi High had its own godlike student now, so the school finally had something to boast about. As the data kept flashing instead of showing names, the room grew impatient and everyone started begging the system to stop stalling. At last the statistics vanished, and the Class 5 results link appeared, pulling every eye back to the podium. Teacher Wang clicked in immediately, only for the overloaded system to throw up a 2-minute wait notice at the worst possible moment. Parents cursed under their breath, and someone suggested skipping the projector entirely and checking each student's score through the phone app instead. Huang Jingjing was the first to strike gold, and she loudly announced that Jian Qingli had scored 515, ranking 6th in class and 57th in school. Jian Qingli smiled with relief too, because even if she had missed her ideal school rank, this was still a clear step forward for her. Huang Jingjing rubbed it in at once, repeating her daughter's score to Chunli as if she needed the whole room to hear who the successful parent was. Chunli barely answered and hurried to enter Li Qingqian's exam number herself. The page opened, and Chunli saw the impossible in one breath. Li Qingqian had 750 points, first in class, first in school, and first in the entire province. Even though she had hoped for it, the shock still overwhelmed Chunli, and her joy hit so hard she had to cover her mouth to keep from crying out. The tears came anyway, because in that instant she knew her son had really changed and had become the top student everyone said he could never be. Huang Jingjing saw only tears and instantly assumed the worst, smugly deciding that Li Qingqian's score must have been disastrous. Outside, the students fell quiet too, because from where they stood it looked like Chunli had broken down over Li Qingqian's result. Jian Qingli inwardly judged Li Qingqian for making his mother cry, assuming his score had to be far worse than anyone expected. Lu Daqiang was even happier with that guess, because his own 496 suddenly felt good enough to let him enjoy what looked like Li Qingqian's collapse. Li Qingqian saw his mother crying and immediately pushed into the classroom, worried before he knew the real reason. He hurried to Chunli's side and gently wiped her tears, asking what had happened. Huang Jingjing jumped in before Chunli could answer, mocking that she had cried because Li Qingqian's score was too awful to bear. The other parents quietly pitied Chunli too, all of them making the same wrong assumption from the tears in front of them. Not satisfied with that, Huang Jingjing pushed again to see Li Qingqian's exact score and turn it into a full public humiliation. She thought she had glimpsed a miserable 150 on the phone, which only made her more eager to expose Li Qingqian in front of everyone. That rumor-charged curiosity spread through the room and even back out into the corridor, with everyone waiting to hear just how badly Qingqian had supposedly done. Then a sharp-eyed student suddenly spotted the projector update and shouted that the class results had finally finished downloading. As soon as the exam file finished downloading, the whole parent meeting room leaned toward the big screen, eager to see the rankings. Teacher Wang pulled up the score sheet, but the list opened in serial number order, so Li Qingqian's name was still buried out of sight. A few people were not waiting for their own scores at all, they were watching for Li Qingqian's, each for their own reason. Lu Daqiang loudly urged Teacher Wang to sort by score, pretending he wanted to see first place when he was really waiting to embarrass Li Qingqian. Teacher Wang clicked descending order, and Li Qingqian's name jumped straight to the top with a perfect 750. The room went dead silent because the score was not just first in class, it was first in the whole province. Li Qingqian stayed calm, and Chunli looked almost matter-of-fact because she had already checked his result herself. Across the room, Huang Jingjing and Jian Qingli could only stare in disbelief as the truth hit them. Lu Daqiang rubbed his eyes and refused to believe that the class clown in his head had just taken provincial first. The parents broke the silence by openly doubting the result, because the same boy had supposedly scored only 280 last time and was mocked for sleeping in class. Lu Daqiang and Huang Jingjing quickly pushed the same idea, insisting Teacher Wang must have sorted the list wrong. Teacher Wang cancelled the sort, restored the original list, and Li Qingqian's name vanished from the top again. Before she sorted it again, Lu Daqiang hurriedly stopped her and demanded they open Li Qingqian's record directly to verify it. Teacher Wang, sweating now herself, moved down to Li Qingqian's row while the entire classroom watched the screen in silence. The manual check showed the exact same thing. Li Qingqian really had 750 and really was provincial number 1. This time even Teacher Wang blurted out her disbelief, and the room finally swung from doubt to open praise for Li Qingqian. Huang Jingjing, who had been sitting there so arrogantly before, suddenly looked deeply uneasy. For Jian Qingli, the shock cut even deeper because she had always looked down on Li Qingqian and chosen by Jiaoliang without a second thought. Lu Daqiang's face turned ashen as he realized the plan he had discussed with his father against Li Qingqian was suddenly becoming dangerous. He finally understood the real problem. A school that might ignore a weak student would never casually offend its new star scorer for his sake. Lu Wendao figured it out just as fast and dropped his calm mask, deciding they would have to spend money to settle this before it got worse. In his eyes, Li Qingqian's family background still looked ordinary enough that 100,000 yuan should buy silence. Then a serious voice came from outside the classroom, asking Li Qingqian's parent to step out at once. Teacher Wang recognized Ding Chen immediately, and assumed the school had already rushed to receive the mother of its full-mark student. Seeing Chen Li's timid reaction, Teacher Wang told Li Qingqian to go with his mother and give her some support. Back in the classroom, Lu Wen now quietly exchanged a look with Ding Chen and took fresh hope from how meek Chen Li seemed. Chen Qingchuan led Chen Li and Li Qingqian into his office with a grave face, already planning to keep the whole mess under school control. Inside the office, the dean started calmly, calling the conflict with Lu Daqiang nothing more than a prank and urging the family not to pursue it. He pushed harder by warning that if they insisted on justice, Lu Daqiang would be ruined and Li Qingqian would lose friends and future favors from classmates. When silence did not break them, Chen Qingchuan made the threat more direct and reminded them that Lu Daqiang's rich father would not let the matter rest either. Once he saw fear on Chen Li's face, the dean switched to a fake compromise and offered 10,000 yuan if Li Qingqian would sign a memorandum for Lu Daqiang. Chen Li was about to answer, but Li Qingqian stepped in front of her and cut the whole negotiation short. He calmly showed his phone and told Ding Chen the police had already been called 5 minutes ago. That single sentence rattled the dean so badly he almost fell out of his chair. Chen Qingchuan instantly changed tactics and scolded Li Qingqian for calling the police without first reporting to the form teacher. He went even further and threatened expulsion, saying Li Qingqian had violated school rules. The dean tried one last control move, ordering Li Qingqian to stay quiet when the police arrived and promising to overlook the rule violation if he obeyed. Chen Li finally panicked and begged the dean to find a solution before things got worse. Li Qingqian immediately steadied his mother and made it clear that he would tell the police everything, no matter who tried to pressure him. He said plainly that Lu Daqiang had to pay the price, and if Ding Chen wanted to expel him, he could try. At the same time outside Class 5, Principal Wang hurried over in excitement to meet the student who had just taken full marks in the province. When he did not see Li Qingqian there, he asked Teacher Wang where the boy had gone. Teacher Wang answered that Ding Chen had already taken Li Qingqian and his mother to the office, and one sentence from the principal showed that had not been his order at all. Realizing something was wrong, Principal Wang turned and headed straight for Ding Chen's office. Back in the classroom, Lu Wenao also sensed danger and quickly messaged, then called, Ding Chen in a panic. His only hope now was that Principal Wang would not find out what was happening in that office. Inside the office, Ding Chen's face darkened as he realized Li Qingqian was not the easy target he had expected. Still treating Li Qingqian like the old 280-point failure, Chen Qingchuan finally snapped and threatened expulsion, not knowing Principal Wang was already outside the door hearing every word. Inside the office, Principal Wang Lingbo storms and furious because expelling Li Qingqian would wreck the school's biggest breakthrough and his own long-stalled ambitions. Wang Lingbo bluntly exposes the truth. Li Qingqian just scored a perfect 750 and ranked first in the entire province. The news hits Chen Qingchuan like a slap, and his earlier arrogance collapses on the spot. Now desperate, Chen Qingchuan backpedals and claims he was only trying to scare Li Qingqian over the police report. Wang Lingbo does not buy it and suspends Chen Qingchuan for 2 months right there in the office. Humiliated and cornered, Chen Qingchuan can only stew in silence and blame Lu Wendao for feeding him bad information. Once Chen Qingchuan is put in his place, Wang Lingbo turns warm and apologetic, promising Chen Li that the school will protect Li Qingqian properly. The principal even invites Chen Li to his office for advice on raising such an outstanding son, leaving her proud but awkwardly overwhelmed. Li Qingqian finally speaks up and says he wants to return to class first to thank the people who helped him, but the cold look in his eyes makes it clear he means something sharper. Wang Lingbo quickly agrees and goes with Li Qingqian and Chen Li back to grade 12 class 5. Back in the classroom during the parent-teacher meeting, Wang Jianjia gives Li Qingqian the podium and the whole room turns to watch him. Li Qingqian opens with the question everyone is dying to ask: how did he jump from 280 points to 750? He first thanks his parents, saying they never gave up on him, and he hands all his glory back to them in front of everyone. Chen Li breaks into tears again, but this time it is pure pride as the whole room looks at her with envy. Li Qingqian next thanks Teacher Wang for encouraging him when everyone else had already written him off. Wang Jianjia modestly says she did not help much, but Wang Lingbo is even more impressed that Li Qingqian remembers gratitude so clearly. Then Li Qingqian pivots, saying he also wants to thank the people who looked down on him because they pushed him to change. With the principal and teacher as witnesses, he calls out Lu Daqiang by name and logs into WeChat on the classroom computer. The projected chat opens to Lu Daqiang's cruel message, "Let me show you a joke," followed by the edited sleeping photo that had spread through the school. The third message lands even harder on the silent room. Lu Daqiang had openly called Li Qingqian a joke. Everyone falls quiet, and Lu Daqiang suddenly becomes the one trapped under the spotlight. Wang Jianjia is appalled when she finally sees the meme and realizes how vicious it could have been if Li Qingqian had not turned his life around. Parents begin whispering that a student who only scored 450 has no right to mock the boy who just got 750, and the ridicule flips completely onto Lu Daqiang. Humiliated in front of everyone, Lu Daqiang burns with hatred instead of remorse and silently swears revenge on Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian twists the knife with one calm line, "Maybe he is not a joke, but the people calling him one already are." Having made his point, Li Qingqian steps down from the podium looking lighter than before. At that exact moment, 2 police officers arrive at the classroom door asking for Li Qingqian. Wang Lingbo steps in politely, and the officers explain that Li Qingqian reported someone for spreading rumors and slander. When Wang Limin adds that the suspect is Lu Daqiang from the same class, Lu Daqiang nearly collapses from fear. Lu Wendao hurries over with a greasy smile and even tries offering cigarettes, but Wang Limin shuts him down immediately. Once Lu Wendao admits he is Lu Daqiang's father, the officer orders him to call his son over and wait quietly. Li Qingqian steps forward to identify himself, and the officer starts taking the statements right there in front of the classroom. Lu Daqiang is so scared he can barely speak, and when Lu Wendao tries to interrupt, Wang Limin orders him to stay out of it. Li Qingqian calmly lays out the whole story and shows the photo evidence on his phone, making the case painfully clear. With the evidence straightforward and easy to verify, the police take Lu Daqiang away from the classroom in terror. Lu Wendao can only glare at Li Qingqian and spit out a bitter threat before hurrying after them. After that public takedown, everyone in the room looks at Li Qingqian with more than envy now. There is real awe in it. When the parent-teacher meeting finally ends, Li Qingqian leaves the classroom with Chenli to head home. Huang Jingjing catches up and, for once, speaks to Chenli without any of her usual arrogance. Then Jian Qingli steps out too and quietly asks Li Qingqian for a serious talk in a tone she has never used with him before. After leaving school, Li Qingqian's group stays by the gate instead of heading home, waiting for Ding Ling's family to come out. Huang Jingjing suddenly turns gentle and chatty with Chenli, clearly fishing for details about Li Qingqian's studies with open envy. Nearby, Jian Qingli corners Li Qingqian and complains that he should have told her more clearly how good his results really were. Li Qingqian answers evenly that he did tell her before, and if she did not believe him, that was never his problem to fix. That blunt line hits hard, and Jian Qingli can barely hold back tears when she realizes he truly does not care anymore. Trying to recover, Jian Qingli changes the subject and asks why someone with his grades would still bother entering the junior informatics programming competition. Li Qingqian keeps that answer vague too, saying he just felt like joining and refusing to reopen old feelings or old offers. So Jian Qingli moves to the question she really cares about, and asks how far he thinks he can go in the national programming competition. Li Qingqian says he should have no trouble making the national top 50, speaking with the same quiet confidence that already turned his full marks from a boast into fact. Shaken but convinced, Jian Qingli finally makes her move and nervously asks to join his team herself. Before he answers, Ding Ling runs over from the gate glowing with admiration and excitement for Li Qingqian's perfect score. Ding Ling happily spills how Bai Jiaoliang always looked down on Li Qingqian, and how today's results left him too embarrassed to even meet her eyes. Only after venting does Ding Ling notice Jian Qingli standing there, and the air turns awkward immediately. Jian Qingli quickly pushes past the awkwardness and asks again to join their team, this time aiming the request at Ding Ling because she seems softer to pressure. Ding Ling wants to refuse on the spot, but she cannot get the words out and instinctively looks to Li Qingqian for help. Li Qingqian steps in without hesitation and flatly tells Jian Qingli that their team is already full. For Li Qingqian, that refusal closes the door for good, because he already offered her 2 chances before she chose to mock him instead. The rejection leaves Jian Qingli looking like she has taken a heavy blow, her face strained white on the walk home. Once she gets home, Jian Qingli finally breaks down in tears to Huang Jingjing, hurt that Li Qingqian no longer indulges her, and convinced he mocked her on purpose. Huang Jingjing tells her daughter the truth she has already sensed herself. Li Qingqian and even Chenli are not the same people anymore, so the only choice is to adapt. Next door, the mood is the exact opposite, and Chenli comes home humming happily before heading straight into the kitchen to make her son something good. Li Qingqian wastes no time, takes his laptop to his room, and quietly savors the feeling that today's results finally changed his fate for real. Still grounded, he reminds himself that everything came from the master of all professions game, and decides to carefully plan what comes next. He opens his personal interface and reviews his boosted stats, 3 level 9 professions, mastered profession skills, and an experience pool above 50,000. The new worker upgrade option leads him into the profession mall, where he immediately locks onto the profession he has wanted all along, software engineer. The requirements are mostly already done, but one crucial step still blocks him. He has to build a C-grade software on his own. Li Qingqian judges that his unfinished Divine Dragon operating system should qualify, but it is too big to finish quickly because even the basic version still needs months of work. So he pivots to a faster target and decides to make his qualifying software by optimizing the Android system instead. He breaks down Android's weakness to himself: too many layers, too much wasted performance, a bloated art virtual machine, and memory and power use that drag phones down over time. Because he has already studied Linux and Android art, he knows exactly where to attack and believes he can raise efficiency by 20% while slashing memory use and power drain in half. He even names the project Divine Dragon Optimization and decides it will do more than unlock a profession, it will become his first real tool to earn money. That decision ties back to the promise driving him since rebirth. After changing his own fate and averting his parents' future accident, he now wants to give them a truly comfortable life. With his goal settled, Li Qingqian opens the Android art virtual machine code and switches on focus and rational thinking together. The massive codebase stops being a wall to him, and under stacked skills he tears through hundreds of thousands of lines with near absurd speed and understanding. Then his worker talent kicks in harder, tool mastery boosts his typing again, and his fingers become a storm of afterimages as he rewrites the code with eerie ease. In Square Group's chairman office, Lu Wendao sits there red-eyed and furious while top lawyer Zhou Wenwu studies the case files. After hearing the details, Zhou Wenwu stops looking relaxed and bluntly warns that Lu Daqian has already crossed into criminal territory. Zhou Wenwu says the key is simple: get Li Qingqian's letter of understanding first, and only then can he try to keep Lu Daqian out of prison. Lu Wendao explodes anyway, calling the whole thing a harmless joke and blaming Li Qingqian for being vicious enough to call the police. Zhou Wenwu quickly reins him back in and warns that if he provokes Li Qingqian now, Lu Daqian will definitely end up behind bars. Forced to swallow his temper for now, Lu Wendao barks for the newly arrived assistant to report on Li Qingqian's family background. The assistant's report reveals that Li Qingqian's parents work at a Ning construction supplies company, with Li Tianlan as a team leader and Chunli as a warehouse manager. The company name clicks in Lu Wendao's head, and he realizes Li Qingqian's parents work under a boss he already knows, President Liang. That discovery pleases him immediately, and Lu Wendao starts thinking about teaching Li Qingqian's parents a lesson after his son is safe. Zhou Wenwu cuts back to the real priority, and reminds him that revenge can wait, but the letter of understanding cannot. Lu Wendao agrees to wait, then gives Zhou Wenwu a budget of up to 100,000 yuan, and tells him to buy Li Qingqian's signature however he can. Back at home, Li Qingqian finishes dinner in a hurry and goes straight back to the computer, fully focused on coding. Chunli aches for him and says his grades are already enough for Divine Dragon University, so there is no need to push this hard for the programming competition. Li Qingqian explains that this code is not really about the contest anymore, but a project he wants to build for himself. A knock on the door interrupts them, and Li Qingqian instantly grows wary that Lu Daqian's family might have come to retaliate. He stops his mother from opening it first and goes himself, confident that his boosted strength can handle trouble if it really starts. From outside, the visitor politely introduces himself as lawyer Zhou Wenwu, and says he is here to mediate the conflict with Lu Daqian. Li Qingqian rejects the mediation on the spot and makes it clear he will not sign any reconciliation letter. Zhou Wenwu keeps talking anyway, saying classmates should not turn a joke into a prison sentence, and that making an enemy here is not worth it. His tone turns darker when he warns that even if Lu Wendao does not act personally, he has the money to make other people hurt Li Qingqian instead. Li Qingqian answers the threat with a cold sneer, but behind him Chunli is clearly rattled by what this could mean for the family. Seeing the pressure land, Zhou Wenwu switches to money and says Lu Wendao is willing to pay 10,000 yuan as compensation if Li Qingqian signs. He even claims Li Qingqian lost nothing, says Lu Daqian has already been embarrassed enough, and tries to sell this as a generous way to end the grudge. For a moment, Chunli wavers and quietly suggests that maybe they should let the matter rest for their own safety. Zhou Wenwu senses weakness and presses harder, saying Lu Daqian is young, jail will ruin his life, and offending Lu Wendao will drag Li Qingqian's parents into retaliation too. That is the line Li Qingqian will not tolerate, and his expression turns completely cold the moment his parents are used as leverage. Li Qingqian cuts him off and says there will be no reconciliation unless Lu Wendao kneels in front of him and begs. Then he says the one thing he hates most is being threatened, especially with his parents, and his fury turns openly violent. Driven by old trauma and fresh rage, Li Qingqian lunges forward, grabs Zhou Wenwu by the collar, and lifts him off the ground with one hand. With Zhou Wenwu dangling there in terror, Li Qingqian warns that anyone who touches his parents will pay with their life. Chunli panics, rushes over, and begs her son to put the lawyer down before this gets even worse. Her voice finally snaps Li Qingqian back to himself, and he drops Zhou Wenwu, repeats the warning, and tells him to get out. Zhou Wenwu is so badly frightened that he bolts for the stairs like a rabbit and decides Lu Wendao can handle this mad teenager himself. Once the door is shut, Chunli pulls Li Qingqian inside and asks what happened to make him suddenly react like that. She tries to reason with him, saying they are just an ordinary family and cannot afford to go head-on with a rich man like Lu Wendao. Li Qingqian says little, sits back at the computer, and throws himself into coding with even more urgency than before. He is not worried about himself anymore, but he knows his parents are ordinary people, so he decides he must finish his software fast, make money, and move them somewhere safe. Chunli stays worried and quietly decides she has to talk to Li Tianlan tonight about how to protect their son. Back in Square Group's office, Zhou Wenwu returns looking rattled and admits he nearly got beaten by Li Qingqian. He twists the story to protect himself, claiming Chunli was almost persuaded, but Li Qingqian suddenly went crazy and attacked before the offer could improve. When Lu Wendao asks about the money, Zhou Wenwu says he started with 10,000 yuan to avoid being overcharged but never got the chance to raise it. Then Zhou Wenwu drops the real spark and says Li Qingqian will only sign if Lu Wendao kneels down and begs him. That insult blows away the last of Lu Wendao's restraint, and he erupts that Li Qingqian must have a death wish. He decides to stop trying to talk through Li Qingqian and instead reaches for a crueler pressure point: the jobs of Li Qingqian's parents. Dialing President Liang of Aning Construction Supplies, Lu Wendao coldly decides Li Qingqian may not understand hardship yet, but his parents will. He tells himself that if Li Qingqian signs now, the 100,000 yuan will just be charity to a dog, but if he still refuses, Lu Wendao will cut off the family's income first. With money and influence on his side, Lu Wendao makes his final decision and vows to show Li Qingqian just how cruel this world can be. At the construction supplies company, Li Tianlan kept grinning under his hard hat as he stared at the screenshot proving Li Qingqian had taken first place with full marks. That happy moment ended fast when Xiaoyu came over and told him President Liang wanted him in the office immediately. When Li Tianlan nervously asked why, Xiaoyu brushed him off with open disgust, clearly unwilling to get too close to a filthy worker. But the moment they reached the luxurious office, Xiaoyu's attitude flipped, and she turned sweet and flattering in front of President Liang. After sending Xiaoyu out, President Liang invited Li Tianlan to sit, and that fake politeness only made him more uneasy. President Liang got to the point and told him Lu Wendao wanted Li Qingqian to sign a letter of understanding so Lu Daqian could avoid prison. Li Tianlan was blindsided, because he had no idea his son had gotten into such a serious conflict at school. He tried to call home first and find out what really happened, but President Liang flatly shut that down. President Liang made it even plainer by warning that Lu Wendao was not someone ordinary people could afford to offend. Then he laid out the bait: 10 bundles of cash and a pre-printed letter, as if the whole thing were already settled. Li Tianlan still asked to understand the situation first, because he did not dare bring home a paper that might hurt his son. That resistance annoyed President Liang, and his polite mask dropped on the spot. President Liang said it outright: either Li Qingqian signs, or both Li Tianlan and Chen Li lose their jobs. He pushed even harder by threatening that Lu Wendao could also ruin their whole family if they still refused. Li Tianlan clenched his fists in humiliation, but the mortgage, the bills, and Li Qingqian's future made the threat feel terrifyingly real. In the end, Li Tianlan swallowed his anger and reached for the letter anyway. Seeing him give in, President Liang smiled and called it a win-win, as if forcing a family into submission were doing them a favor. Once outside the company, Li Tianlan called Chen Li at once and asked what had really happened. Chen Li explained the whole school incident from start to finish, and Li Tianlan finally understood why Li Qingqian had refused before. Even after hearing it all, Li Tianlan said they still had no real choice and told Chen Li to wait until he got home so he could persuade their son himself. Back home, Li Tianlan found Li Qingqian still focused on coding and quietly stepped behind him with the letter in hand. He told his son that Lu Wendao had reached him through the boss, and asked if they should just sign the letter. Li Tianlan admitted he hated this too, but for ordinary people, losing face was still better than losing the roof over their heads. He laid out the family's numbers in plain terms, because if both parents were fired, even the mortgage would collapse on them. But Li Qingqian reacted very differently, because he had already been looking for a chance to get his parents out of that brutal job. Li Qingqian had been quietly selling white truffles to Huang Daliang, and he had already saved 30,000 yuan for exactly this kind of emergency. He told his father to check his messages and sent the 30,000 yuan over on the spot. Li Tianlan was stunned by the amount, and Li Qingqian calmly explained that the money was clean and came from boss Huang. With 2 months of breathing room secured, Li Qingqian said that if President Liang wanted to fire both parents, then let him do it. He also made his position crystal clear. He would only sign if Lu Wendao knelt in front of him and begged. When Li Tianlan worried about what happened after that 30,000 yuan ran out, Li Qingqian answered with another bold promise. Li Qingqian said next month's junior informatics competition prize was 100,000 yuan, and he spoke as if that money was already his. Before Li Tianlan could argue further, President Liang called to demand why the letter still was not signed after half an hour. President Liang was not just calling to nag, he barked that President Lu was still waiting and ordered Li Tianlan to hurry up, pushing the family even harder through the phone. Li Tianlan tried to answer carefully, but Li Qingqian had heard enough and snatched the phone away. Li Qingqian directly told President Liang he would never sign, that his parents were resigning, and that Liang had better learn to speak to his father with respect. On the other end, President Liang exploded, furious that a teenager had dared to talk back to him like that. He sneered that Li Qingqian wanted to warn him in person, so he would go give the boy that chance face to face. The car was not empty either, because President Liang had brought 3 burly young men with him. The men mocked Li Qingqian as a fearless brat and acted like handling an ordinary family would be easy work. President Liang still warned them not to go too far, because he wanted pressure and obedience, not a bigger legal mess. They answered like seasoned thugs, saying a few hard slaps and some threats would be more than enough to break the family. Laughing about how lightly they would get punished even if the police came, The group headed straight for Li Qingqian's home with ferocious faces. At home, Li Tianlan sees President Liang arrive with 4 burly men and immediately realizes the trouble has come to their door. Li Tianlan tells Chun Li to hide their son, but Li Qingqian refuses to back down because he knows showing weakness to President Liang will only invite more bullying. The pounding starts at the door, and President Liang bellows from outside that they had better open up before he kicks it in. While his parents freeze, Li Qingqian suddenly rushes over and yanks the door open first. The door swings open so suddenly that President Liang stumbles at the threshold and loses all his swagger for a second. Li Tianlan hurriedly tries to smooth things over, but the humiliated President Liang answers by swinging a full-force slap at Li Qingqian. With his boosted agility, Li Qingqian sees the slap like slow motion and drives a kick into President Liang's stomach first. President Liang crashes into the stairwell wall and drops in agony, and even Li Tianlan and Chun Li are left staring at what Li Qingqian just did. Even with his parents yelling for him to come back, Li Qingqian walks straight toward President Liang instead of retreating. Once the men around him pull him upright, President Liang hides in their cover and orders them to kill Li Qingqian. 2 of the thugs charge together and throw punches at Li Qingqian's face. Li Qingqian catches both incoming fists in midair and locks the 2 attackers in place so completely they cannot even yank free. When the 2 men swing with their free hands, Li Qingqian twists the arms he already caught and forces both attackers down to their knees in screaming pain. Seeing their companions fold in seconds, President Liang and the last thug finally look truly afraid of the silent teenager in front of them. Li Qingqian coldly warns President Liang to remember this and get lost, making it clear he is capable of anything if pushed again. He even pats President Liang on the shoulder and demands every cent of his parents' unpaid wages, turning the whole confrontation around. After Li Qingqian pulls his parents back inside, the men outside finally collapse and President Liang can only mutter that they need the hospital first. Across the hall, Huang Jingjing and Jian Qingli finally breathe again after watching the whole thing through the peephole. Huang Jingjing is amazed that skinny-looking Li Qingqian beat down 4 burly men so easily, and she half-jokingly envies Chun Li for having a son like that. Jian Qingli is even more deeply shaken, because seeing Li Qingqian protect his family like a hero suddenly makes him feel powerful and safe to her. The next chapter opens at Square Group, where Lu Wendao is stunned to hear President Liang and his men were beaten into the hospital without getting Li Qingqian's forgiveness letter. Once he confirms the story is real, Lu Wendao realizes Li Qingqian is not just top-tier academically but also far tougher than he expected. What pushes him over the edge is hearing that Li Qingqian wants him to kneel and beg in person for that letter of understanding. Even so, Lu Wendao still tells President Liang to rest and promises to take care of the business order, because he cannot afford to alienate allies now. Beside him, lawyer Zhou Wenwu pointedly reminds him that force already failed once before and only made Li Qingqian harder to deal with. Zhou Wenwu then gives the real pressure point. The evidence against Lu Daqiang is solid, and prosecution could start within days if they do nothing. His practical answer is brutal but simple. If Lu Wendao wants to save his son, he probably has to go apologize to Li Qingqian himself. Lu Wendao explodes at the idea of apologizing to an ordinary high school student, because the humiliation matters almost as much to him as the case. But Zhou Wenwu cuts through that pride with one line: if he refuses, his son goes to jail. Cornered at last, Lu Wendao deflates on the sofa and bitterly agrees to visit Li Qingqian and apologize the next day. Early the next morning, Li Qingqian can see that his parents are anxious because last night's clash means their jobs at Ning Construction Supplies are effectively over. Their plan is simple and practical: collect their things from the company first, then help Li Qingqian register a new business so they do not become his burden. Li Qingqian reassures them with unusual confidence, but he is also genuinely worried about the 2 of them going out alone after what happened. After his parents leave, Li Qingqian heads out for school and finds Jian Qingli already waiting in the corridor, dressed up and smiling at him. Jian Qingli admits she was waiting for him, trying to return the attention he once gave her, but Li Qingqian answers with calm distance instead of warmth. His cool reaction stings Jian Qingli badly, but she swallows it and follows him downstairs anyway. Downstairs, Ding Ling is already waiting, and the moment she spots Jian Qingli behind him, she moves in fast. Ding Ling boldly grabs Li Qingqian's hand and hugs his arm to her chest, openly staking her claim right in front of Jian Qingli. Jian Qingli can only grit her teeth in silence, realizing too late that while she hesitated and judged him, someone else stepped into the place she abandoned. Still holding his arm, Ding Ling smoothly switches to business and tells Li Qingqian the programming competition preliminary is next Monday at Tianbao City's Big Data Center. She adds that the school will take them together, and Tian Wenming will brief them at noon, finishing with a clingy little order for Li Qingqian to wait for her call. On the way to school, Jian Qingli suddenly admits she saw Li Qingqian beat back 4 burly men at his house the night before, and her admiration is obvious. Ding Ling is jolted by the news and hurriedly checks Li Qingqian for injuries, only relaxing a little when she sees he is unharmed. Pressed by the 2 girls, Li Qingqian briefly explains that Lu Daqiang's father wants a signed letter of understanding, and the men from last night were sent to force him into it. He brushes off the attackers as weak and says with hard confidence that they are not capable of hurting him. Ding Ling warns that Lu Wendao has a nasty reputation at school, including sending a classmate to be beaten and harassed until he transferred away in fear. Still shaken, Ding Ling suggests calling the police, but Li Qingqian only gives a cold little smile and says Lu Wendao will not get his way. When the girls ask what he means, Li Qingqian keeps it to himself and says they will understand soon, because he has already prepared for Lu Wendao's next move. The reason for his confidence is brutal. After worrying Lu Wendao might target his parents, Li Qingqian hacked the man's phone and computer overnight. What he found made his blood run cold. Lu Wendao planned to fake an apology, get the letter signed, and then stage a car accident to wipe out Li Qingqian's whole family. Furious, he dug deeper and pulled up a stash of hidden criminal evidence, enough to bury both Lu Wendao and Lu Daqiang. A little later, the walk to school narrows into a deserted tree-lined alley, and Lu Wendao is already standing in the middle of the path waiting for them. Behind Lu Wendao stand Zhou Wenwu, President Liang, the same enforcers from last night, and more than 20 tattooed thugs, enough to scare passers-by into turning around. Li Qingqian and the two girls come around the corner still talking, and Ding Ling and Jian Qingli go pale the instant they see the trap ahead. Li Qingqian quietly pulls his hand away from Ding Ling, tells them to wait for him, and studies the setup with narrowed eyes. Before they can retreat, more burly men appear behind them and seal the alley shut, trapping the three of them from both ends. The girls are trembling now, and Ding Ling can barely ask what they are supposed to do. Seeing Li Qingqian cornered with two girls beside him, Lu Wendao strolls over smugly and decides this time the boy will not dare fight back. When Ding Ling asks who this is, Li Qingqian answers in a low voice that the man in front of them is Lu Wendao, Lu Daqiang's father. Li Qingqian keeps his guard up and asks what Lu Wendao wants, fully aware he cannot cut loose while the girls are in danger. Lu Wendao smiles without a trace of sincerity, and says he is only here to apologize, then immediately orders that the letter be brought over for Li Qingqian to sign. At Lu Wendao's order, Zhou Wenwu reluctantly steps forward and hands the letter of understanding toward Li Qingqian while the two girls shrink behind him in fear. Then Lu Wendao turns the pressure into humiliation, tossing 10 bundles of cash onto the ground and mocking Li Qingqian to bend down and pick them up himself. When Li Qingqian still does not move, Lu Wendao drops the fake politeness, barks for him to sign, and the thugs around them all step in closer. He makes the threat explicit next, warning that if Li Qingqian refuses, the consequences will fall on the two girls standing behind him. Lu Wendao gets uglier and says it would be a shame if the girls' faces were accidentally cut, using their fear to crush Li Qingqian into submission. To savor the surrender, he raises his hand, announces a 10-second deadline, and starts counting down in front of everyone. As the numbers fall, Jian Qingli breaks first and begs Li Qingqian to just sign because she is terrified. Ding Ling is just as frightened, but instead of backing away she grabs Li Qingqian tightly and stays with him. Li Qingqian says nothing and keeps staring at Lu Wendao, while President Liang and the other men grin with mean little revenge on their faces. By the time Lu Wendao counts down to 5 and 4, the thugs are already edging in and everyone expects Li Qingqian to fold. Instead, Li Qingqian finally speaks and calmly asks Lu Wendao if he really thinks everything is under control. Lu Wendao answers with pure contempt and keeps counting, convinced Li Qingqian is only bluffing now. Then Li Qingqian starts reciting Lu Wendao's buried crimes out loud, beginning with the dead girl Yuping, and Lu Wendao's smug face finally starts to crack. As Li Qingqian adds the case of the crippled worker Wang Shi and the hidden Longmen construction disaster, Lu Wendao's calm finally starts to slip. Li Qingqian keeps pressing, asking if Lu Wendao really believes there is no evidence left and no one can ever pin those crimes on him. Lu Wendao forces himself to keep going anyway, reaches one, and gives Li Qingqian a last vicious chance to save the girls by signing. Before the gang can move, sirens tear through the alley and police rush in from both ends, ordering everyone to stop and put their hands on their heads. Panic breaks out for a second, but the alley is sealed and there is nowhere to run. Lu Wendao immediately tries to talk his way out, claiming they were just passing through on the way to a construction site and only happened to run into Li Qingqian. He pushes the lie further, saying he was apologizing over his son's case and asking Li Qingqian to sign a letter, while obviously cueing his own side to repeat it. The group instantly catches his meaning, parrots the same story, and squats on the ground with their hands on their heads like obedient innocents. Only Lu Wendao stays standing, and he even leans close to promise Li Qingqian they are not finished, and he will come after him again. Li Qingqian just laughs and tells him he will not get another chance. The next second, 2 officers slam Lu Wendao to the ground first, and he blurts out his title as if being chairman of Square Group can still protect him. Instead of letting him talk his way out, the police cuff him and formally arrest him for the suspected murder of Yuping. Hearing the charge, Lu Wendao starts trembling and insists Yuping died of alcohol poisoning, but his denial lands badly now. The officer in charge is Wang Limin, and he coldly tells Lu Wendao the police already have conclusive evidence, leaving the squatting men shocked behind them. Then the real trap is revealed when Wang Limin thanks Li Qingqian for providing the key video evidence that finally let them catch Lu Wendao. Li Qingqian had not just found the evidence overnight, he also stayed connected to Wang Limin and shared his live location all morning so the police could catch Lu Wendao in the act. Wang Limin even says that by using himself as bait, Li Qingqian made the arrest and prosecution much easier. That is when Lu Wendao finally understands everything and looks at Li Qingqian with raw hatred, knowing the boy handed both the evidence and the arrest to the police. A beat later, that hatred curdles into regret as Lu Wendao realizes that if he had sincerely apologized, he might never have ended up here. Before leaving, Wang Limin thanks Li Qingqian again and hints that his superiors are impressed, so a surprise may be coming soon. The police start hauling the group away, and Lu Wendao throws Li Qingqian one last vicious glare before being pushed into the police vehicle. President Liang and the others who came to enjoy Li Qingqian's humiliation are suddenly the ones hanging their heads, too ashamed to meet his eyes. Zhou Wenwu looks even worse, practically on the verge of tears as he realizes this stunt will likely cost him his law license. When the police finally leave, only Li Qingqian, Ding Ling, and Jian Qingli remain in the quiet alley, and the two girls are still standing there in shock with their hearts racing. After Lu Wendao finally left, Li Qingqian let out a long breath, because he had been carrying the fear of facing a real murderer the whole time. Recovering that deleted video had convinced Li Qingqian that Lu Wendao was too dangerous to handle quietly, especially with his own parents being ordinary people. That was why he had decided the moment he saw the evidence that reporting Lu Wendao was the only way to protect his family and live in peace. Once the others were gone, Jian Qingli finally vented and snapped that Li Qingqian should have warned her before dragging her into something that terrifying. Ding Ling was upset too, and she sternly told Li Qingqian not to pull something like that again. Her tough tone collapsed a second later when Ding Ling admitted her legs had gone soft and asked Li Qingqian to hold her. Jian Qingli immediately stepped in too, but her body was just as stiff, and she had to hook her arms around Li Qingqian's neck to stop herself from collapsing. Seeing Jian Qingli pressed against him made Ding Ling bristle on the spot. Jian Qingli complained again that this mess was his fault, still upset and humiliated by how badly she had been shaken. Li Qingqian helped Jian Qingli up with one arm but kept her at arm's length, making his boundary clear without dropping her. That small bit of distance stung Jian Qingli, and the sadness in her eyes showed she understood exactly what he was doing. Ding Ling inwardly judged Jian Qingli as opportunistic, but she relaxed the moment Li Qingqian refused to get close to her again. Without waiting for him, Ding Ling hugged Li Qingqian's arm to her chest and quietly reclaimed her sense of safety. With the awkward scene still hanging in the air, Li Qingqian hurried everyone along so they would not be late for school. After reaching school, Li Qingqian got leave from teacher Wang and headed straight for the library with his laptop instead of bothering with class. For him, regular lessons were already pointless, because his school knowledge skills were complete, and coding now earned even better returns. He also knew last night had cost him valuable time, because chasing evidence against Lu Wendao had delayed the software work he really wanted to finish. Back in class 5 after a lesson, a chubby curly-haired boy named Zhao Peng rushed in looking for Li Qingqian. When Qingqian asked what was going on, Zhao Peng teased him with breaking news and said Li Qingqian had done something huge. He revealed that Lu Wendao, Lu Daqian's powerful father, had been arrested that morning too. Qingqian could hardly believe a man as rich and connected as Lu Wendao had actually been taken down. Zhao Peng lowered his voice and said the police had arrested Lu Wendao for murder, thanks to crucial evidence and direct help from Li Qingqian. Then he dropped the part everyone cared about most. The police were supposedly pushing to award Li Qingqian a provincial bravery medal worth 20 bonus points on the college entrance exam. The room instantly filled with envy, because 20 points could change thousands of lives, even if it barely mattered for someone already scoring full marks like Li Qingqian. That envy quickly turned into exaggerated awe when someone joked that Li Qingqian could become the first student to score a ridiculous 770. By the end of the chatter, one classmate was already joking that Li Qingqian deserved a new nickname, Awesomely. Once the noise died down, Qingqian called Zhao Peng out, because he knew this lazy friend would not run over just to gossip. Zhao Peng admitted he did need to find Li Qingqian for something urgent, but he refused to explain what yet. Qingqian finally told him Li Qingqian had gone to the library to prepare for next week's junior informatics competition. When Qingqian casually asked about the programming selection test, Zhao Peng's mood crashed and he admitted he had only ranked 19th out of 21. He tried to save face by inviting Qingqian to play games after school, then hurried off before the teasing could get worse. As soon as he was out, Zhao Peng revealed his real goal to himself. He wanted to talk his way into the last slot on Li Qingqian's competition team. His uncle at the police station had tipped him off that Li Qingqian's computer skills were so strong that joining his team could seriously raise Zhao Peng's odds of placing well. He had also heard Li Qingqian built the data recovery software in less than a night, and that even the police cyber experts were stunned by it. By the time he reached the next corridor, Zhao Peng had already decided Bai Jiaoyang was nowhere near Li Qingqian's level. Then he spotted Bai Jiaoyang walking confidently nearby and guessed he was probably on his way to find Jian Qingli, his teammate. That sight reminded Zhao Peng of the rumor that Jian Qingli had once turned down Li Qingqian, and he felt lucky her rejection might leave an opening for him instead. At the same time outside Class 5, Bai Jiaoyang excitedly called Jian Qingli out to tell her Tian Wenming had arranged special one-on-one training for them in Tianbao City. He proudly explained that their new mentor would be He Jinghua, a computer science PhD teaching at Qianling University, and that they were supposed to leave for Tianbao today. Bai Jiaoyang was thrilled not just about the stronger coaching, but also because traveling alone with Jian Qingli felt like a perfect chance to get closer to her. Jian Qingli answered calmly that she needed to ask her mother first, but the question she really cared about was whether Li Qingqian would be going too. Bai Jiaoyang admitted Tian Wenming had not mentioned Li Qingqian, then quickly comforted himself by insisting Li Qingqian's practical skills were probably too weak for high-level training anyway. Jian Qingli only gave a faint reply, and the brief disappointment in her eyes showed that answer was not what she wanted. Bai Jiaoyang quickly moved on and revealed their side had confirmed a new teammate, He Hongyan, a transferred student said to be highly skilled and very arrogant. He added that He Hongyan was Dr. He's son, and that this connection was the reason they even got access to the Tianbao training at all. That finally hooked Jian Qingli, and she asked how He Hongyan's level compared with Bai Jiaoyang's. Bai Jiaoyang repeated Tian Wenming's claim that He Hongyan might be even better than him, but his face made it obvious he did not really accept that yet. Instead of worrying her, the news made Jian Qingli brighten, because a stronger team meant a much better shot at the national top 50. She was especially satisfied because Li Qingqian had already made it clear he had no intention of taking her onto his own team. Now she wanted this team to be strong enough to beat Li Qingqian's side everywhere, and prove he was not the only gifted one around. Bai Jiaoyang happily backed that up, saying Tian Wenming believed their chances of making the national top 50 were now very high. He kept pushing the comparison further, hinting that unlike Li Qingqian, he could actually help Jian Qingli reach Divine Dragon University. Jian Qingli understood exactly what he meant, but she only gave him a simple nod and left it there. Meanwhile in the library, Li Qingqian finally paused his flying hands and looked out the window to rest his eyes. He was being strict about resting his eyes this time, because he remembered how miserable short-sightedness felt and did not want it coming back. After the short break, his attention returned to the Divine Dragon optimization code on the laptop screen. A system notice appeared for him alone and showed the software was now 65% complete. Seeing that number, he clicked his tongue inwardly and knew last night's detour had cost him a chance to push the project much further. At this pace, he estimated the beta version would not be finished until Sunday. That thought pulled his mind to the software engineer profession, because he remembered its mental coding skill could turn coding speed into something absurd. Instead of getting distracted, he used that idea as fuel and threw himself back into the software with renewed focus. Right then, Zhao Peng arrived at the library in a rush and came up to Li Qingqian's desk, still breathing hard from running over. But the moment he saw Li Qingqian typing, Zhao Peng froze, because the speed in front of him was far beyond anything he expected. In just a breath, more than 10 long lines of code appeared and rolled upward, faster than Zhao Peng could even read them. Zhao Peng could only stare and think Li Qingqian's hand speed was absurd, with no idea how anyone could train that kind of dexterity. In the library, Zhao Peng watches Li Qingqian code nonstop for 20 minutes and is left staring at a speed he can barely believe. What really crushes Zhao Peng is that Li Qingqian never stops to fix a single line, so this does not look like blind mashing at all. Once Li Qingqian finally pauses, Zhao Peng rushes in and asks the question he came for: is there still one slot left on the team? Li Qingqian does not answer right away and instead calmly asks how Zhao Peng knows him, why he wants in, and what he can actually bring. Zhao Peng answers with embarrassing honesty. Li Qingqian's full marks made him famous, and joining this team feels like his best shot at reaching Divine Dragon University. When Zhao Peng says he already knows Li Qingqian's programming is strong, Li Qingqian's expression hardens because almost nobody should know that yet. Zhao Peng nervously reveals that his uncle works in the Municipal Bureau's Internet Security Department, and that is where he heard about Li Qingqian. With that mystery cleared up, Li Qingqian asks the practical question again and pushes Zhao Peng to state his real usefulness. Zhao Peng awkwardly skips boasting about his coding and admits his best assets are quick hands and knowing Tianbao's city well. That one detail lights Li Qingqian up, because he suddenly sees Zhao Peng not as a rival programmer but as a perfect extra pair of hands. Li Qingqian drills down into typing speed and C language, and Zhao Peng quickly proves he at least has the basic foundation. Instead of giving a formal yes, Li Qingqian tells Zhao Peng to sit down and show what he can do. Li Qingqian immediately rejects Zhao Peng's own coding attempt and turns him into a live input tool by dictating code for him to type. As the dictation continues, Zhao Peng is completely overwhelmed by how monstrous Li Qingqian's speed and control really are. 3 hours later, the Divine Dragon optimization software hits 75%, and Li Qingqian can see the extra helper is already speeding the project up. Li Qingqian quietly recalculates the schedule and realizes that with Zhao Peng helping, he can finish on Saturday instead of Sunday. When they leave the library, Li Qingqian looks perfectly energized, but Zhao Peng trails after him like he has been wrung dry. Li Qingqian tells the exhausted Zhao Peng to go rest, but Zhao Peng stubbornly insists on following him to Teacher Tian's office until he sees his own name secured. Li Qingqian reassures him that nobody at school values his team's slot much anyway, because all the attention is on Bai Jiaoyang's stronger lineup. Even so, Li Qingqian has already made his choice. Zhao Peng is sincere, useful, and too practical to waste, so he will keep him. Zhao Peng, now fully convinced, praises Li Qingqian like a believer and swears the competition results will shock everyone who underestimated him. Then Li Qingqian casually says that after registration they can head straight back to the library and keep coding all afternoon. Zhao Peng nearly breaks on the spot, and when he asks what this torture project even is, Li Qingqian just answers that it is an Android app. In Teacher Tian Wenming's office, both competition teams are already seated on opposite sofas when Li Qingqian arrives with Zhao Peng. Ding Ling asks who the new guy is, and Zhao Peng quickly introduces himself as the newest member of Li Qingqian's team. Li Qingqian backs him up, and Ding Ling gives a cool welcome even though she is secretly pleased that the team is now full. Across the room, Jian Qingli fumes because Li Qingqian rejected her again and again, yet somehow accepted this fat little outsider instead. She talks herself into accepting by Jiaoyang's team and even starts hoping Li Qingqian crashes out in the preliminaries just to humble him. Closest to Teacher Tian sits a tall, pale boy named He Hongyun, reading a technical book and barely sparing Li Qingqian a glance before dismissing him. He Hongyun has already decided Li Qingqian is just a theory-heavy bookworm, and in programming he does not consider him a real opponent at all. Once everyone is assembled, Teacher Tian announces the first matter. He Hongyun has joined by Jiaoyang's team and should greatly raise their chances. As Teacher Tian lists his open-source work and software experience, He Hongyun basks in it and answers the room with nothing but a proud little nod. Teacher Tian then turns to Li Qingqian's side and asks him to introduce the new teammate he brought. Li Qingqian introduces Zhao Peng in the bluntest way possible, saying he is good at typing and can help him. The room reacts exactly how Zhao Peng fears, with laughter, eye rolls, and instant contempt for a teammate introduced like a keyboard machine. Flustered, Zhao Peng scrambles to save face by adding that he also has a level 2 C language certificate. But because Li Qingqian already framed him so badly, almost nobody in the room takes Zhao Peng seriously anyway. Teacher Tian moves to the second matter and says the Monday preliminary will be in the Provincial Big Data Center, so he wants everyone to leave this afternoon. Bai Jiaoyang agrees immediately, but Li Qingqian raises his hand and says he cannot leave yet and wants to join them on Sunday instead. Teacher Tian does not agree yet and says Li Qingqian should hear the third matter before deciding. The third matter is a major one. Teacher Tian has arranged 2 full days of training in Tianbao City with computer science PhD Professor He Jinghua. Teacher Tian stresses that the class runs from Saturday morning to Sunday afternoon, and missing it would mean throwing away a rare chance to improve before the contest. Hearing his father's name praised, He Hongyun gets even more arrogant and sits there like the room should already be impressed. Li Qingqian still refuses, because to him the training is pointless and he needs leave for the bureau work he already promised and the software he wants to finish fast. That answer instantly rubs He Hongyun the wrong way, and he glares at Li Qingqian like a fool is wasting an honor other people would beg for. Bai Jiaoyang also reads Li Qingqian's insistence as arrogance or weakness, and quietly decides it is better if this troublemaker does not come along. Then the meeting takes another turn when Jian Qingli suddenly speaks up and says she wants to apply for leave too. When Jian Qingli asks for leave from the Tianbao training, Bai Jiaoyang's excitement crashes on the spot because the whole trip mattered to him mostly for a chance to be alone with her. Ding Ling follows Li Qingqian's lead and asks for leave too, since programming training would be pointless for her. Zhao Peng quickly joins them and asks for leave as well, planning to meet Teacher Tian later in Tianbao with Li Qingqian. Teacher Tian approves the leave without a fuss, then firmly warns Li Qingqian's group to reach Tianbao City before 3 p.m. on Sunday and stay out of trouble on the way. As the others are dismissed for lunch, Teacher Tian keeps He Hongyun and Bai Jiaoyang behind. He Hongyun takes the leave request as an insult and blames Li Qingqian for setting the tone, his resentment getting uglier by the second. Bai Jiaoyang sinks even lower when he starts suspecting Jian Qingli skipped the trip because of Li Qingqian. That bitter suspicion hardens into a goal, and Bai Jiaoyang swears he will beat Li Qingqian in the competition to prove himself to Jian Qingli. That afternoon in the library, Li Qingqian finally stops typing and sees the Divine Dragon optimization software has reached 87% completion. He tells the exhausted Zhao Peng to go eat first, and Zhao Peng instantly perks up before panicking that more coding might still be coming. Li Qingqian teases him for a moment, then relents and says the coding ends for today. Zhao Peng bolts out of the library before Li Qingqian can change his mind, desperate to escape another round as a human typing machine. Once Zhao Peng is gone, Li Qingqian turns back to his chat window and sees Qin Datong still asking about the data restoration software. Qin Datong explains that the municipal bureau has let suspects walk because damaged hard drives kept critical evidence locked away, and even hired experts still could not recover it. But when Qin Datong tried Li Qingqian's first version that morning, he was left staring at a bare black command-style screen with no prompts and no clue how to run it. He finally admits defeat and asks Li Qingqian to write operating instructions, because even with a programming background he still cannot use the thing. Li Qingqian immediately spots the real problem. He built the tool only for speed and his own use, so ordinary users would need far too much training just to operate it. Instead of writing a clumsy manual, he tells Qin Datong to give him 2 hours and promises to rewrite the software so it can be used properly. Qin Datong answers with real stakes. If the software works, the municipal bureau will not take it for free and will pay Li Qingqian a proper price. Li Qingqian accepts the offer without false modesty and closes the chat, because now the job is to make the tool truly usable. With the core recovery engine already finished, he starts rebuilding the front end so the software can guide a normal user step by step. He adds the practical pieces one by one: a visible hard disk display, a restoration button, and clear file sorting, preview, and export functions after recovery. He also remembers one more business-minded fix and plans software authorization, so his work cannot just be copied and used by anyone. To polish the details, Li Qingqian checks several well-known recovery programs online and quietly steals the best interface ideas. Then he activates focus and rational thinking, dropping into the cold, fast mental state that lets his plan run almost like machine logic. He flashes one brief regret that without the software engineer profession's thinking coding skill, he still has to type everything by hand. Even so, tool mastery kicks in, and his fingers explode across the keyboard with a speed that looks almost unnatural. Under that burst of concentration and dexterity, the new software interface takes shape at startling speed. An hour later, just as focus and rational thinking fade, the system declares the Divine Dragon data restoration software complete at 100% with a D+ rating. He smiles because the tool is finally done, and its new interface is simple enough that any literate user can just follow the prompts and run recovery. After testing and finding no bugs, Li Qingqian sends the installation package straight to Qin Datong. He follows up with a message explaining that he added a simple interface and wants Qin Datong to see if it now meets the bureau's needs. But the D+ grade still nags at him, because it means this software is not enough to unlock the software engineer profession he really wants. Since even famous international recovery programs only rank at E grade, Li Qingqian admits his result is strong, but he still sets his sights back on the optimization software as his real path to C grade. At the municipal bureau, Qin Datong receives the updated software and opens it immediately, too impatient to waste a second. This time the interface is clear, and Qin Datong can finally understand exactly how to use the program. He calls Xiaochen to bring over the old test hard disk from the earlier Jingwa Data Company demo, because now he wants a direct comparison. As word spreads through the office, the rest of the team crowds in too, all curious to see whether Li Qingqian's reputation is actually real. Qin Datong shuts down the chatter and assigns formal tests for normal deletion, partition deletion, formatting, overwritten files, and device compatibility. The team breaks apart and gets to work, turning the office into a full stress test for Li Qingqian's software. Old Qian is the first back, and his report is blunt. For normal deleted files, the software restores everything, keeps the full folder tree, and runs almost as fast as direct copying. He adds one more key detail that makes the result even cleaner. The software restores in read-only mode, so it does not damage the source disk while pulling data back out. Next, Xiaochen arrives looking half-stunned, because even after a partition is deleted, the software restores the partition table, every file in it, and the entire catalog structure with no corruption. To Xiaochen, the speed is so absurd it no longer feels like recovery at all, just copying, and he starts calling the software the Bureau's future secret weapon. Qin Datong reins him in and waits for the harder tests, but his own compatibility check has already shown the software works exceptionally well across SSDs, USB drives, mechanical disks, and even phones. An hour later, Li Jingdong comes in looking rattled by what he just saw. After formatting, the software restores the whole disk as if nothing had ever been erased. What really blows him away is the speed, around 600 megabits per second, when other products boast about figures that now look embarrassingly slow. Compared with the Jingwa Data Company software they saw earlier, Li Jingdong says the difference is like a turtle against a rocket and pushes to buy Li Qingqian's program as long as the price is reasonable. Then Wang Meng arrives with the hardest result of all. Even on formatted disks that were later overwritten, the software still restores everything with only a tiny 0.03% damage rate. Wang Meng puts that number in perspective immediately, because the world's best software only recovers a fraction of such data and usually leaves most of it corrupted. For Wang Meng, the conclusion is simple and huge. This is another world-leading technology, and the Bureau should buy it immediately and reopen the old cases that stalled for lack of extracted evidence. The whole office is left both impressed and irritated in the best way, because Li Qingqian produced this level of software in just one night. With the test data in hand, Qin Datong stops marveling and heads straight for his superior's office, determined to get the Divine Dragon data restoration software purchased. That night at home, Qinli handed Li Qingqian the fresh company registration papers and seal, finally making his software company real. After that, his parents slipped back to their room and quietly searched job ads again, their worry about money written all over their faces. Qinli even found a cleaner job paying just over 2,000 yuan and whispered that she wanted to try for it tomorrow. Li Tianlan immediately pushed back, telling her she used to work in finance and should not force herself into hard manual labor. Qinli shook her head and said they had no room to be picky anymore, because sitting unemployed at home was driving her crazy. Even though they were whispering, Li Qingqian heard every word, and the thought of his mother becoming a cleaner hit him hard. He remembered the promise he made after being reborn, that he would give his parents a good life, not let them wear themselves down for money again. Li Qingqian quickly worked through the numbers and realized the 30,000 yuan he had already given them would not cover a household spending around 10,000 yuan a month for long. He finally understood that his parents could not calmly wait a whole month for his competition prize money, because every day of uncertainty felt unbearable to them. Looking at the newly registered company information, he suddenly found a way to keep them busy and steady the family at the same time. His plan was simple: put Divine Dragon data restoration online like normal software, and start charging users a subscription fee. Right then, Qin Datong sent a message saying the police had finished testing Divine Dragon data restoration and confirmed it was better than anything else on the market. Qin Datong followed up with the question that really mattered now: how much did Li Qingqian want to charge for it? That simple question stalled him, because he knew the software was excellent but had never actually studied how to price it. At the municipal bureau, Qin Datong waited for Li Qingqian's reply when a criminal investigation officer rushed in, pushing for the software right away. The officer bluntly argued that the bureau was not trying to make money, so if the software helped catch criminals, paying for it was worth it. He reminded Qin Datong that the bureau had already paid 200,000 yuan for weaker software before, so buying this better one made perfect sense. Qin Datong finally gave in and messaged Li Qingqian first, cautiously floating an offer of 100,000 yuan a year. Back at home, Li Qingqian was still digging through wildly inconsistent software prices online and getting a headache from how messy the whole market was. He decided that once the company was properly running, he would stick to development and hire someone else to handle pricing and business operations. Then Qin Datong's offer popped up, and the number 100,000 yuan made Li Qingqian's heart jump. He immediately understood that if 100,000 was the first offer, there was probably room to negotiate higher. But once he remembered the bureau wanted the software to solve crimes, he chose not to haggle and accepted the deal as it was. When Qin Datong saw the instant acceptance, he froze in surprise and started feeling guilty about pressing a 17-year-old so hard. The two sides quickly settled the terms and agreed to sign the contract at the municipal bureau the next morning. The criminal investigation side did not waste a second, because 56 old hard drives tied to 37 stalled cases were already waiting to be tested. He swore they would work through the night, restore the data, and finally arrest the people who had slipped away for lack of evidence. Qin Datong joined in without hesitation, just as angry as the investigators that so many guilty people had gone unpunished. Early the next morning, Qin Li and Li Tiaman arrived outside the municipal bureau in place of their son, both nervous but trying to stay composed. The night before, Li Qingqian had explained everything to them, from how the software worked to the chat proving the bureau really wanted to buy it. He also gave them a neat excuse for his absence, saying he could not keep taking leave from school and risk his grades slipping. In truth, Li Qingqian was deliberately sending them to handle the contract so they would stop spiraling over money and start believing he could support the family. At the bureau gate, Li Tiaman called Qin Datong and introduced them as representatives from Divine Dragon Software here to sign the service contract. Qin Datong sounded exhausted on the phone, but there was unmistakable excitement in his voice as he told them he would come down right away. That excitement came from the night's results. Aside from physically damaged drives, Divine Dragon had restored every unreadable hard disk the bureau had been sitting on for years. After checking the restored files, the police found decisive evidence in 36 of the 37 stalled cases, with only one drive turning out unrelated. The criminal investigation chief never slept, driving the whole bureau through a frantic night of arrests as soon as each new piece of evidence came in. By dawn, the bureau had already arrested 39 suspects who had once acted untouchable because the police lacked proof. The suspects only stopped cursing when the recovered surveillance footage was shown to them, and their faces turned gray on the spot. When the criminal investigation side heard Li Qingqian's parents had come instead of Li Qingqian, they decided to go downstairs with Qin Datong and receive them personally. At the entrance, Qin Datong greeted the couple warmly, and the officer beside him showed the same unusual respect. Li Tiaman and Qin Li were so flattered they barely knew how to respond, because they had never been treated like honored guests by police officers before. As they walked inside, the officer thanked them sincerely and said Li Qingqian's software had helped arrest 39 criminals in one night. He made it clear that without Divine Dragon data restoration, those people might have stayed free and kept mocking the bureau for failing to catch them. By the time they reached the meeting room, the couple felt proud of their son but also deeply embarrassed by all the praise. The officer left them there and rushed back to work, because the night's mass arrests still had to be fully processed and reported. Once they sat down, Li Tiaman nervously handed over the printed contract, still half afraid the bureau might back out. Qin Datong read the contract carefully, and the 100,000 yuan price made that old stab of guilt return all over again. He told them to wait a moment, and carried the contract to Chief Zhao for the final signature. In Chief Zhao's office, the criminal investigation side was still excitedly reporting the overnight breakthrough, and for once the usually stern chief looked openly pleased. When Qin Datong entered, the chief praised him too, because the software purchase had just helped crack 36 cold cases in one stroke. Qin Datong tried to push the credit upward, but the chief cut off the flattery and said the biggest contribution belonged to the software itself. Then Qin Datong handed over the contract for signature and admitted the final price was only 100,000 yuan a year, accepted without any bargaining. The chief paused instead of signing, because even he felt that price was too low for software powerful enough to crack so many cases. The other officer immediately backed him up, pointing out that the bureau had paid 200,000 yuan for useless software before, while this one had delivered real results overnight. The chief decided the agreed price could not be changed this year without breaking procedure, but he was not going to let Li Qingqian be shortchanged in every other way too. He ordered Qin Daotong to prepare a formal letter of appreciation in the bureau's name and give him a copy of the software test report. Then he went even further, saying that on Monday he would personally recommend Divine Dragon data restoration to the provincial office and take Qin Daotong along to demonstrate it properly. Qin Daotong and the other officer were stunned, because if the provincial leaders liked the software, a centralized purchase across the province could turn this modest deal into at least 3 million yuan a year. Outside the municipal bureau, Chen Li and Li Tianlan stared at the signed contract and stamped thank you letters, still half convinced this huge deal had actually happened. Chen Li admitted it felt like a dream, and even Li Tianlan, trying to stay composed, could only agree. Then Chen Li's phone chimed, and the 100,000 yuan transfer from the municipal bureau finally landed in her account. Once the money was real, both of them finally relaxed, because this payment meant they did not have to panic so much about finding work anymore. At the Tianbao City Big Data Center Hotel, Bai Jiaoyang and He Hongyun waited in a small conference room for He Jinghua's training to start. Tian Wenming came in after a phone call and told them not to worry, because He Jinghua was finishing business at the Provincial Public Security Bureau and would arrive soon. After telling them to review past competition material first, Tian Wenming left the room again. With the teacher gone, Bai Jiaoyang asked what business He Hongyun's father had at the Public Security Bureau. He Hongyun answered with barely hidden pride, saying his father was negotiating a data restoration software deal worth around 10 million yuan. Bai Jiaoyang was stunned by the price, and He Hongyun leaned into it, making sure he knew the company was his father's. He Hongyun kept bragging that Jinghua's software was the country's top domestic option, with a world-class recovery level and core code his father built almost alone in just 1 year. Bai Jiaoyang envied him openly, and He Hongyun pretended to be modest while making it obvious he thought his father was far beyond everyone else. He Hongyun went further and said this training only happened because of Tian Wenming, as if everyone there was lucky his father had bothered to show up at all. Then he took a shot at Li Qingqian, sneering that an arrogant person like him had missed a rare chance. He Hongyun revealed the real advantage next. His father was one of the competition judges and already understood the general focus of the preliminary round. That instantly hooked Bai Jiaoyang, because targeted review sounded far more valuable than ordinary last-minute coaching. When Bai Jiaoyang asked if He Jinghua really knew the key points, He Hongyun proudly confirmed it. The two of them ended up smugly agreeing that Li Qingqian had just thrown away his best shot at the finals. Back at Tianyi High School's library, Li Qingqian forced himself to pause coding, stood up on schedule, and rested his eyes before the final stretch. When Li Qingqian looked back at the screen and saw Divine Dragon optimization at 99.6%, he knew he was almost there. He turned to the half-dead Zhao Peng and told him to copy over the last code if he was done. Zhao Peng dragged himself into action and complained that Li Qingqian was basically a devil for torturing him like this after only 2 days. Li Qingqian brushed that off and ordered him to stop whining and keep typing. Even while copying the code, Zhao Peng still wanted to know what all this had been for, and Li Qingqian casually called it an Android app. Zhao Peng did not buy that for a second, because he had typed the code himself and knew it was way beyond some ordinary Android app. Li Qingqian only smiled and asked whether Zhao Peng even understood the code he had been typing, which shut him up on the spot. A moment later, the transfer hit 100%, and Li Qingqian saw the message he had been waiting for. Divine Dragon optimization was complete and rated C grade. That result thrilled him, because finishing a C grade program cleared the crucial requirement for him to become a software engineer later. Without wasting time, Li Qingqian asked Zhao Peng for his phone so he could test the new software on a real device. Zhao Peng handed it over, then noticed Li Qingqian's own phone was right there, and immediately got suspicious. Li Qingqian deadpanned that he was afraid his own phone might break during testing, which only made Zhao Peng more confused. In truth, Li Qingqian chose Zhao Peng's old Samsung S9 because its age and lag would make the optimization results impossible to miss. Before installing anything, Li Qingqian used the old phone as is and had Zhao Peng record the baseline results. The baseline was awful, everyday apps lagged badly, and popular games were basically unplayable on Zhao Peng's phone. The benchmark score came out at only 240,000, giving Li Qingqian a clean before and after target. Only after that did Li Qingqian install the 107MB Divine Dragon optimization app onto the phone. As soon as the installation finished, the phone suddenly shut down, and Zhao Peng panicked that it had been bricked. Li Qingqian stayed calm and explained that the restart was part of a deeper system-level optimization, not a crash. A few seconds later, the phone lit up with a golden Divine Dragon icon and a fast-moving progress bar, replacing the familiar Samsung and Android startup logos. The progress bar raced to 100%, the phone restarted again, and the optimized system finished taking over. When it booted properly, a majestic golden dragon appeared with the line produced by Divine Dragon software, and Zhao Peng instantly loved the new startup screen. What shocked Zhao Peng next was the speed, because the phone unlocked in just a few seconds instead of dragging through its old startup delay. At first the phone looked unchanged, but the moment Zhao Peng started swiping, he froze because the lag was completely gone. Li Qingqian told him to repeat the exact same tests as before so the difference would be undeniable. This time WeChat, QQ, TikTok, news apps, and reading apps all opened instantly and ran smoothly without a hint of stutter. The real shock came when Zhao Peng opened games that had been unplayable minutes earlier, and found they now ran smoothly without turning the phone into a furnace. Zhao Peng could hardly believe the phone in his hand was still his own, because the difference felt that extreme. Li Qingqian snapped him out of it and told him to run the ActionToon benchmark again. The new benchmark score jumped to 630,000, more than double the old result, and even a second run came out the same. When Zhao Peng checked memory use, the system stayed absurdly light at about 1.2 gigabytes, proving this was a serious core-level overhaul and not some surface trick. By now Zhao Peng had completely flipped from exhausted helper to awestruck believer, praising Li Qingqian as someone terrifyingly good. Zhao Peng bluntly called Li Qingqian's earlier answer a lie, because this was obviously not just an Android app but a whole phone system compatible with Android. He even compared it favorably to iOS, which made it clear just how highly he now rated Li Qingqian's work. After the praise, Zhao Peng asked the practical question: what was Li Qingqian planning to do with something this powerful? Li Qingqian said his first step was simple: a 1-month free trial, then a small yearly fee per phone, relying on massive user numbers instead of a high price tag. But Li Qingqian also made it clear this was only the beginning, because he still wanted to replace the Linux Core 2 and build a true Divine Dragon mobile system from the ground up. That bigger vision is why Li Qingqian still called the current version an optimization app instead of his finished Divine Dragon operating system. Zhao Peng immediately shifted from hype to caution and warned him to lock the software down before anyone could steal it. He followed that with a sharper warning to register patents fast, including international ones, before the software leaked and someone beat them to it. That advice hit Li Qingqian hard, because he had been ready to release the software directly, and only now realized how risky that would have been. He quietly decided that once the preliminary competition was over, he would find professionals to handle the patents and legal work properly. With the business talk settled for now, Zhao Peng turned back to tomorrow's trip and reminded Li Qingqian not to miss the 10 a.m. high-speed rail. Zhao Peng was not worried about the contest itself anymore, because after watching Li Qingqian build something like this, he felt victory would just fall into their hands. Li Qingqian simply agreed to meet at the station tomorrow, ending the night with his software finished and the competition just one step away. At the hotel conference room in Tianbao City's big data center, Dr. He finally begins marking the competition's key review points after making everyone wait all day. By Jiaoyang hurriedly copies every word, secretly thrilled because Dr. He circles several unexpected test areas he never studied. When He Hongyun asks why he came so late, He Jinghua proudly reveals he was held up by provincial bureau leaders who demanded a live software demo. The demo clearly impressed them, and He Jinghua is already imagining a massive province-wide police contract worth more than 20 million yuan. Then He Jinghua asks about Li Qingqian, because teacher Tian had told him that one more gifted student was supposed to be here. Bai Jiaoyang explains that Li Qingqian took leave for something important, and will only arrive tomorrow at noon. He Hongyun immediately turns that absence into an insult, sneering that Li Qingqian is so arrogant he did not even bother with Dr. He's class. He piles on by saying Li Qingqian even scored full marks on Tianyi Hai's programming theory test, and now acts like no one here is worth his time. He Jinghua outwardly tells his son to let it go, but Li Qingqian's name still sticks in his mind in a bad way. Bai Jiaoyang catches the nasty edge in He Hongyun's words and quietly realizes this classmate is a lot more petty than he looks. Back home, Li Qingqian walks into a completely different mood and finds his parents chatting happily instead of worrying about money. The 100,000 yuan payment has finally taken the pressure off, and Li Qingqian can see the relief on both of their faces. He sits down and devours the noodles his mother prepared while Chunli excitedly starts replaying the whole day for him. Chunli can barely believe they received 100,000 yuan in one transfer, and she is still glowing from the shock of it. She proudly tells him even the municipal bureau treated them with rare respect, with Captain Qin and Captain Wang personally receiving and seeing them off. Chunli says the officers praised Li Qingqian so much that she almost got embarrassed, and her pride as his mother is written all over her face. After dinner, Li Qingqian slips back to his room with one thought in mind. The real reason he rushed to finish Divine Dragon optimization was to unlock a new profession. Now that the app is finished, he finally calls up the profession mall and chooses to become a software engineer. The system confirms every requirement is complete, spends 50,000 experience points, and officially gives Li Qingqian the software engineer profession. The next screen immediately reminds him this profession is no joke, because the first level alone now needs a brutal 100,000 experience points. Even so, he does not hesitate, because the whole point of this push was the first software engineer skill he has wanted from the start, mental coding. He spends another 100,000 experience, raises software engineer to level 1, and finally obtains the mental coding skill. The skill description is exactly as outrageous as he hoped. For a stamina cost, his brain waves can send code directly into a computer. Li Qingqian instantly sees the real value of it. Once typing is gone as a bottleneck, his only limit will be how fast his brain can think. Because novice mental coding only lasts 1 minute, he immediately upgrades the skill again to competent, and stretches it to 5 minutes. That huge upgrade spree leaves him with only about 70,000 experience points, a sharp reminder that his stockpile is almost gone. Instead of brooding over that, he opens the unfinished core file of the Divine Dragon operating system and decides to test the new skill for real. He stacks focus and rational thinking first, saving those boosts for this exact moment before activating mental coding. The instant mental coding kicks in, his body starts twitching violently, but he also senses a direct channel linking his mind to the laptop. He pushes code from his mind into the machine, and the screen erupts with scrolling symbols at a speed no normal typing could ever match. The raw numbers are absurd, but Li Qingqian quickly realizes the new limit is not his hands anymore, it is how fast he can think through the code itself. He gets hooked on that freedom anyway and burns through mental coding 3 times in a row, coding like a madman until his stamina hits the floor. When he finally stops, 15 minutes of mental coding has done work that would normally take him about a week on the operating system core. The moment he drops out of that hyper-rational state, the backlash crashes in and his whole body lights up with pain. He is furious at the skill's so-called slight discomfort, because in reality he is pale, shaking, starving, dizzy, and barely able to stand. He has to wait for the tiniest bit of stamina to come back before he can even move, then drags himself up to eat medicinal wolfberries. The wolfberries slowly bring color back to his face, and the near disaster scares him into promising he will never drain himself like that again without recovery items ready. That brush with danger also pushes him to think again about the farmer path, because one day he may need a proper source of restoration and stamina support. More urgently, Li Qingqian decides he has to get a brainwave receiver as soon as possible, because that device should both extend mental coding and stop the terrible side effects. He also works out the reason for the twitching and makes one more hard rule for himself. Until he gets that receiver, he absolutely cannot use mental coding in public. At 2:30 the next afternoon, Li Qingqian's group arrived at the data center hotel conference room dragging their luggage in for the competition meetup. Bai Jiaoyang immediately lit up at Jian Qingli's arrival and warmly took her suitcase for her. Across the room, He Hongyun was still stuck on the same operating system book, but he treated it like treasure because even the first chapter had taught him a lot. The moment Li Qingqian walked in, He Hongyun coldly ignored him and kept reading, still holding a grudge. Teacher Tian waved the newcomers over and told them to sit and rest while they waited. Zhao Peng, sweating from the trip, asked why they were not collecting the competition passes right away. Tian Wenming explained that they were waiting for Dr. He, one of the judges, so the students could at least make his acquaintance first. Zhao Peng slumped down even more, too tired to care about judges when he already trusted Li Qingqian to carry the team. While the others chatted, Li Qingqian quietly pulled out a heavy book on integrated circuits and started reading at once. He had already checked that morning and confirmed a hard truth: usable external brainwave receivers did not exist in the real world yet. Since the only existing receivers required opening the skull, Li Qingqian made up his mind that he might have to develop a brainwave receiver himself. That decision pushed him toward integrated circuits, because any future brainwave receiver would need chips to collect, process, and filter signals. He was also drawn to the field itself, because processors, memory, and phone chips all came from integrated circuit design, and the gap with foreign countries was still painfully large. Beside him, Zhao Peng groaned that he was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. That careless complaint annoyed He Hongyun at once, because he took it as disrespect toward his father. In his head, He Hongyun lumped Li Qingqian and Zhao Peng together as arrogant troublemakers he wanted to humiliate after they lost. He had already planned the sting. Once the results came out, he would reveal that his father had set the exam scope and make them regret skipping the training. Then He Hongyun noticed what Li Qingqian was reading and sneered, convinced that studying integrated circuits right before a programming contest was pure madness. An hour later, He Jinghua finally arrived flushed and energetic, apologizing for the delay while making sure everyone heard why he had been so busy. He boasted that the provincial office was retesting his data restoration software for a deal worth more than 20 million yuan. Even Tian Wenming's usual poker face cracked with envy when he heard the number and asked if the deal was basically secured. He Jinghua said it was not finalized yet, but his grin made it obvious he already felt like the winner. Hearing that, He Hongyun basked in the room's envy and felt even more smug. He looked toward Li Qingqian expecting jealousy, only to find him still calmly reading as if none of the bragging mattered. Tian Wenming congratulated He Jinghua anyway, and He Jinghua openly accepted the praise without even pretending to be modest. After showing off enough, He Jinghua turned back to business and asked Tian Wenming to introduce the students. Tian Wenming introduced Li Qingqian, Zhao Peng, Ding Ling, and Jian Qingli one by one. He Jinghua gave Li Qingqian a polite smile and encouraged him to do his best and reach the finals. But when He Jinghua noticed the graduate-level integrated circuits textbook in Li Qingqian's hands, he silently decided the boy was unfocused and overreaching. Without saying that part aloud, He Jinghua ended the meeting and told Tian Wenming to take everyone to collect their passes because he had to return to the provincial office. Under Tian Wenming's lead, the students left together for the data center to pick up their competition passes. Once the passes were in hand, local student He Hongyun split off and went home while the others headed back to the hotel front desk. At the hotel desk, Tian Wenming arranged the rooms on a budget, Jian Qingli with Ding Ling, and Li Qingqian with Xiaoping. Li Qingqian immediately asked for a room by himself, saying he had special work to handle and could not stay with a roommate tonight. To make the request easier to accept, he quickly added that he would pay for the extra room himself instead of using school money. Tian Wenming looked from Li Qingqian to Ding Ling and made his suspicion obvious without saying it directly. The hint landed awkwardly all around. Ding Ling went red, Xiaoping started teasing, and Jian Qingli watched Li Qingqian with clear unhappiness. Bai Jiaoyang also noticed Jian Qingli's reaction, and the desire in his eyes flared the moment he realized where everyone's thoughts were going. Li Qingqian quickly tried to clear up the misunderstanding, even as the embarrassing hint rattled him more than he wanted to admit. After staring into his eyes for several seconds, Tian Wenming finally agreed to the single room anyway. But Tian Wenming still gave him a serious warning: "You are still young, so do not mess around." That line shattered the last bit of composure around them, and Zhao Peng burst out laughing on the spot. Ding Ling went completely shy, red-faced and stiff, and could not even look straight at Li Qingqian anymore. Jian Qingli blushed too, but her embarrassment quickly turned into a decision to keep Ding Ling away from Li Qingqian. She acted on that thought at once, grabbing Ding Ling and saying they should go up to their room first. As the elevator doors closed, Jian Qingli threw Li Qingqian a faintly smug look that clearly said she was watching Ding Ling now. After Ding Ling disappeared upstairs, Li Qingqian was left oddly disappointed and quietly wondering if she might still come to him later. Bai Jiaoyang's own excitement crashed just as fast, because Jian Qingli had not looked at him once and all her attention had gone to Li Qingqian. That stung badly enough that he swore to beat Li Qingqian in the competition and prove he was the better one. Then reality hit him. He remembered he was sharing a room with Tian Wenming, which instantly killed his hopes for the night. He still tried his luck and asked Tian Wenming if he could stay in a room alone too. Tian Wenming shut that down instantly, and said he would be checking Bai Jiaoyang's progress on Dr. He's key training points tonight. Bai Jiaoyang protested that Tian Wenming had already allowed Li Qingqian to stay alone, so this was not fair. Tian Wenming answered with a harsh truth. Li Qingqian could already choose any university in the country, but Bai Jiaoyang still needed this contest to change his future. That was enough to silence Bai Jiaoyang, and he dropped the request on the spot. Tian Wenming softened just a little after that and told him the real reason he had invested so much effort. He believed Bai Jiaoyang's team actually had a shot at the national top 50. Hearing that, Bai Jiaoyang perked back up and promised to work hard. With the rooms finally sorted, Tian Wenming gathered everyone again and repeated the contest schedule so there would be no mistakes tomorrow. He stressed that the theory test was in the morning, with everyone required at the exam hall by 8:30 before the 9 to 11 session. Then he finished with the afternoon hands-on test, be there by 2, because the programming round would run from 2:30 to 5:30. Back in his hotel room, Li Qingqian's whole body trembled from the backlash of mental coding, and his face had gone pale from the strain. He forces himself to chew the wolfberries he prepared in advance, and waits for his strength to crawl back. After a short rest, he checks the Divine Dragon operating system core and sees the completion rate has climbed to 11.5%. That 10-minute burst gave him 20,000 more lines of code and another 2% progress. So even in pain he can't help feeling thrilled by how absurdly powerful the skill is. The backlash also makes one thing painfully clear to him. He has to finish the brainwave receiver as soon as possible. He picks up Introduction to Integrated Circuits to keep studying, but his mind keeps wandering to whether Ding Ling might come to his room tonight. Just as his heart starts racing at the thought, someone knocks on the door and he scrambles over in sudden hope. But the voice outside belongs to Qin Datong, who came over to prepare tomorrow's provincial report on the data restoration software. Qin Datong notices that fallen face immediately, and teases him for looking like a boy who was waiting for his girlfriend instead. Li Qingqian denies it on reflex, but Qin Datong keeps ribbing him with the smug confidence of an older man who thinks he knows exactly what's going on. To stop the teasing, Li Qingqian drags the talk back to business, and Qin Datong finally turns serious. Qin Datong hands over the report for tomorrow's recommendation meeting and asks Li Qingqian to check every detail before Chief Zhao presents the software. The two of them stay up deep into the night revising the report line by line until they finally finish at 2 in the morning. When the work is done, Qin Datong tells him to rest for the competition, already sounding like a man who knows Li Qingqian is about to become very rich. Then Qin Datong spots the bedside jar of wolfberries, and can't resist one last dirty joke about young men needing some restraint. Li Qingqian can only deny it again, because explaining that the wolfberries are for skill backlash recovery would sound even stranger. In the girls' room, the lights are already off, but Ding Ling is still awake under the blanket, too shy and restless to sleep. Her thoughts keep drifting back to Li Qingqian, and every time they do, she blushes harder and buries herself deeper in the sheets. Jian Qingli stays awake too, watching Ding Ling like a guard dog because she has absolutely no intention of letting her sneak out tonight. Elsewhere, Tian Wenming is still drilling Bai Jiaoyang on key competition theory points until the boy can answer everything correctly. Only Zhao Ping gets a peaceful night, sleeping like a baby while everyone else stays tense or overworked. At 7 the next morning in the hotel cafe, Zhao Peng sits down and is stunned to find that everyone except him looks half dead. Tian Wenming explains that he and Bai Jiaoliang studied until 4 in the morning, which at least accounts for 2 of the wrecked faces at the table. Then Zhao Peng turns to Li Qingqian with a scandalized look, clearly letting his imagination run somewhere stupid. Li Qingqian shuts that down fast and says Qin Daotong kept him up talking about the software report until 2 in the morning. He still had trouble falling asleep after that, and only his rational thinking skill finally forced his overactive mind to calm down. Zhao Peng's curiosity shifts to Ding Ling, but the second he asks about her dark circles, she goes cold and tells him it's none of his business. When he awkwardly looks to Jian Qingli next, she snaps even harder and tells him to stop nagging like an old lady. With the table turning chaotic, Tian Wenming cuts it off and tells everyone to eat quickly because they need to meet He Hongyan at the competition hall entrance. Soon the group reaches the big data center and gathers beneath the giant competition screen outside the entrance plaza. A brand new BMW X7 is already waiting by the road, and He Jinghua climbs out with He Hongyan wearing his usual arrogant swagger. He Jinghua immediately makes a show of the car, bragging that he just bought this imported model for 1.8 million yuan. Tian Wenming is openly impressed, Bai Jiaoliang looks envious, and Jian Qingli suddenly sizes He Hongyan up differently once she hears how rich his family is. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, is completely unimpressed and mutters that it's just a car, which earns him a sneer from He Hongyan. Ding Ling ignores the whole display and stays close to Li Qingqian, while Li Qingqian himself just keeps calmly speed-reading a circuits book. Then He Jinghua gets even louder, promising He Hongyan a 2 million yuan sports car if he can place in the top 3 of the preliminaries. He follows that by boasting that he may be busy signing his provincial contract today, as if the deal is already in the bag. Without even acknowledging Li Qingqian or Zhao Peng, He Jinghua gets back in the BMW and drives off like they don't matter. Zhao Peng snorts at that swagger, because unlike the others, he already knows enough to suspect this bragging is about to age badly. With the posturing over, Tian Wenming tells Li Qingqian and He Hongyan to head inside, because each team only needs one person for the first theory test. He chose Li Qingqian for his own side and, after weighing it carefully, picked He Hongyan over the reluctant Bai Jiaoliang for the other team. Before going in, He Hongyan throws out a cutting line that even if Li Qingqian somehow gets full marks again, it still won't matter much here. He reminds him that theory only counts for 40% in this contest, and that the famous hard test rarely even lets people pass. Then He Hongyan shifts to mocking the books in Li Qingqian's hands, saying he's been reading advanced hardware textbooks that have nothing to do with the programming match. He piles on by sneering that Li Qingqian is pretending to master 7 years of university and graduate material in 2 days, which only makes him look fake to anyone who knows better. Bai Jiaoliang starts treating Li Qingqian like a joke, but Jian Qingli only looks more suspicious, and Ding Ling stays completely certain that Li Qingqian has never lied to her. Zhao Peng gets furious on Li Qingqian's behalf and all but promises to settle the score with He Hongyan after the exam. Because Zhao Peng has already seen Li Qingqian's terrifying real ability, He Hongyan's mockery just sounds ignorant to him. Li Qingqian doesn't argue at all. He calmly finishes the last page of analog and digital circuits explained and hands the book to Zhao Peng. Then he simply smiles at the group, says he's going in, and walks into the competition hall without carrying any of He Hongyan's noise with him. Once the examinees are inside, Tian Wenming suggests going back to the hotel to wait, since it's right across the street. Ding Ling immediately says she wants to stay here and wait for Li Qingqian instead. Tian Wenming explains that the test is online and the names and scores will appear on the giant screen as soon as the papers are submitted, so the hotel is actually the easier place to wait. He adds that they all look sleep-deprived and should go rest for the team competition in the afternoon, ending the moment with the morning's nerves still hanging in the air. At the data center, Li Qingqian finds his assigned seat and sees the theory test interface already counting down to the start. The setup makes the room feel airtight. Personal details, facial recognition, and cameras everywhere leave no room to cheat. As soon as the exam opens, the first multiple-choice question makes the whole hall freeze in confusion. A few students blurt out that the paper is absurdly hard, until the invigilator snaps and restores silence. Li Qingqian is almost amused, because to him the BIOS question is basic and the answer comes instantly. The next questions are just as easy for him, and he keeps moving without hesitation. While everyone else is still stuck near the beginning, Li Qingqian tears through all 50 multiple-choice questions in about 3 minutes. He clears the true or false section in a minute and only slows slightly when the fill-in answers require typing. He spends the real effort on the final coding problems, but even those only hold him for 15 minutes. The moment he finishes the last line, Li Qingqian does not even bother to review and submits on the spot. His result page appears immediately. Every objective section is perfect, and only the subjective review is still pending. Li Qingqian takes the score calmly, because with his reborn mind, 19 intelligence, and focus-enhanced study, this exam was never going to challenge him. Since he is still thinking about the brainwave receiver, he raises his hand and asks to leave early. The invigilator lets him go, but privately writes him off as a student who gave up because the paper was too hard. Other examinees think the same thing, watching him leave and assuming he could not take the pressure. In another hall, Hee Hong-yoon is still battling the test and feels proud that he can confidently answer more than almost anyone else. He starts comparing himself to Lee Qingqian and decides Lee Qingqian will probably fail because these questions are far beyond last year's level. He even congratulates himself for attending his father's lecture and looks forward to rubbing Lee Qingqian's regret in later. Backstage, marker Shi Qingsen hears that someone submitted in only 20 minutes and assumes he is about to grade a throwaway paper. That casual attitude vanishes the moment the marker reads Lee Qingqian's subjective answers and realizes all 3 are correct. When he checks the rest of the paper, the shock gets worse. Lee Qingqian did not miss a single question anywhere. The marker blurts out that a student has scored full marks, and the other teachers immediately crowd around his screen. The result feels impossible, because even the marker thinks he himself would score only about 80 on this paper. Supervisor Chen Lily rushes over and orders an immediate video review, because a perfect score would be the first in the competition's 14-year history. The supervisor then locks the situation down, telling everyone to keep quiet and keep Lee Qingqian's score off the big screen until the checks are finished. After leaving the hall, Lee Qingqian cannot find Ding Ling's group and decides to use the extra time to buy more books instead. He leaves early not just because the paper was simple, but because his real obsession now is building a brainwave receiver. The deeper he studies, the more he realizes the device is far more complex than he first imagined, touching chips, circuits, signal handling, and brain science all at once. Back in the exam hall, Hee Hong-yoon submits at the very last minute and quickly adds up a score that makes him feel he should land near the top. Hearing the miserable scores around him only boosts his ego, and he walks out eager to show off to Lee Qingqian. Outside, Tian Wenming and the Tianyi High group are already waiting, and Hee Hong-yoon boldly tells them he should score at least 70. Tian Wenming is pleased, and Hee Hong-yoon leans even harder into the idea that this year's Budo paper could make him number 1. Jian Qingli instantly starts rooting for that outcome, because she still resents Lee Qingqian for rejecting her from his team. Zhao Peng, who knows what Lee Qingqian can really do, clearly is not impressed by Hee Hong-yoon's swagger. Then the live ranking board starts updating, and the whole group turns to watch names jump across the top 10. The board reveals just how savage the exam was, with a low average and top scores far below last year's standard. That only makes Hee Hong-yoon more self-satisfied, because the weaker the field looks, the more certain he feels that his own score will dominate. As more papers are graded and the top score still stays low, Tian Wenming starts believing Hee Hong-yoon might really take first place. But Zhao Peng and Ding Ling are not celebrating, because Lee Qingqian still has not appeared and both of them are getting anxious. Hee Hong-yoon seizes the chance to mock Lee Qingqian, sneering that he is probably too embarrassed to come out after doing badly. Zhao Peng snaps back that Hee Hong-yoon should not talk so big before Lee Qingqian's score is even out. A second later, the screen flashes Hee Hong-yoon into first place with 73 points, far ahead of second. Bai Jiaoyang blurts out the news in excitement, and Jian Qingli beams as if Hee Hong-yoon has already proven Lee Qingqian inferior. Hee Hong-yoon immediately turns that public first place showing into a weapon, mocking Zhao Peng right to his face. Then he even pats Zhao Peng on the shoulder like a winner, leaving Zhao Peng furious at how arrogant he has become over one early result. Outside the exam hall, Lee Qingqian finally answers Ding Ling's worried calls after slipping next door to a bookstore when he finished early. Zhao Peng rushes over to help with the heavy books, still rattled that Lee Qingqian vanished right after turning in his paper. Ding Ling hands Lee Qingqian back his phone and tells him not to disappear like that again, her nerves finally settling now that he is safe and in front of her. When Lee Qingqian casually says he will go find her at the hotel room next time, Ding Ling instantly blushes and gets flustered by the awkward wording. Hee Hong-yoon walks over wearing a smug smile and starts by saying the theory paper was hard, clearly baiting Lee Qingqian into the comparison he wants. Hee Hong-yoon boasts that Doctor he had spotted likely topics in advance, and claims Lee Qingqian threw away 30 easy points by skipping that training. Hee Hong-yoon keeps pushing for a reaction, but Lee Qingqian stays completely calm because he already knows he likely wrote a full-mark paper. Frustrated, Hee Hong-yoon points at the ranking screen and flaunts his temporary first place with 73 points, sneering that Lee Qingqian is not even listed. Lee Qingqian answers each jab one by one, saying he never needed the training, Hee Hong-yoon is the arrogant one, and his own paper may simply not have been graded yet. After that, Lee Qingqian simply asks Hee Hong-yoon to move because the books are heavy, and Zhao Peng bluntly tells him to get out of the way. Ding Ling tries to help carry the books and urges Lee Qingqian to ignore the egomaniac, just as Tian Wenming arrives and tells everyone to head back to the hotel. Bai Jiaoyang takes the chance to needle Lee Qingqian for doing badly, happy to see him supposedly fall short for once. Jian Qingli silently rethinks everything, deciding Lee Qingqian is not invincible after all and even feeling lucky he refused to let her join his team. Seeing that the screen has already graded 268 papers and 10th place is only 60, Jian Qingli assumes Lee Qingqian did not even make the top 10 and starts admiring Hee Hong-yoon instead. Still riding his temporary lead, Hee Hong-yoon vows to crush Lee Qingqian again in the afternoon programming round 2. Then the whole square goes strangely quiet as everyone notices the ranking screen suddenly refresh. In one update, Hee Hong-yoon gets pushed down and Lee Qingqian appears at the very top with a perfect score of 100. The crowd erupts at the sight of a full score on such a brutal paper, and Li Qingqian's name starts spreading through the plaza. Zhao Peng whips around, sees the score for himself, and shouts at the top of his lungs that Li Qingqian took first place with full marks. Ding Ling just smiles at Li Qingqian with quiet pride, vindicated after holding back while He Hongyun mocked him. He Hongyun turns to the screen in disbelief, his smug confidence collapsing the instant he sees Li Qingqian above him with 100 points. Bai Jiaoliang is hit just as hard, unable to process how Li Qingqian keeps pulling off perfect scores in one exam after another. Jian Qingli can only stare too, suddenly realizing she misjudged Li Qingqian all over again. Even Tian Wenming is impressed, giving Li Qingqian a thumbs up and finally understanding why he skipped He Jinggua's training in the first place. Now that the truth is out, Zhao Peng unloads everything He Hongyun deserved to hear, mocking his earlier bragging and the huge score gap. Zhao Peng goes even further and says Li Qingqian skipped the training because his standard is already higher than He Jinggua's. Humiliated in front of everyone, He Hongyun snaps at Zhao Peng, and the argument nearly turns physical when Zhao Peng steps right up to him. Tian Wenming cuts between them before it gets uglier and bluntly orders He Hongyun to apologize to Li Qingqian for starting this mess. He Hongyun flatly refuses, admits he lost the theory round, and immediately shifts his pride to the hands-on programming test where he still claims he will beat Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian accepts the challenge without any emotion, while Zhao Peng almost laughs because he knows how hopeless that boast really is. Tian Wenming presses once more for an apology, but He Hongyun refuses again and walks off toward the roadside instead of backing down. He Hongyun says his father will pick him up for the afternoon, using He Jinggua's name like a shield to recover his confidence. Alone with his thoughts, He Hongyun starts comforting himself with money, his father's coming 20 million yuan deal, and the life of villas, BMWs, and sports cars he thinks puts him above Li Qingqian anyway. But when the time reaches 12:30 and He Jinggua still has not arrived, that rebuilt confidence wavers, and He Hongyun frowns as he takes out his phone to call him. Right after He Hongyun slinks away, Zhao Peng grins and asks Li Qingqian if that public humiliation felt satisfying. Li Qingqian teases him for having such a vicious mouth, then immediately gives him a thumbs up and admits he liked every second of it. Zhao Peng proudly says he only gets sharp with arrogant people like He Hongyun, and usually his glib tongue is just for jokes. A few steps ahead, Bai Jiaoliang walks behind Tian Wenming in total silence, too embarrassed to meet anyone's eyes after his earlier bragging backfired. Bai Jiaoliang keeps replaying how smugly he had shown off before the results, and that memory only makes his walk of shame worse. He stays quiet because he is terrified Zhao Peng will turn that same cutting tongue on him next. Seeing him so shaken, Tian Wenming tries to steady him by saying the afternoon hands-on test is still his team's strong suit. Tian Wenming adds that 73 points in theory is already good, and Bai Jiaoliang should stop comparing himself to Li Qingqian and focus on performing this afternoon. Even with that reassurance, Bai Jiaoliang's confidence is badly cracked, and for the first time he is no longer sure his real programming skills can beat Li Qingqian's. Meanwhile at the provincial office, Xiao Qinggong finally enters Director Guo's office after waiting an hour and a half to talk about the software deal. After hearing the case summary, Director Guo praises Zhao Qinggong for helping capture 39 suspects at once and says the deterrent effect will be huge. Zhao Qinggong explains that Divine Dragon data restoration is the reason Tianyi Bureau could suddenly clear 36 stalled cases in a single day. He lays out the results plainly. The Bureau had 37 backlogged cases blocked by unreadable hard drives, and this software restored the evidence overnight. Because the software performed so absurdly well, Zhao Qinggong says they used it first on real cases and only planned to sign the contract after full background checks. Director Guo jokes that Zhao Qinggong would not be pushing so hard unless he wanted this software chosen for a provincial purchase. Ready for that suspicion, Zhao Qinggong hands over a detailed comparison report and starts walking Director Guo through it item by item. Director Guo does not argue himself. Instead, he calls in Director He from the Information Department and orders an immediate verification test. Half an hour later, Director He returns looking stunned, because the test confirms Divine Dragon is even stronger than the best foreign recovery software. He says the speed is 10 times better than top overseas products, and the restored data integrity is also ahead of them. Then Director He sighs, assuming such a powerful tool must cost a fortune and might be impossible for the province to afford. That reaction finally relaxes Director Guo, because now he knows Zhao Qinggong was not trying to push a weak product through connections. With the pressure gone, Director Guo asks Zhao Qinggong to tell Director He the actual price. When Zhao Qinggong says Tianyi Bureau bought it for just 100,000 yuan a year, Director He is openly shocked. Director He blurts out that Jinggua's domestic software costs 200,000 a year even though it is far behind Divine Dragon, which makes this new option look almost absurdly cost-effective. He still asks one last hard question. No matter how advanced it is, they can only use domestic software for security reasons. Zhao Qinggong answers just as seriously that the developer is Li Qingqian, a 17-year-old Tianyi student whose family background is clean and already checked. That answer hits Director He hard, because he can barely believe a high school student wrote world-class recovery software. Zhao Qinggong keeps going and lists Li Qingqian's other achievements, from full marks in the provincial mock exam to full marks in the school's programming selection test. Then a fresh message reaches Zhao Qinggong, and he learns Li Qingqian has just scored full marks again in the youth informatics theory test. He reads the news aloud, and Director he immediately understands how extraordinary that is because nobody had ever scored full marks in that test before. With Li Qingqian's results backing up the software's performance, Director he drops the last of his doubt. Director Gua calls it obvious value for money, orders a proposal drafted immediately, and picks Divine Dragon for this year's provincial trial. He even jokes that if the software succeeds, Zhao Qinggong gets the credit, and if it fails, the blame lands on him too. As the meeting winds down, Director Gua suddenly realizes Li Qingqian's name sounds familiar. Zhao Qinggong reminds him that Li Qingqian is the student from Lu Wendao's case, the one whose brave actions helped crack the murder. Director Gua immediately remembers, praises Li Qingqian as brave and resourceful, and reveals the Heroism Award paperwork is already moving through approval. That leaves Director Gua even more impressed, because Li Qingqian turns out to be not just righteous, but a genuine programming genius too. Elsewhere in the Provincial Information Department, He Jinghua waits anxiously in Xing Dayong's office because he came expecting to lock down the Jinghua software contract today. He has been here since early morning, because earlier talks made him believe that once Director Gua saw the demo, the provincial deal would be his. But by 11:30 there is still no word, and the silence starts eating at him. When Xing Dayong finally returns, He Jinghua jumps up at once and asks how the situation looks. Xing Dayong tells him not to panic and says their director is probably briefing Director Gua on Jinghua software right now. He even says the deal is basically in the bag, which keeps He Jinghua hanging on to hope. Before He Jinghua can relax, a staff member rushes in and calls Xing Dayong to the meeting room because Director he has something important to discuss. That sudden summons makes He Jinghua's heart race, because he assumes this must be the final step in approving his software. In the meeting room, Director he gathers the department leadership and hands out the Tianyi Bureau test report for Divine Dragon data restoration. He gets straight to the point. The bosses want this handled fast, and Divine Dragon has already proven itself as the world's most advanced recovery software. He backs that up with the real-world result from Tianyi, where the software recovered key hard drive evidence, cracked 36 cases in one night, and led to 39 arrests. Then he drops the other shocker. This software only costs 100,000 yuan a year per county bureau. Once everyone reads the report, the room quickly swings behind Divine Dragon as the obvious better purchase. One deputy after another voices support, and even Xing Dayong ends up agreeing there is no reason to oppose it. With consensus reached, Director he orders a proposal drafted immediately so he can carry it to Director Gua himself. As the meeting breaks up, Xing Dayong hesitates and asks what to do about He Jinghua, who is still waiting for a software demonstration that no longer matters. Director he answers coldly that no contract was signed, so He Jinghua can simply be told to leave. Back in the office, He Jinghua rushes up again, still hoping to hear whether Director Gua wants his demonstration. Xing Dayong tells him to sit, and his complicated expression is enough to make He Jinghua feel that something has gone terribly wrong. Then the blow lands. After testing, the department found another domestic recovery software that is world-leading, so this year's purchase is going elsewhere. He Jinghua is so stunned he can barely process the words, because he had already treated the 20 million yuan deal as a certainty. His shock turns to panic when he blurts out that he already spent around 3 million yuan in advance, from the BMW loan to office setup and staff costs. Now he begs for help, saying that if he loses this contract, he will go bankrupt immediately and still be left with crushing debt. Xing Dayong is stunned that He Jinghua dared spend that much before any contract was even signed. But when He Jinghua says he thought today's presentation meant the deal was already his, Xing Dayong still refuses to save him. He spells it out brutally. Director Gua did approve a software, just not Jinghua's, so there is nothing left to discuss. That final answer wipes out the last of He Jinghua's hope, and he looks like a man whose soul has just gone missing. He stumbles out of the provincial office like a zombie, too broken to even react when his phone keeps ringing in his pocket. By the time he reaches the outside, only 2 words are left in He Jinghua's head: game over. After a simple meal at the Big Data Center Hotel, Tian Wenming sent everyone back to rest before the afternoon competition. Ding Ling clearly wanted to follow Li Qingqian to his room, but Jian Qingli noticed it at once and pulled her back to the girl's room instead. Alone in his hotel room and too alert to sleep, Li Qingqian checked his stamina and prepared to push the Divine Dragon operating system forward again. He stuffed 10 medicinal wolfberries into his mouth, opened the core program document, and stacked focus, rational thinking, and mental coding all at once. The moment the skills activated, his arm began twitching violently and lines of code poured onto the screen at an absurd speed. 10 minutes later he had swallowed all the wolfberries and stopped only because the pain and strain were getting brutal. A system update confirmed the payoff anyway. The Divine Dragon operating system core had reached 13.5% completion. Li Qingqian admitted mental coding was terrifyingly effective, but its side effects were bad enough to make him fear using it too long. After realizing 10 minutes of pain had already produced around 30,000 lines of code, he became even more determined to finish the brainwave receiver as fast as possible. His mind jumped ahead to the real prize. Once the receiver was done, he could keep coding at monstrous speed without being wrecked by the backlash. Just then, Qin Datong called with the news Li Qingqian had been waiting for. Qin Daotong told him that, thanks to Zhao Qinggong's strong recommendation, Director Gue had decided to buy Divine Dragon data restoration software. The contract was worth enough to make Li Qingqian an instant multimillionaire, and even Qin Daotong sounded openly envious. Li Qingqian thanked Qin Daotong and Zhao Qinggong at once, knowing this chance had not appeared by luck. Qin Daotong told him to come to the provincial office the next morning to sign with Director He and bring the authorization code, company seal, and business license. The whole thing sounded almost too smooth, so Li Qingqian blurted out how strange it was that there had been no long testing or negotiation process. Qin Daotong made the hidden truth plain enough. The software mattered, but Zhao Qinggong's personal endorsement was what pushed it into Director Gue's view so quickly. To confirm the rumor He Hongyan's side had been spreading, Li Qingqian deliberately asked about He Jinghua's software. Qin Daotong answered cleanly that the provincial side would not buy Jinghua data restoration software this year, and would buy Li Qingqian's instead. Before hanging up, Qin Daotong even joked that Li Qingqian entering the competition was like bullying kindergarten kids. Once the call ended, Li Qingqian quietly fixed Zhao Qinggong's favor in his memory because he now understood exactly who had opened the door for him. Then the reality hit him hard. 10 million yuan was finally within reach, and he lit up with pure teenage excitement. He quickly forced himself back under control, warning himself that nothing was truly settled until the contract was signed. Thinking about He Jinghua losing a sure thing at the last moment made Li Qingqian even more determined not to get careless now. To cool his head completely, he activated focus and rational thinking again and flipped through a brain anatomy book at shocking speed. With his emotions finally stable, he called home because the company seal and business documents had to reach Tianbao City that very night. Back at home, Huang Jingjing was visiting Chunli and casually poking at a sore point by asking why both parents had stopped going to work. Chunli admitted that she and Li Tianlan had both resigned, and the mortgage hanging over the family suddenly sounded even heavier. Huang Jingjing seized the opening to complain about layoffs at her husband's company while slipping in a very deliberate flex about his salary. When she said old Jian used to make 1.2 million a year and would still have 800,000 after the cut, Qinli could only stare in shock and envy. Seeing that reaction, Huang Jingjing doubled down with more polished modesty, and even compared her husband's bosses, making 5 million a year. She even claimed she envied Qinli for having her husband around all year, but the line still landed like another show of wealth and status. Right when Huang Jingjing was waiting for more admiration, Qinli's phone rang and Li Qingqian's name flashed on the screen. Qinli answered anxiously and first asked the only thing a mother cared about, whether the competition was going well. Li Qingqian reassured her that everything was smooth and then got straight to the point that she and his father needed to bring the company's business license to Tianbao City today. The mention of another deal and a company immediately made Huang Jingjing sit up, because this was clearly much bigger than she had assumed. Qinli happily asked if this contract was like the last 100,000 yuan one, unknowingly giving Huang Jingjing a second shock. Li Qingqian said the new contract was with the provincial police, and warned his mother to brace herself because the number was much bigger. Still riding the aftertaste of Huang Jingjing's bragging, Qinli said she had already heard about million-level salaries, so nothing could shock her now. Then Li Qingqian named the amount. The provincial contract was worth 10.8 million yuan. Li Qingqian repeated that she had heard right, reminded both parents to bring the needed items tonight, and ended the call because he still had a competition to enter. After the line went dead, Qinli stood there in a daze because 10 million still felt like a number from someone else's life. Huang Jingjing's first defense was disbelief, and she awkwardly suggested Li Qingqian might have run into a scammer. Qinli snapped back that the deal was with the provincial police, and the pride in her voice left no room for Huang Jingjing's excuse. When Huang Jingjing pressed again, Qinli proudly explained that Li Qingqian had built data restoration software and had already sold it once before. To prove it, Qinli pulled out the earlier Tianyi City Bureau contract and opened it to the page with the bright red official seal. That single sheet broke Huang Jingjing's disbelief, and all that was left on her face was shock. She could only say it out loud now. Qinli was about to become a multimillionaire, and the jealousy in her voice was impossible to hide. The woman who had just been flaunting her husband's salary was suddenly the one praising Qinli for having such a capable son. Qinli accepted the praise with a bright smile, then cut the visit short because she had to pack and rush to Tianbao City for the contract signing. By the time the students reached the entrance of the big data center for the afternoon test, He Hongyun was already there looking badly distracted. The reason was simple and ugly. He and his mother had tried every way they could to contact He Jinghua and still gotten nothing back. His mother had even gone to the provincial office to look for He Jinghua herself, leaving He Hongyun to show up for the competition alone and rattled. Bai Jiaoyang quietly asked what was wrong, but He Hongyun snapped at him and made the tension even uglier. The outburst only made Tian Wenming dislike He Hongyun more, though he still held back because of his old connection to the boy's father. Putting that aside, Tian Wenming gathered everyone and reminded them that the practical programming round was a team test, so both partners had to enter together. He stressed that the challenge was not just coding speed but turning real problems into mathematical ones and solving them as a team. Li Qingqian and Zhao Peng headed in chatting and laughing like they had nothing to fear, which grated on He Hongyun immediately. Unable to bear that calm confidence, He Hongyun coldly swore he would beat Li Qingqian in the hands-on round and strode ahead. As He Hongyun pushed on with Bai Jiaoliang and Jian Qingli behind him, Zhao Peng just laughed and called him a fool asking for trouble. The hands-on test opens with a brutal question, and Zhao Peng blurts out what everyone is thinking when he stares at the giant screen in disbelief. Ding Ling quickly realizes the problem might be solvable in theory, but not under the pressure and time limit of a live contest. Li Qingqian studies the question for a moment and calmly says it is not actually that hard, already seeing a path through it. The full prompt shocks the room. Competitors are being asked to write a positional control program for a space station in geosynchronous orbit, with 8 thrusters and adjustable altitude. Around the hall, students almost panic because they do not even know the basic orbital data, let alone how to turn the question into math. At Bai Jiaoliang's table, even He Hongyun goes quiet, because he can tell this problem is far beyond a normal school-level programming exercise. Jian Qingli looks to Bai Jiaoliang for help, but his blank paper and tight frown make it obvious he has no answer yet either. That sight shakes Jian Qingli even more, because if Bai Jiaoliang is stuck, the whole problem starts to feel impossible. Back at his own table, Li Qingqian quietly starts from first principles and writes down the gravity formula instead of getting lost in the wording. He talks himself through the logic step by step, turning orbital motion, mass, altitude, and centripetal force into a clean mathematical model. In just 5 formulas and a few lines of analysis, Li Qingqian breaks the monstrous question down into something he can actually program. Zhao Peng stares at the page in pure awe and blurts out that their captain must be a genius. Ding Ling keeps rereading the sheet, but the derivation still does not click for her, so she turns on Zhao Peng with sudden suspicion. When Ding Ling asks if he actually understands the derivation, Zhao Peng bluntly admits that he does not understand any of it. That only makes Ding Ling more speechless, because he looked impressed enough to fool anyone into thinking he had followed the whole thing. Zhao Peng defends himself with simple logic. Even if he cannot follow the math, Li Qingqian being this amazing is still worth admiring. Ding Ling gives up on arguing with him and goes back to the formulas, forcing herself to think through Li Qingqian's method seriously. With the model solved, Li Qingqian moves straight to coding and starts building a control system light enough and fast enough for a real space station. He designs the software like an engineer, cutting the huge problem into modules for altitude, speed, safety, and flight behavior instead of treating it as one tangled mess. The hall fills with non-stop keyboard noise as Li Qingqian types for an hour and a half without slowing down. When he finally stops after an hour and a half, system notices confirm that several key control subsystems are complete. Li Qingqian is quietly pleased, because what he built is already part of a real operating system, not just a contest answer. Comparing it to the Divine Dragon system in his head, he feels this project is manageable, but manual typing now feels painfully slow after what he is used to. That frustration hardens into resolve, and Li Qingqian silently tells himself he has to finish the brainwave receiver as soon as possible. Ding Ling has been watching the whole time, and seeing Li Qingqian type at that speed leaves her openly stunned and impressed. Zhao Peng, already used to that monster typing speed, just pops up beside him the second Li Qingqian stops and asks if the program is finished. Li Qingqian confirms it is done, but he does not relax yet because he still has to test every part before he dares submit it. He runs a simulation with the station's height, engine power, fuel load, and mass, making sure the software responds smoothly with no bugs. When the simulation looks solid, Li Qingqian uploads both the formulas and the code and submits with quiet confidence that this should earn full marks too. Backstage at the big data center, the judges are still talking about Li Qingqian's perfect theory score when one of them jokes that he might submit first again. The judges are less certain, because strong programming alone is useless unless a contestant can first turn the problem into a valid mathematical model. Then a review notification pops up, and the judges crowd around the computer to see whose paper arrived first. When the judges open the system, the first submitted paper turns out to be Li Qingqian's after all. The judges decide to check the mathematical modeling first, expecting something complicated for such a nasty question. Instead, Li Qingqian's team has explained the entire model in less than half a page, and the judges are stunned by how clear and compact it is. Impressed by the model, the judges enter a full 30 marks for the mathematical modeling section. Then the judges open Li Qingqian's code, and the neat structure, comments, and textbook formatting already tell them this is no ordinary student submission. As they test the code, the judges realize Li Qingqian built far more than a contest answer, a course system with 5 working modules. The more they inspect, the more obvious it becomes that this is essentially an advanced space station operating system that only needs tuning for real deployment. Convinced by the code and test results, the judges give the programming section a full 70 marks too. The discussion turns serious fast, because one judge argues the National Space Science Center should be told about Li Qingqian's software immediately. Another judge pushes even harder and warns that the source code must be embargoed at once, because if it leaks, it could become a strategic breakthrough in the wrong hands. When the provincial organizer hears the report, she turns solemn and rushes to notify the state secrets authorities herself. Outside in the square of the big data center, Li Qingqian's team is suddenly told they are not allowed to leave yet and can only wait. Since they are stuck there anyway, Li Qingqian starts explaining his 5 formulas and the thinking behind the solution to Ding Ling and Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng listens with a completely lost face, while Ding Ling finally starts to sink into the formulas and think more deeply about them. But Zhao Peng's attention keeps drifting to the exits, because the whole building now feels wrong. He tells Li Qingqian that every entrance is guarded and asks why they are being kept inside the big data center at all. Li Qingqian can only admit he has no idea either, because even he does not know his submission has set off alarms backstage. An announcement finally declares the hands-on test over, and Zhao Peng instantly brightens because he thinks that means they can leave now. He hurries toward the door, convinced the organizers have no reason to stop them anymore. At the same time, He Hongyun's team steps into the square after finishing, carrying themselves with the relieved swagger of people who think they solved the problem well. He Hongyun is especially pleased with himself, because he managed to work out the orbital logic and write the core control code with Bai Jiaoliang's help. That performance even changes his view of Bai Jiaoliang, and He Hongyun starts mentally tagging him as someone useful enough for his father's company later. In He Hongyun's mind, their team should score at least 90 on this practical round, so his confidence keeps climbing. Then he spots Li Qingqian's team waiting in the square, and that sight only makes his smile more smug. He is not foolish enough to underestimate Li Qingqian's brains, so he admits to himself that Li Qingqian probably handled the mathematical modeling just fine. But He Hongyun talks himself into thinking Li Qingqian still lacks real hands-on experience, so he becomes sure he will win the practical round. Right after the test, the sealed exam door opened, and Tian Wenming was already waiting outside the big data center for his students. When Tian Wenming asked about the test, He Hongyun immediately spoke up and loudly laid out the programming problem in a way that clearly showed off in front of Li Qingqian. He Hongyun kept going, proudly laying out his solution and mathematical model until Tian Wenming agreed the idea was feasible. Once Tian Wenming praised him, He Hongyun swelled up even more and bragged that his team had already written 200 lines of code with balance, altitude, speed, and even a live display panel. Tian Wenming praised that result again and said He Hongyun's team would probably score over 90 if the code held up. Zhao Peng listened from the side and almost laughed, because to him that tiny amount of code was nowhere near enough to challenge Li Qingqian. Then Tian Wenming turned to Li Qingqian, and the whole mood shifted as He Hongyun and the others all stared at him for his answer. Li Qingqian only said his solution was basically the same, and that his team had more or less finished the program, keeping his tone calm and low-key. Because Li Qingqian refused to boast, He Hongyun took that restraint as weakness and quietly convinced himself his own program had to be more complete. Tian Wenming did not press further and instead told everyone the practical results and provincial rankings would both come out the next morning, with the top 20 advancing to nationals. Since they had to stay in Tianbao City one more day, Tian Wenming offered to take the group out somewhere. Zhao Peng immediately suggested everyone go their own way, because even he knew hanging around with a teacher would kill the fun. He Hongyun also bowed out at once, saying he had things to do, but before leaving he still threw Li Qingqian a parting challenge, and claimed he would definitely win tomorrow. After He Hongyun left, Ding Ling quietly made it clear she did not want to hang out as a group either, because all she really wanted was time alone with Li Qingqian. Bai Jiaoliang also rejected the group plan, because he was clearly hoping for a chance to wander the city alone with Jian Qingli. With everyone peeling off, Tian Wenming gave up on the group outing and switched to strict warnings about safety, curfew, and not doing anything reckless before the college entrance exam. That not-so-subtle warning made Ding Ling blush on the spot, because everyone understood exactly what Tian Wenming meant. Once Tian Wenming dismissed them, Zhao Peng instantly peeled off too, flashing Li Qingqian a knowing wink before leaving him to his own plans. Bai Jiaoliang finally tried his luck and directly asked Jian Qingli where they should go together. Jian Qingli shut that down at once by saying she wanted to shop with Ding Ling and that Bai Jiaoliang being a boy made it inconvenient. But Ding Ling coldly spoiled that excuse too, saying she and Li Qingqian were going to the station to pick up his parents. That gave Bai Jiaoliang a burst of hope, and he immediately tried again to invite Jian Qingli out alone. Jian Qingli crushed that hope too by cheerfully announcing she would go with Li Qingqian and Ding Ling to pick up his parents instead. She even dressed it up as neighborly concern for Li Qingqian's mother, but the move was really about refusing to give Ding Ling and Li Qingqian any time alone. Li Qingqian had no intention of letting that happen, so he bluntly told Jian Qingli it was inconvenient, and she did not need to come. Before Jian Qingli could argue, Li Qingqian flagged down a taxi and left with Ding Ling for the high-speed rail station. Left on the roadside, Jian Qingli fumed and convinced herself she would just watch tomorrow as He Hongyun beat and mocked Li Qingqian. Bai Jiaoliang tried one last time to ask where she wanted to go, but Jian Qingli, now in a rotten mood, brushed him off and said she was going back to rest. Elsewhere at the Academy of Space Technology, Lin Xiong looked over Li Qingqian's space station control software and was instantly stunned by how brilliant the design was. The more Lin Xiong examined it, the more he realized this tiny 64K program was a modular universal operating system for space stations and shuttles, not some ordinary student project. He immediately saw the payoff too. With this foundation in place, future shuttle functions could be added as separate modules instead of rebuilt from scratch. At that moment, his doctoral student Zhang Ting finished the reliability and performance testing and came over with the results. Zhang Ting reported that the software could control altitude and position down to the centimeter, matching their current system in function and even edging it out in efficiency. He added that they had found no bugs at all, and even he could barely believe a student had built something this reliable during a 2-hour contest. Once Lin Xiong heard that, he made his move immediately and ordered the admissions office to recruit Li Qingqian to the University of Science so he could mentor him personally. Lin Xiong followed that with an even heavier decision, ordering a message to the State Secrets Bureau that this space station operating system was now top secret and must not leak. By night, after settling Qinli and Li Tianlan into a hotel, Li Qingqian and Ding Ling quietly returned to his room together. Alone with him, Ding Ling looked at Li Qingqian with open admiration and marveled that he had really signed a deal worth 10 million yuan a year with the provincial office. Li Qingqian smiled and asked her to keep the contract secret, but the way he looked at her made the room suddenly feel much more personal. Ding Ling understood exactly what that look meant, and her whole face went red as nerves and excitement hit at the same time. Working through his own nerves, Li Qingqian finally asked her not to go back that night and to just sleep in his room. Ding Ling did not answer out loud, but her silence and burning red ears were answer enough. Heart pounding, Li Qingqian moved in carefully and started to wrap his arms around her. Then the mood shattered as someone hammered on the door from outside. Ding Ling jumped like a startled rabbit, and Li Qingqian, furious at the interruption, barked at the door to ask who it was. The answer came from Tian Wenming, who had shown up to check on them right on cue. Li Qingqian had no choice but to open up, and outside he found not just Tian Wenming but Zhao Peng, Jian Qingli, and Bai Jiaoliang all crowding the corridor. Zhao Peng's face was especially unbearable, because he was grinning like he had caught the whole thing on purpose. Jian Qingli pushed into the room without waiting and relaxed only after seeing Ding Ling still fully dressed. Tian Wenming saw enough, announced that everyone should go back and rest, and made it clear he had only come because he was worried about Li Qingqian in the first place. Humiliated, Ding Ling shot Li Qingqian a shy glare and fled the room with her head down. After the others cleared out, Tian Wenming gave Li Qingqian a serious final warning to behave himself before the exam, even if he admitted young love was normal. When the corridor finally went empty, Li Qingqian could only stand there regretting a perfect chance that had just been ruined. Still burning with frustration, he promised himself that after the college entrance exam he would take Ding Ling on a trip alone. But he was too worked up to sleep, so he sat down at the computer and opened the core program files for the Divine Dragon operating system. He stuffed 10 medicinal wolfberries into his mouth like fuel, preparing to burn the restlessness away through work. To cool his head, Li Qingqian activated focus, rational thinking, and mental coding all at once. The effect was immediate. The heat in his mind vanished, cold logic took over, and code flooded his thoughts instead. Then his body started twitching under the strain, while the code on the screen raced so fast it was impossible to read. The next morning, Tian Wenming brings Li Qingqian's group to the big data center, where teams with suitcases crowd the square and stare at the giant countdown screen. He Hongyun also comes to the square, uneasy about his missing father but still more obsessed with whether he can beat Li Qingqian. When the countdown ends, the giant screen flips to the provincial rankings and everyone holds their breath. Li Qingqian's team takes first in the province with perfect scores in both theory and hands-on programming, while Tianbao First High lands second. A little farther down, Tianyi's other team with Bai Jiaoliang ranks fifth in the province. Zhao Peng explodes with excitement the second he sees first place and shouts that their captain is number 1 in the province. Even though she expected a win, Ding Ling still turns red with excitement when the result becomes real. He Hongyun stares at Li Qingqian's perfect hands-on score in disbelief, and the bet he cared about suddenly feels like a slap in the face. Jian Qingli is hit with instant regret because Li Qingqian invited her twice before the contest, and now the boy she mocked just won the whole province. Bai Jiaoliang is just as shaken, because he personally saw Li Qingqian struggling with typing before and cannot accept this full-mark result. Tian Wenming finally drops his usual stern face and basks in the moment, proud that both teams under his name made the provincial top 5. He praises Li Qingqian without holding back, gives him a thumbs up, and immediately snaps a photo of the ranking screen to post online. Tian Wenming also praises He Hongyun's side for reaching 5th in the province, trying to keep the moment teacherly and fair. Zhao Peng cannot resist and steps in front of He Hongyun to remind him that his boast about winning the hands-on round just failed in public. The taunt lands hard, and He Hongyun's face goes from smug to mortified as the crowd stands right there to witness it. Trying to recover from the humiliation, He Hongyun abruptly shifts from test scores to money and sneers that Li Qingqian will still work for others after graduation. He doubles down and brags that his family earns at least 20 million yuan a year, while the others would need 100 years of salary to match 1 year of his household income. He even says the competition is only a hobby for him, while the rest are studying desperately just to find jobs. Then he says the quiet part out loud. He never wanted to work with Zhao Peng because he thinks they were never on the same level. Zhao Peng fires back that He Hongyun is only borrowing the glory of his elders, and even Tian Wenming is stunned by how warped the boy's attitude sounds. He Hongyun just laughs harder and treats their anger like proof that they envy him. Right in the middle of that ugly scene, A taxi pulls up and Shin Li and Li Tianlan step out beaming, carrying a freshly signed contract. The couple hurries toward the entrance, eager to show Li Qingqian the signed contract and share the good news with him. A second taxi stops behind them, and He Jingwei gets out with an ashen face and follows after them. Li Tianlan calls out to Li Qingqian from a few meters away, loudly announcing that he and Shin Li are back and the matter is settled. Then Li Tianlan suddenly trips on the pavement, pitches forward, and the contract flies out of his hand. Li Qingqian ignores the papers and lunges first to catch his father before he hits the ground. Once Li Tianlan is safe, he awkwardly says he's fine and urges Li Qingqian to pick up the contract because that part is important. Before Li Qingqian can reach the pages, Tian Wenming, Zhao Peng, and Jian Qingli bend down and start gathering the scattered contract sheets. The title on one page stops Zhao Peng cold, because it is a provincial police data restoration software purchase agreement. When Zhao Peng opens it and sees Divine Dragon Software Company with a contract amount of 10.8 million yuan, he realizes this is far bigger than he expected. That shock turns into instant understanding, because Zhao Peng already knows Divine Dragon Software Company belongs to Li Qingqian. He immediately connects the dots and realizes the provincial office could not have also bought He Hongyun's family's software after signing this one. So while He Hongyun is still acting superior, Zhao Peng starts looking at him like a walking joke. Jian Qingli also notices the company name, and quietly senses that something is badly wrong with He Hongyun's side of the story. When Jian Qingli flips to the signature page, the truth hits her hard. Li Qingqian is the legal person of Divine Dragon Software Company, and Li Tianlan signed for it. That discovery leaves Jian Qingli burning with fresh regret, because the boy she dismissed is already running a company that signs deals worth tens of millions. Tian Wenming notices the same company name on the contract cover and grows puzzled, but unlike the students, he keeps the page closed and waits for Li Qingqian to explain. He Hongyun, who was about to leave, stops when he hears this is connected to the provincial software purchase and turns back in confusion. Zhao Peng asks for confirmation anyway, and Li Qingqian calmly says his parents just signed the provincial contract this morning. Now truly rattled, He Hongyun demands to know why Li Qingqian's parents were the ones signing the provincial purchase contract. Zhao Peng finally gets his revenge and shoves the first page in front of He Hongyun so he can read the vendor name and the 10.8 million amount for himself. Then Zhao Peng flips to the signature page and points out the bright red provincial seal, making the contract impossible to dismiss. With obvious satisfaction, Zhao Peng drives home the real blow. Divine Dragon is Li Qingqian's company, so He Hongyun's proud 20 million boast just collapsed. He even throws He Hongyun's own attitude back at him and asks if the way things turned out is not interesting. That is the moment He Hongyun breaks, because the official seal and the company name leave him no way to pretend anymore. He staggers backward and hoarsely insists the contract must be fake, even as panic and fear take over his face. Around him, the shock spreads in different directions, with Tian Wenming staring at Li Qingqian in disbelief, Jian Qingli seeing him in a whole new light, and Bai Jiaoliang left frozen too. Before anyone can process it all, He Jingwa suddenly rushes in and snatches the contract straight out of Tian Wenming's hands. Li Qingqian's voice turns cold at once as he demands to know what He Jingwa thinks he is doing. He Jingwa snatched Li Qingqian's contract and flipped straight to the signature page, only to see the deal was already signed and stamped. When he found the 10.8 million yuan price, He Jingwa convinced himself he had lost the deal only because Li Qingqian bid lower. Li Qingqian walked up calmly and held out his hand for the contract back. Tian Wenming finally stepped in, openly annoyed that He Jingwa was acting like a robber in public. Facing Li Qingqian, He Jingwa finally let out his real grievance and accused him of stealing the 20 million that should have been his. Pressed by Tian Wenming, He Jingwa finally released the contract and gave Li Qingqian one last hate-filled glare. With nothing left to say, He Jingwa called his son home, and the father and son left looking completely beaten. Watching them go, Jian Qingli could only sigh that they looked pitiful now. Zhao Peng had less sympathy and said He Hongyun was only getting back the same arrogance he had shown everyone else. Then Bai Jiaoliang voiced the real worry. If He Hongyun quit, their team could be in trouble for the next stage of the competition. Tian Wenming was unexpectedly calm, saying He Hongyun had just lost his excuse to stay lazy and would probably work even harder now. He decided to give the father and son time to cool off first, then call He Hongyun back in 2 days. After that, Tian Wenming gathered everyone and headed into the big data center to finish the official post-competition procedures. Before Li Qingqian could even collect his certificate, a competition staff member pulled him aside and led him to a private office. In the office, a Provincial State Secrets Protection Bureau director introduced himself and handed Li Qingqian an official document package. When Li Qingqian opened the file, he discovered his competition-built space station operating system had been officially classified as top secret. The bureau director explained that experts had judged the software important enough to national economy and defense to lock it under top secret rules. The warning was straightforward. Without written approval, Li Qingqian could not upload or disclose the source code. The bureau director softened the blow by adding that the state would give Li Qingqian a one-time reward of 1 million yuan. Then he clarified the key limit. The secret was the source code itself, not every product built from it. Li Qingqian finally understood the logic and treated it like protected formula versus usable product. There was one more restriction. If Li Qingqian built software on top of that system, he would need bureau approval before commercializing it. Li Qingqian answered just as seriously and promised the source code would never leak unless the country needed it. Once that was settled, Li Qingqian brought up his other software and asked whether any of it also needed secrecy review. The bureau director told him to describe the functions first so he could make a rough judgment on the spot. Li Qingqian started with Divine Dragon data restoration and frankly mentioned that the provincial police had already signed a one-year deal for 10.8 million yuan. The bureau director was impressed by the result but said the data restoration software did not need to be classified. Next, Li Qingqian laid out the Divine Dragon optimization app and its brutal performance jump on an old phone. That claim finally surprised the bureau director, but he still judged the app impressive rather than confidential. Li Qingqian pushed further and revealed he was also building an unfinished operating system core of his own. The more the bureau director heard, the more he treated Li Qingqian like a real software genius, even though the unfinished core still was not a state secret. With the secrecy question settled, Li Qingqian finally asked the practical question he really cared about: how the space station software copyright had been processed. He admitted he still needed copyrights for his other software too, especially since he had not had time to register them before release plans changed. The bureau director saw through the request but agreed to help this one time, and told Li Qingqian to send over the software materials. Li Qingqian immediately accepted the favor with a bright smile and promised he would remember it. Before leaving, the bureau director joked that he might call in that favor later, gave Li Qingqian his phone number, and promised news in about a week. Back home in Tianyi City, Li Qingqian had barely sat down before Li Tianlan hit him with a new problem. The provincial side wanted large-scale training on the software. Li Tianlan also admitted he and Xinli were exhausted because people had been calling non-stop all day asking how to use Divine Dragon data restoration. Li Qingqian answered without hesitation that they had to build up Divine Dragon Software Company and start recruiting people immediately. He asked his parents to hold things together for a few days while he brought in professionals, because the company could no longer stay small. The 10.8 million deal and the promised help with software paperwork had just changed the pace, so Li Qingqian knew he needed real manpower now. After the talk, Li Qingqian went back to his room, organized the materials for his 3 software projects, and sent everything to Wang Dalan. Alone at last, he compared this life to the one he remembered, from failing the college exam to the crash that ruined his family. Now the contrast was brutal. He could aim for full marks, had taken first in the provincial programming competition, and had already earned over 10 million from one piece of software. That was the moment he fully accepted that rebirth had already changed his family's fate, and he meant to push those changes much further. Even after seeing that much money, Li Qingqian did not want to stop, because the professions he had unlocked were still only the early steps of something much bigger. He tightened his goal into something practical: earn more money, build the company framework, and prepare for the much more expensive jump into hardware. Among those future projects, the brainwave receiver became his next major target because it would boost his software development efficiency again. Then he got back to work the hard way, grabbing medicinal wolfberries so he would not collapse from overwork before he even got there. He opened the Divine Dragon operating system core document and stacked 3 skills at once: focus, rational thinking, and mental coding. With his mind turning razor clear and his body aching under the strain, Li Qingqian drove forward into a new burst of night coding as lines of code poured across the screen. A week later, Li Qingqian had already rented a full office floor in Tianyi Fortune Square and turned Shillong Software into a real company. The company was already running. Customer service girls were answering calls in sweet voices and helping users of Divine Dragon data restoration. Inside his small private office, Li Qingqian listened while the new HR director, Zhao Na, gave a sharp report on the company structure. Zhao Na laid out the staffing numbers and pushed the next step too, telling him a software company needed a legal department for contracts, patents, and lawsuits. Li Qingqian was pleased because Zhao Na had built the company's basic framework in just 3 days and taken a huge load off his shoulders. He told Zhao Na to keep focusing on user training and after-sales support, while Divine Dragon data restoration was still the company's immediate priority. Then he moved to the real launch order. The copyright for Divine Dragon optimization was done, the encryption was finally finished, and now it was time to put the app into every app store. Zhao Na immediately promised to handle the release that same day, already excited because she knew how destructive this app could be to the phone market. After she left, Li Qingqian watched her go and privately savored one more perk of being the boss. At the very least, the view was nice. Elsewhere, a 4th-year student named Xu Renfei was still stuck with the same cheap old phone he had bought as a freshman, and now it lagged badly enough to push him toward replacing it. When QQ messages froze his phone again, Xu Renfei restarted it out of habit and went searching the app store for something lighter. That was when he spotted Divine Dragon optimization and stopped cold at its bold promise to solve phone lag completely. He downloaded it right away, but the install warning saying the screen would black out made him hesitate and suspect a virus. In the end, he gambled on it and tapped confirm anyway. After the reboot, a golden dragon startup screen appeared, and even the usual Android branding had been replaced by Divine Dragon optimization. What really stunned him was the speed, because the phone reached the lock screen almost instantly instead of crawling there for a full minute. He unlocked it, swiped across the desktop, and realized the old phone now moved with almost no delay at all. Still not trusting it, he opened QQ, but even a flood of 99+ messages no longer froze the phone. He kept testing app after app until he was convinced this thing had basically turned his junk phone back into a new one. Once he was sold, Shu Renfei blasted the app into every QQ group he had and told everyone their laggy phones might be saved. Because Shu Renfei had a reputation for being practical, his classmates trusted him enough to try the app themselves. The group flipped fast from doubt to hype, with one person after another praising Divine Dragon optimization like it had resurrected their phones. Among the people watching the chat, Shu Renfei's classmate Zhang Taizhu instantly smelled content and decided this app would be perfect for his tech live stream. Zhang Taizhu's stream already had a loyal student-heavy audience, so when he went live and called today's app amazing, the viewers immediately smelled the setup. The chat roasted him on sight, joking that the famously stingy and practical Taizhu must have finally been bought off. Instead of arguing, Zhang Taizhu held up the star of the test, a 4-year-old entry-level phone so we could barely count it as usable anymore. He walked viewers through the awful specs and showed the phone lagging so badly that even opening QQ could make it freeze solid. When the device locked up again, he calmly restarted it and bluntly told the audience this thing had already become electronic trash. That only made the viewers more impatient, because they thought he was wasting everyone's time stating the obvious. Then he finally dropped the point of the stream, Divine Dragon optimization, an app that claimed it could revive old phones. The audience called nonsense and accused him of hard selling, but Zhang Taizhu installed the app anyway and told them to watch closely. When the app demanded a restart to optimize the system, he leaned into the moment and promised the viewers a miracle. He tapped confirm, the screen went black, and the viewers started warning each other not to let him cheat by swapping phones. A minute later the screen lit up with a majestic golden dragon and the words Divine Dragon Software, and the whole chat jolted at how serious the app suddenly looked. The startup alone rattled people, because viewers immediately realized the app had changed system-level files instead of acting like a normal lightweight tool. About 10 seconds later the lock screen appeared, and Zhang Taizhu pointed out that the same phone used to need a full minute to get this far. When the phone reached the desktop without a hint of lag, even the suspicious viewers started wondering if he had secretly switched devices. He kept testing on stream, and one by one the screens, WeChat, QQ, and other everyday apps all ran smoothly on what had been dead weight a moment ago. That was the turning point, and the audience finally started praising the app instead of mocking it. Gifts began pouring in so fast that Zhang Taizhu got visibly excited, because this was the first time one of his streams had exploded like this. The viewers pushed him to try something harder, so Zhang Taizhu opened League of Legends on the same old phone to see whether the miracle held up under real pressure. Instead of crashing like before, the game launched cleanly, and that alone felt impossible on a phone this old. Then it got even crazier. On low graphics the game actually ran at about 50 frames, enough for Zhang Taizhu to admit the app really made the phone playable. By now the stream had fully flipped, and the chat was no longer asking whether the app worked but demanding the download link as fast as possible. Zhang Taizhu enjoyed the comeback for a second, bragging that nobody could call him bot now, before finally telling them the app was available across the major app stores. The moment viewers rushed off to download it, the comment stream suddenly thinned out because everyone was busy searching for Divine Dragon optimization. But the next wave of comments came back wrong, with viewers saying some app stores could not find Divine Dragon optimization at all, and one store had already flagged it as risky and pulled it. The final warning was worse. App stores were flagging Divine Dragon optimization for changing system files, affecting phone warranties, and potentially causing system problems, turning the viral launch into a fresh risk. During his live stream, Zhang Taizhu sees viewers saying Divine Dragon optimization has disappeared, and the sudden claim immediately throws him off. He searches the App Store himself and gets a blunt warning that the app has been removed for potential security risks. The timing feels too suspicious, so Zhang Taizhu quickly guesses the phone makers may have noticed how strong the app really is. He starts checking multiple major manufacturers' app stores one by one, hoping the first warning was just a mistake. Every result comes back empty, and Zhang Taizhu realizes Divine Dragon has effectively been wiped from all the mainstream stores. He tells the live stream the app seems to have been banned by the phone manufacturers, and the chat instantly turns messy and suspicious. Viewers start accusing him of promoting a virus, scamming fans, or even trying to control their phones, putting his reputation on the line. Knowing he has to calm everyone down, Zhang Taizhu steadies himself and decides to prove the company's background on stream. He opens the app's personal center and pulls up the About Us page to show that Divine Dragon Software is a real company, not some shady trap. The page shows a formal thank you letter from the Tianyi City Police, and Zhang Taizhu immediately uses it as proof that the company is legitimate. He scrolls further and finds a cooperation notice with the Jinshan Province Police Department, then clicks through to the police website to make the point even stronger. With the police partnership on screen, he asks the obvious question, Why would a company trusted by law enforcement release a virus app? That evidence flips the mood, and viewers start backing off the virus accusations. When viewers still ask why the app vanished, Zhang Taizhu bluntly explains that smoother old phones would hurt new phone sales, so the manufacturers had every reason to bury it. The chat finally catches up, and people admit they misjudged him. With trust restored, Zhang Taizhu posts Divine Dragon Software's official website and tells everyone they can still download the app there. He also makes sure to mention the app is only free for 1 month, and after that users will have to pay. That one sentence sets the chat on fire again, because many viewers assume he has finally sold out for a paid promotion. Before the anger can spread too far, he reveals the real price, just 18 yuan for a full year, tied to the account even if the user changes phones. The mood flips almost instantly, because even viewers with tight budgets feel that 18 yuan a year is completely worth it. Zhang Taizhu tries to end the review on a high note and signs off, asking viewers to follow his channel if the stream helped them. But after seeing the audience count hit a record 30,000, he gets greedy for momentum and changes his mind. He announces a fresh test on a flagship phone released this year, and the viewers who were leaving start flooding back in. At the same time in Divine Dragon Software's office, Zhao Na and Li Qingqian stare at the company data wall as the app's download curve suddenly turns ugly. The numbers explain the problem clearly. Downloads surged in the morning, collapsed in the afternoon, and are now barely moving. Zhao Na reports the reason at last. Every app store has removed Divine Dragon optimization and marked it as risky. When Li Qingqian asks why, Zhao Na says the stores claim the app modifies system files and demand the source code for review. Li Qingqian instantly sees through it, and sneers that only fools would hand over source code to the very companies trying to block them. He decides the manufacturers are afraid because the app threatens their profits, and he refuses to believe a takedown can really stop it. Zhao Na still has the practical problem in front of her, so she asks how they can keep promoting the app now that the main stores are closed. The app's impact is so severe that major phone manufacturers across the country are thrown into emergency mode almost overnight. Senior executives rush toward Jinshan province, and even big internet companies send people to Tianyi City to talk about Divine Dragon optimization. On the way to the airport, Oppo's senior vice president Zhang Qinglan gets word that every manufacturer has already removed the app and attached a security warning to it. Zhang Qinglan immediately reads the move for what it is. The other manufacturers have already realized just how dangerous Divine Dragon optimization could be to them. He guesses other negotiators are already racing to Tianyi City too, because everyone wants the source code before someone else gets it. Lu Ping points out that the manufacturers had agreed to remove the app first and hold back from contacting Divine Dragon Software for now, so their trip feels underhanded. Zhang Qinglan gives her a blunt lesson in business. Companies exist to make money, and nobody serious in this fight is going to play nice. Once Lu Ping understands, she asks whether Li Qingqian will hate them for taking the app down in the first place. Zhang Qinglan says he has already investigated Li Qingqian and sees him as a brilliant but ordinary-born student running a very new company. Because Li Qingqian grew up in a family that had to worry about ordinary things like mortgages, Zhang Qinglan thinks enough money will easily crush any anger. He even says he is ready to offer 100 million yuan for the source code, convinced that kind of number would turn resentment into gratitude. Lu Ping is overwhelmed by the number, but Zhang Qinglan privately knows 100 million is just a probing offer, not the real value of the technology. He measures Divine Dragon against past virtual machine projects like UNOS and HarmonyOS, and concludes Li Qingqian's work is operating on a far more terrifying level. In industry circles, some experts are already saying whoever controls Divine Dragon optimization could become the next Apple. At Hain, Chairman Lei Che looks over Li Qingqian's file and decides the app matters less than recruiting the genius behind it. Lei Che sets an astonishing offer of 5% non-diluting shares, because he wants Li Qingqian as a long-term partner, not just a seller. When someone questions the price, Lei Che flatly says they do not understand what a true genius can do to transform a company. Over at Huawei, Xu Renfei finishes the same report and starts making even bolder arrangements. He is willing to offer Li Qingqian an 80 million annual salary, 3% of Huawei's shares, and even a path toward taking over the company if he proves himself. And if Li Qingqian still refuses to join, the fallback plan is a 3 billion yuan offer just for the source code. Meanwhile, the man causing all this panic is back in class like nothing happened, quietly listening to the lesson. After the morning session ends, Jian Qingli gently offers Li Qingqian some cake and watches him with obvious hope. Li Qingqian politely refuses because he has already eaten, and her bright mood immediately dims. Trying to hide how much she cares, Jian Qingli casually asks why she did not see him this morning after waiting for him at his door. Li Qingqian tells her he stayed out because company business kept him away from home overnight. That answer actually reassures Jian Qingli, because at least he was working instead of spending the night with another girl. She even tells him he is already wealthy enough and does not need to push himself so hard. Before that moment can go any further, Zhao Peng runs into grade 12 class 5 with urgent news about the app. Zhao Peng says he searched for Divine Dragon optimization himself and found nothing except a security risk warning. He angrily concludes the phone makers know how powerful the app is and took it down to protect their own new phone sales. Zhao Peng says the stores are not just blocking downloads, They are also spreading fear by warning users the app could damage phones and void warranties. That hits Zhao Peng personally, because he helped build the app and has already used it on his own phone long enough to know the warnings are lies. He reminds Li Qingqian that before the app, his phone lagged, overheated, and needed constant restarts, but now it runs smoothly and even uses less power. Still fired up, Zhao Peng urges Li Qingqian to go negotiate with the app stores and force them to put Divine Dragon optimization back online. Li Qingqian says he already contacted them, but they insisted on reviewing the source code before relisting the app. Zhao Peng instantly sees the trap and blurts out that the so-called review is just a cover for stealing the software. He then pushes for a harder answer and says they should call the police instead of letting the manufacturers bully them. Li Qingqian shuts that hope down too, because Zhao Na already consulted lawyers and learned the stores covered themselves with careful exemption clauses and vague warning language. That leaves Zhao Peng furious and helpless, and he asks the question hanging over all of them: are they really supposed to just endure this after working so hard on the app? When Zhao Peng fumes over the app being taken down, Li Qingqian stays icy calm and says the removal is only temporary. Privately, Li Qingqian turns the setback into a lesson. If he cannot control distribution channels, any software he builds can be choked off by others. Zhao Peng quickly guesses Li Qingqian might use the Junior Informatics Awards ceremony to promote the app, then immediately worries the audience is too small to matter. Li Qingqian shuts down the guessing game and tells him to wait for a noon update, confident the answer will be obvious after that. The patch is tiny because Li Qingqian built Divine Dragon optimization in modules, so he can swap in only the changed parts without disrupting users. That tiny update secretly adds two things that matter a lot: an app store program and a referral system for Divine Dragon optimization. Li Qingqian's referral plan is blunt and practical. If a user gets more than 18 successful shares that stay installed for over 3 days, their annual fee is waived. He knows this trick would fail for most apps, because people would delete them the moment they got the reward. But he is sure Divine Dragon optimization is different, because once people feel their phones speed up and the battery lasts longer, they will keep it. He estimates half of new users will stay, and that retention will let the app spread through friends, acquaintances, and social media even without the major app stores. The referral program is only one part of his answer, because after the takedown he also found a national policy opening online. He realizes Divine Dragon optimization can be framed as software that fills a weak point in foundational technology, which opens the door to national backing. With Wang Dalin's help, he reaches Lin Xiong, and Lin Xiong pushes the app toward experts at the Software Research Institute under the Academy of Sciences. By this morning, Dr. Wu Biao has already told Li Qingqian to come to Dragon City soon and answer technical questions in person. Li Qingqian judges that once the interview goes well, Divine Dragon optimization has a strong chance of entering a national key project. He cares less about direct funding than the real prize: national publicity and access to huge phone procurement channels. The scale is enormous in his mind, because winning a contract tied to tens of millions of phones could turn the app into a billion-yuan business every year. That is why Li Qingqian never panics, and Zhao Peng leaves reassured, ready to wait for the update and keep spreading the app at school. After Zhao Peng leaves, Li Qingqian drops back into his books on brain science and brain waves, still trying to understand the field better. The more he reads, the more he feels how shallow humanity's current understanding of the brain still is. He decides that if ordinary books hit a wall, his real path forward will be the university student profession and the advanced knowledge sold in the profession mall. He also understands the payoff clearly. Once that profession is unlocked, learned knowledge can become upgradable skills on his interface. Then an urgent interruption arrives when Zhao Na appears at the door of Class 5, glamorous enough to make every boy in the room stare. Whispers explode around the room as the students gape at her mature charm and try to guess who she is. Zhao Na sweetly asks a boy at the door to call Li Qingqian out, because she could not reach him by phone and the matter cannot wait. Before the boy can even speak, the whole class noisily teases Li Qingqian that a beauty is waiting for him outside. Li Qingqian sees Zhao Na, gets up without fuss, and walks out under a storm of jealous looks. Away from the door, Zhao Na drops the charm and tells him in a solemn voice that something major has happened. She reveals that Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, Huawei, Oppo, Vivo, and Motorola have all shown up at Divine Dragon Software. Zhao Na stresses that these are not small visitors either, because even the lowest-ranked people waiting there are corporate vice presidents. Still baffled, Zhao Na asks why someone as rich and talented as him is still sitting in class instead of running the company full-time. Li Qingqian answers with complete certainty that studying is still his foundation, and he is not about to throw that away. Zhao Na pushes him to return to the company at once, but Li Qingqian flatly refuses because he still has class. Instead, he orders her to receive everyone, find out exactly why they came, and send him a detailed email. Zhao Na is alarmed and warns that these giants already bullied Divine Dragon Software once, and a new company like theirs cannot casually offend them. Li Qingqian does not bend at all, because giving them the cold shoulder is exactly what he wants to do. He finally explains his confidence. Those companies are not here to threaten them this time, they are here to beg. He tells Zhao Na to act more assertively, because for once Divine Dragon Software holds the stronger position. Then he simply heads back to class, leaving Zhao Na exasperated enough to stomp her foot before returning to the company alone. When Li Qingqian returns, the boys instantly look for Zhao Na again and sag in disappointment when they realize the beauty is gone. Jian Qingli, feeling a little threatened after seeing Zhao Na, asks Li Qingqian who that beautiful woman was. Li Qingqian only says she is from his company, which leaves Jian Qingli unsatisfied but unable to press that answer further. So Jian Qingli pivots to the app itself and asks what Divine Dragon optimization actually does and why other companies removed it. He answers in one dry line that the app optimizes phone performance, and it got pulled because it hurt those companies' interests. Before she can keep digging, teacher Tian Wenming walks in with a stern face and starts class, giving Li Qingqian an easy way to cut the conversation off. Meanwhile, back at Divine Dragon Software, Zhao now returns to a reception room full of quiet, waiting executives from the biggest companies in the industry. She gives a polished welcome, apologizes for the long wait, and makes it clear she intends to move straight to business. Then she invites everyone to the conference room and tells them to explain their intentions there. Zhang Qinglan from Oppo asks the question everyone is really thinking: where is Li Qingqian? Zhao Na smooths over the truth by saying her boss has something very important to handle and cannot come right now. She adds that if they have something to say, they can say it to her directly. That answer lands badly, because Zhang Qinglan's eyes show quiet contempt, and the room clearly doubts Zhao Na can decide a deal this big. The executives start pressing again, some politely and some bitterly, insisting they truly need to meet Li Qingqian himself. Zhao Na cuts through the pressure, telling them to either leave contact information for a later appointment, or follow her now and state their business to her. Even though she never says it outright, everyone can feel that Zhao Na is annoyed and no longer in the mood to flatter them. Zhang Qinglan takes it in stride and quietly notes that a 17-year-old like Li Qingqian must be anything but simple if he can keep a forceful subordinate like Zhao Na under control. But not everyone shows that respect, because the Tencent representative looks Zhao Na over and crudely thinks a company takeover would let him make her his secretary. Most company reps decide Zhao Na is not worth talking to, but Huawei and Haim stay and follow her into the conference room. Inside, Huawei's Wei Daojin introduces himself first, and Zhao Na listens as the hard-edged veteran executive makes his entrance clear. Then Haim's Wang Qian introduces himself, calm and elegant, and Zhao Na turns to hear him out. Zhao Na keeps her professional smile and asks a smart first question: should they talk separately or face-to-face together? The two executives immediately agree to talk together, making the meeting feel like a quiet showdown before it even starts. Zhao Na opens her notebook and invites Huawei to speak first. Wei Daojin gets straight to it. Huawei wants to acquire Divine Dragon software outright, including Divine Dragon optimization and Divine Dragon data restoration. His opening number lands like a bomb when he calmly offers 3 billion yuan. Wei Daojin raises the stakes with Huawei chairman Wang Renfei's message: Li Qingqian could join Huawei, become CEO in 2 years, get 3% dividend-paying shares, and start at an 80 million annual salary. When he adds that Huawei's profits would make those shares worth about 1.8 billion a year, Zhao Na can barely keep her face still. Inside, Zhao Na reels at the idea of 19-year-old Li Qingqian becoming a Fortune 500 CEO, and she starts thinking her own salary looks painfully small next to a company now priced in the billions. Even while stunned, Zhao Na records every word and promises she will pass Huawei's offer to Li Qingqian exactly as stated. Huawei's offer makes the Haim side visibly more serious, because he knows he now has to answer with something just as shocking. The Haim side openly admits they cannot match Huawei's depth, but says a smaller company can be more flexible. Then Haim names its own giant bid: 2.5 billion yuan for Divine Dragon optimization, with 1 billion in cash and 1.5 billion in Haim shares. The Haim side follows with Chairman Lei's personal message: if Li Qingqian joins as a partner, he will receive 5% non-diluting shares. When Wang Qian says those shares are already worth 15 billion and could rise much higher, Zhao Na is hit with a second wave of disbelief. Zhao Na can hardly believe a company chairman would hand Li Qingqian that much equity just to bring him in. With Zhao Na watching, the two executives start smiling through veiled attacks, each trying to undercut the other without dropping their manners. The Haim side presses flexibility, as the advantage a giant like Huawei cannot match. The Huawei side answers with a soft, but brutal warning that small company shares can become worthless overnight. Before the atmosphere turns uglier, the Huawei side cuts the sparring short, and Zhao Na smoothly promises to sort both offers and report back. Zhao Na politely arranges hospitality for the two executives and sees them out without letting her shock show. The moment the door closes behind them, Zhao Na rushes back to her office and finally lets the shock hit her full force. She immediately tries to call Li Qingqian to tell him the unbelievable news, but the call does not go through. Blocked by the failed call, Zhao Na opens WeChat and sends Li Qingqian every number and promise from Huawei and Haim. Her restraint breaks in text, and she blurts out that Li Qingqian is rich now, amazing, and absolutely needs to give her a raise. She also vents that the other companies look down on her and refuse to reveal anything unless they could speak to Li Qingqian directly. At noon in Tianyi High School, Li Qingqian finally takes his phone out after class and checks Zhao Na's flood of messages. After a brief stunned pause, Li Qingqian sends a blunt answer back: Divine Dragon Software is not selling anything, and he will not work for any other company. He had expected collaboration offers, so the direct buyout attempt only hardens his refusal. Li Qingqian tells Zhao Na to pass that refusal to every company that came. When he notices Zhao Na's grievance between the lines, he goes further and tells her to send the dismissive companies away without any cooperation for now. Even while backing her, Li Qingqian quietly decides Zhao Na still needs seasoning and tells her to find a qualified vice president as soon as possible. As the chat ends, a majestic golden dragon glides across the top of Li Qingqian's phone screen with a new Divine Dragon notification. He taps in and sees the new update: a referral program, a Divine Dragon app store, and bug fixes packed into a tiny 1 megabyte patch. This small update is really a countermeasure, because Divine Dragon's system-level access and P2P sharing make it extremely hard for phone makers to block distribution. Once the update finishes, 2 fresh icons appear on his desktop: the referral tool and the Divine Dragon app store. Li Qingqian opens the referral program and sees a QR code built for users to spread the app directly to other phones. He jumps to WeChat Moments and finds the sharing flow already pre-written, making it almost effortless to spread Divine Dragon. Seeing that Zhao Peng has already posted the QR code too, Li Qingqian casually shares it himself and turns the App Store ban into direct user-to-user spread. Li Qingqian's confidence turns cold as he decides this is no longer just about surviving the boycott, but about counterattacking the companies squeezing him. The takedown teaches him a harsh lesson. His original dream of win-win cooperation with big internet and phone companies means nothing if his startup has no power. He realizes the only real way to earn the right to speak is strength strong enough that others cannot ignore him. For Li Qingqian, that means pushing Divine Dragon optimization to tens of millions of installs until no company can pretend he has no say. At the same time, his phone keeps filling with alerts that people are trying to reverse engineer Divine Dragon optimization. Li Qingqian stays calm because the app is protected by his quantum encryption, and for now he believes they cannot reverse engineer it. The attack pattern in his mind is ugly. The biggest internet bullies and the top phone makers are the main ones probing for his source code. That hypocrisy irritates him even more, because the same companies politely ask for meetings while secretly trying to steal the code. On top of that, hackers have been hammering Divine Dragon Software's internal network for days, which leaves Li Qingqian thoroughly fed up. He lets them keep trying for now, but in his mind the order is already clear. Once they fail, it will be his turn. Back at the company, Zhao Na reads Li Qingqian's reply and is stunned all over again that he rejected a 3 billion offer without even hesitating. Then she reaches the part where Li Qingqian openly sides with her against the companies that look down on her, and the shock turns warm. For Zhao Na, that blunt defense feels like being valued, supported, and protected without conditions, and it nearly brings her to tears. But after sitting with it for a while, Zhao Na forces herself to think like a manager again and worries that offending too many giants could hurt Divine Dragon Software later. Once she gets herself under control, Zhao Na picks up the phone and starts calling Wei Dajin and Wang Qian herself. On the phone, Wei Dajin keeps his voice polite, but his frown says the rejection from Divine Dragon Software clearly stings. Even while unhappy, Wei Dajin still asks Zhao Na to name her side's terms so he can take one more offer back to his boss. Another call follows immediately, and this time Wang Qian from Haim pushes hard, insisting they are serious and willing to talk numbers. Haim is desperate because exclusive access to the app could turn its cheap phones into market killers overnight. Their panic runs deeper than profit, because Haim already has 5 million entry-level phones waiting for an April launch that the app could ruin. Zhao Na shuts the door again, firmly telling Wang Qian that Li Qingqian has no intention of selling the app. Blocked on a buyout, Wang Qian changes tactics and offers exclusive Haim licensing for 18 yuan per phone, dangling billions in annual fees. Behind that rich offer, Haim is already thinking ahead to reverse engineering the app once it gets close enough to the source. This time Zhao Na stays calm, promising only to pass the proposal along instead of being dazzled by the price. After that, Zhao Na spends the afternoon calling every company that left contact details, and most of them react badly to being turned down. Zhang Qinlan from Oppo is the worst of them, exploding on the phone because his company is also sitting on millions of spring-launch phones that could become dead stock. Realizing how badly Oppo is cornered, Zhang Qinlan drops his earlier arrogance and practically begs Zhao Na to arrange a meeting with Li Qingqian. Zhao Na refuses him too, and this time she quietly enjoys watching the man who looked down on her earlier lose his footing. At Baidu, Qian Wenxing reads the report about Li Qingqian's refusal and immediately decides the small company needs to be taught a lesson. The chapter reveals why he is so dangerous. This senior Baidu executive is also Millennium J, a famous dark web hacker. With a few commands, Qian Wenxing starts hacking Divine Dragon Software so he can just steal the app himself. Tencent is no cleaner, with a rented supercomputer farm already running at full load to crack Divine Dragon optimization from the inside. Dr. Li Lin confidently tells Tencent's CEO they should have the app source code within 6 hours. Li Lin even praises Li Qingqian as a genius, but only because genius code is exactly what he likes to crack and reuse. Tencent's CEO brushes off the coming public backlash, saying the internet forgets quickly, and that Li Qingqian now has to pay for refusing them. Alibaba and Huawei take a different route, pouring engineers into studying how the app boosts efficiency so they can imitate the result without ever seeing the source code. After afternoon class, students all over Tianyi High secretly pull out their phones and discover social media is suddenly flooded with praise for Divine Dragon optimization. Even teachers are posting about it, and the app's buzz gets bigger because people say their laggy phones turn smooth almost immediately. Students who tested the app for gaming start hyping it hard, convinced their bad performance in matches was their phone's fault, not their own. Xiaopeng goes desk to desk after class, personally pitching the app to his classmates. One classmate still refuses, showing off a pricey flagship phone and saying he has no reason to install the app. Xiaopeng counters by showing his own old Samsung S9, proving the app dragged its benchmark score from 300,000 to 640,000. That still doesn't convince the skeptic, because 640,000 sounds good for an old phone but still falls short of his own flagship. Then another classmate shocks the group by showing a phone that jumped to 1.38 million points and took first place in the rankings. He makes the result even more contagious by using the app's built-in screenshot share, which posts the score together with a QR code promising instant performance gains. That finally breaks the resistance, and the same classmates who hesitated a moment ago now rush to scan the code themselves. Within an hour, almost the whole school has installed the app, and the combination of free use and visible results turns everyone into unpaid promoters. Starting from Tianyi High, the app races through the city's social circles so fast that more than 10,000 people install it by nightfall. After evening self-study, Li Qingqian heads straight to Divine Dragon Software, where Zhao Na is still waiting to brief him. Zhao Na quickly relays what Huawei, Haim, and the others said, including Zhang Qinglan's demand that Li Qingqian meet him in person. Then she pivots to the good news and shows him the app's installation chart exploding after the noon update. The numbers are no joke either, because installs have leapt from 1,574 to 28,754, with hourly growth speeding up as the night goes on. Zhao Na can barely contain her excitement as she predicts the app could hit 1 million installs in a week and 10 million in a month. That high point snaps instantly when the big screen starts flashing and a hacking alert floods the office in green code and red warnings. The system shows the intruder forced downloading server data, but it also reveals Li Qingqian already set a trap by diverting the hacker into a fake virtual server. As the fake download proceeds, the counterattack package quietly loads anti-tracking, system control, website hijacking, and full network takeover tools into the intruder's path. Zhao Na is stunned enough to suggest calling the police, because from her side this looks like a full-scale break-in on the company network. Li Qingqian surprises her by smiling, because he expected this attack from the moment the app was pulled from the shelves and built these traps for exactly this day. He explains that the internet has become his playground with these system-level tools, and now all they need to do is wait for the trap to finish closing. Once the progress reaches 100%, the screen confirms every hidden countermeasure has successfully activated and starts pulling data back from the attacker instead. Then the trap pays off in full, because a live video window pops open and exposes the hacker as Qian Wenxin sitting at his own computer, still gloating over the theft. Inside Divine Dragon Software, Zhao Na still wants to call the police, but Li Qingqian calmly watches the rising numbers and says this attack is too good an opportunity to waste. Li Qingqian goes even further and confidently predicts the app will hit 10 million installs in just 3 days as the counterattack program starts taking effect. Zhao Na insists his estimate breaks every normal rule of growth, so Li Qingqian turns the argument into a bet. Zhao Na seizes the chance to demand a raise if he loses, and Li Qingqian grins back when she flatly says his side is impossible. At Baidu Corporation, Qian Wenxin smugly downloads data from Divine Dragon Software's server while He Hongyun watches the progress bar climb. Qian Wenxin boasts that his hacker identity Millennium J puts him in the nation's top tier, and He Hongyun relaxes because he believes Li Qingqian can never trace them back. When the download nears completion, both men get cockier and look forward to tearing open the app source code to learn Li Qingqian's secret. After the download hits 100%, Qian Wenxin unlocks a hidden archive full of stolen company files, proudly treating years of hacks like trophies. He Hongyun is immediately unhappy to see the archive still intact and warns that if the files ever leak, both of them are finished. Qian Wenxin brushes the warning aside, insists the archive is perfectly safe, and clicks open the Divine Dragon file anyway. Instead of source code, the screen suddenly exposes Qian Wenxin's real identity, dark web alias, and the accusation that he hacked 763 companies under He Hongyun's orders. Then old chat screenshots with He Hongyun start broadcasting across the computer, and Qian Wenxin panics because he cannot shut anything down. Qian Wenxin yanks cables and finally kills the machine's power, but the damage is already done, and He Hongyun explodes at him for keeping those records. Before they can recover, the office television turns on by itself and a cold synthetic voice starts mocking both presidents for their years of theft. He Hongyun tries to bluff back with legal threats, but the unseen hacker only laughs at the hypocrisy. The voice tells them resistance is pointless because all of Baidu's data is already copied to another server. A surveillance-style video begins playing on the television, showing the two of them casually drinking tea while hacking Divine Dragon Software. Seeing the video, He Hongyun finally guesses the attacker is Li Qingqian from Divine Dragon Software. He Hongyun quickly changes tactics and offers money, hoping Li Qingqian will delete the video and the stolen evidence. 10 silent minutes pass with no answer, leaving He Hongyun tense, disappointed, and slightly relieved all at once. Even the television remote no longer works, and Qian Wenqin bitterly admits the hacker's skill is so overwhelming that fighting back is useless. Qian Wenqin openly admits he had underestimated Li Qingqian, and both men are now almost certain this counterattack came from Divine Dragon software. He Hongyun's secretary suddenly calls in panic to report that multiple departments have lost control of the company's servers. The secretary suggests calling the police, but He Hongyun snaps back and lies that the disruption is only an internal technology test. Then the secretary reports something even worse. Baidu's websites, client, and products are all recommending Divine Dragon optimization app. That report removes all doubt for He Hongyun, and he knows Li Qingqian has turned Baidu's own traffic into a weapon for Divine Dragon software. He Hongyun hangs up, furious and humiliated, because he can endure losing control of the servers but not being forced to advertise Li Qingqian's app. To avoid electronic surveillance, He Hongyun drags Qian Wenqin into a camera-free corridor and orders him to find any evidence linking the invasion to Li Qingqian. He Hongyun promises to overlook the chat records only if Qian Wenqin can dig up proof, because without evidence they are the ones in real danger. He Hongyun also orders total secrecy, telling Qian Wenqin to keep saying everything is normal and that the app promotion was his own decision. When Qian Wenqin asks where he is going, He Hongyun erupts and says he is heading to Tianyi City to beg Divine Dragon software to let them off. Qian Wenqin finally fires back that He Hongyun was the one who ordered the hack in the first place, so he refuses to carry all the blame alone. He Hongyun cannot deny it, and is left bitterly regretting that he ever chose theft over honest negotiation with Divine Dragon software. Back at Divine Dragon software, Li Qingqian finishes wiping every trace of his counter-invasion and turns back to Zhao Na with an amused smile. He reminds Zhao Na of the bet, and teases her by asking if she really meant she would agree to anything if the app reached 10 million installs in 3 days. Zhao Na answers with a charmingly confident smile, but she immediately blocks whatever he is hinting at and says the only thing he can do is give her a raise. While chatting with his girlfriend, Zhang Taizhu suddenly sees a majestic golden dragon glide across his Baidu input method and stop him cold. He taps it, and a flashy recommendation page pops up saying Divine Dragon optimization can instantly double a phone's performance. Because every major app store just blacklisted the software days ago, Zhang Taizhu instantly guesses Baidu may have bought the app outright. The same strange promotion starts spreading everywhere, and screenshots flood his livestream fan group almost immediately. Fans realize Baidu is pushing Divine Dragon optimization in the most eye-catching spot across all its apps, which only makes the buyout rumor feel more real. Then the mood flips from gossip to urgency when users decide Baidu will probably raise prices later, so they rush to buy multi-year subscriptions right now. By early morning, Baidu's push has shoved Divine Dragon optimization and its company straight onto Weibo's trending list. Users who already installed the app start praising it hard, saying old cheap phones suddenly run like new and even games become playable. That praise pulls in a huge wave of curious new users, and the app's popularity starts feeding itself. But old reports about App Store removals and hidden security risks resurface just as fast, warning that the app may alter system files and void warranties. That warning scares off more than half the interested crowd, especially people whose phones are still under warranty. At Baidu, CEO He Hongyun has an even worse morning because the hijacked promotion is still out of his control and everyone assumes he arranged it. He and Qian Wenqin spent the whole night trying to take back their servers, even calling in famous security experts, but none of it worked. Humiliated, furious, and already regretting yesterday's clash, He Hongyun decides he has no choice but to go to Tianyi City and personally beg Li Qingqian to stop. Meanwhile at Divine Dragon software, Zhao Na stares at the meeting room dashboard as the install count rockets upward in real time. When she confirms the data is real, she can barely believe a brand new unknown app pulled in millions of installs overnight and millions in revenue right behind it. Her amazement quickly turns personal, because she remembers betting Li Qingqian the app would never hit 10 million installs in 3 days. She desperately talks herself down, insisting the referral surge will fade and many people will probably uninstall the app later. Then employee Xiaoli rushes in with the real reason for the explosion. Every Baidu app has been hard-selling Divine Dragon optimization since last night. Xiaoli even asks if Baidu bought the company and whether layoffs are coming, which makes the rumor feel big enough to shake the staff. Zhao Na finally checks Weibo on her phone and sees the app climbing even higher on the trending list, which kills off her last excuse. Now she can only panic, because in her head this isn't just a lost bet anymore, it is her raise and her dignity going up in smoke. At that exact moment, Li Qingqian walks into the meeting room calm as ever, and Zhao Na jumps up like she's been caught. Zhao Na hurriedly acts casual and asks why he came to the company instead of going to class, trying hard to avoid the install count topic. Li Qingqian glances at the install dashboard and coolly measures just how terrifying Baidu's market reach really is. After checking the survey data, he realizes the App Store warranty scare is still choking off millions of potential installs that Baidu's push could have delivered. Zhao Na cautiously asks if he was behind Baidu's global promotion, but Li Qingqian pointedly refuses to answer. She tries again by asking whether Baidu acquired the app, and this time he gives her only one clipped answer: no. That single word makes the room feel even quieter, and Zhao Na's mind goes straight back to the bet she is terrified he might bring up. Unable to take the pressure, Zhao Na grabs the excuse of reviewing headhunter candidates and quickly retreats to her office. As soon as she leaves, Li Qingqian drops the calm front and turns his full attention to Tencent's active attempt to hack Divine Dragon optimization. He sees at once that Tencent rented supercomputer power to brute force the app, a brutal method that would crush ordinary encryption. But he stays confident because his quantum encryption is not a fixed password at all, it changes in real time. Instead of just blocking the attack, Li Qingqian decides a rented supercomputer is too valuable to waste and quietly opens a way in from his side. A hidden data port slips through Divine Dragon optimization, and his control programs invade the supercomputer without the attackers noticing. Seconds later, he seizes highest level control, activates a virtual server disguise, and starts tracing the real hacker IP while downloading their machine data. What excites him most is not the counterhack itself, but the free access to a supercomputer he can now borrow for his own research. He immediately turns that stolen computing power toward a new goal, designing a special processor for his brainwave receiver that can emit brainwaves and filter interference. To push through the impossible calculations, Li Qingqian stacks focus, rational thinking, and mental coding at the same time and strips his mind down to pure logic. His ideas turn into code line by line, and the supercomputer begins chewing through simulations that would take a normal machine months. At Tencent's software support department, the attack team still thinks victory is seconds away as Li Lin and CEO Li Jingting watch the hacking progress crawl past 98%. Li Lin, red-eyed from an all-nighter, tells CEO Li Jingting that they boosted rented supercomputer power tenfold and should crack the app in 10 minutes. That finally eases Li Jingting's tension, and he jokes that he Hongyun will not be happy once Tencent breaks into the app first. With the bar surging past 99%, Li Lin starts gloating that Li Qingqian's genius encryption is about to become Tencent's property instead. He brags that once they crack Divine Dragon optimization, Tencent will steal both its virtual machine tech and the source code behind Li Qingqian's encryption. Inside Tencent, the hacking progress on the big screen crawled up to 99.9%, and Li Jingting and Dr. Li Lin were already celebrating like Divine Dragon optimization was theirs. Li Lin bragged that after nearly 2 days of work, Tencent was finally about to take the app source code and its valuable encryption technology. But the last step refused to move, and after 10 long minutes stuck at 99.9%, Li Jingting's confidence started turning into irritation. Li Lin hammered in one final line and declared victory the moment the progress bar finally hit 100%. Instead of handing over source code, the Divine Dragon icon exploded across the screen and a chain of anti-hacking alerts started announcing that Tencent's systems were being taken over. The messages got worse by the second, saying evidence was being compiled, Tencent's computers and servers were under highest level control, and Divine Dragon ads had been inserted across its websites. Li Lin tried to laugh it off as a bluff from a batch file, but the sweat running down his face showed he was no longer sure. Li Jingting checked his own computer to be sure, and the moment a majestic golden dragon started swimming across the desktop, his blood ran cold. That was the moment Li Jingting realized the big screen was telling the truth and Tencent's entire network might really be compromised. He snapped at Li Lin to stop standing there and called Tencent's network chief Niu Quan for emergency recovery. When Li Lin tried to verify the situation himself, even his own computer no longer responded, and that finally shattered his last bit of confidence. Li Jingting opened Tencent's chat app on his phone, and even their golden dragon crawled through the interface and pushed users toward the Divine Dragon download page. After checking more apps, Li Jingting finally admitted Tencent had just suffered the same nightmare Baidu faced earlier. Tencent's internet and systems experts rushed in, but no matter what they tried, they could not take back the computers, the servers, or the websites. One of Tencent's network leads urged Li Jingting to call the police for outside technical help, but Li Jingting shut that down at once because the attacker already controlled Tencent's data and backups. With the room already in chaos, Li Lin finally admitted that Tencent's disaster started when he hacked Divine Dragon optimization himself. After hearing how this started, Tencent's network side gave Li Jingting a grim assessment. If even their own people could not break this countermeasure, outside experts probably would not do any better. The first recovery option was brutal: cut off Tencent's whole network and reinstall every server, knowing the company's chat, games, and other products would go down hard in the process. Even that ugly fix had no guarantee, so Tencent's technical side told Li Jingting the safest path was to let Divine Dragon software clean up the damage themselves. Li Jingting still refused to bow that fast and decided to wait for the test computer's fresh system reload before contacting Divine Dragon software. Even while cornered, Li Jingting was already swallowing his rage and promising himself he would crush Divine Dragon software after this crisis ended. The fresh operating system finally loaded on the test computer, and for one brief second the clean desktop made it look like Tencent might still have a way out. Then that hope died instantly when the same golden dragon appeared on the freshly reinstalled desktop and stared back almost mockingly. The technical verdict got even worse: to clean this completely, Tencent would have to isolate every device, replace network gear, wipe all data, reinstall everything, and rebuild the whole network from scratch. That plan was almost impossible, because wiping Tencent's data would lock users out, erase years of personal content, and hand the market to rivals overnight. Pressed into a corner, Li Jinting dismissed the others and called for Tencent's lead lawyer, Zhang Yunjian. Tencent's lead lawyer arrived, heard the story, and cut straight to the one legal question that mattered most: whether Li Qingqian had proof Tencent was the side that did the hacking. Li Lin could not rule out the existence of evidence, and that uneasy answer made the legal danger feel very real. The legal advice was blunt: if no evidence existed, Tencent should call the police and push Divine Dragon toward prison, but if evidence did exist, Tencent would lose badly and needed a fast settlement. The final legal recommendation was simple and urgent: the longer Tencent waited, the worse this would get, so they needed to start mediation with Divine Dragon Software immediately. At Divine Dragon Software, Li Qingqian finally leaned back from his laptop smiling, because Tencent's rented supercomputer had just helped him finish a major round of deductions. Using that borrowed computing power, he had worked out preliminary design plans for a brainwave receiver built from real-world parts. He planned the next steps clearly too: buy special processors and custom parts, assemble a prototype, test it, and only then tackle the much harder problem of mapping thoughts into code. That quiet planning session was interrupted when Zhao Na came in with news that Tencent wanted to negotiate, and was even willing to let Li Qingqian name his price. Li Qingqian refused on the spot, which caught Zhao Na completely off guard. When Zhao Na asked why, Li Qingqian said money was not the point, and that Tencent had not shown even basic respect. He raised the bar on purpose and said true sincerity meant Tencent's CEO had to come to Tianyi City in person to talk. Li Qingqian was this hardline for a reason, because he had kept track of Tencent taking down his app, issuing warnings, and even renting a supercomputer to crack it. In his eyes, Tencent brought this on themselves, because the anti-hacking program only struck back after they tried to steal Divine Dragon optimization. More than that, this was exactly the result he wanted. Every company that had tried to suppress Divine Dragon optimization was now getting beaten badly. Back at Tencent, Li Jinting read Li Qingqian's answer, and his face darkened at once. He exploded, calling Li Qingqian despicable and arrogant for acting untouchable just because he had the technical upper hand. The legal reply was cold and practical. Right now Tencent needed Li Qingqian more than he needed them, so the side being squeezed had no choice but to accept his terms. The final strategy was ugly but useful: swallow the humiliation for now, fix the crisis first, and save the retaliation for later. Tencent servers were forced to promote Divine Dragon optimization across its whole platform, and the app shot up the trending charts almost instantly. With both Tencent and Baidu backing it at the same time, the internet exploded with curiosity, and treated the app like something extraordinary. The hype turned into a flood of installs, and within an hour Divine Dragon optimization blasted past 10 million users. That surge terrified the phone makers, because if old phones ran smoothly again, the new models already sitting in their warehouses would become almost unsellable. Their deeper nightmare was even worse: if users could keep Android phones for 5 years, the whole replacement cycle would collapse and half the industry might go bankrupt. So rival brands dropped their competition for one emergency goal and held a secret meeting to stop Divine Dragon optimization before it could spread any further. They quickly settled on a brutal plan: if the app lived on their phones, they would use their control over the system itself to kill it. Soon millions of phones, even models abandoned for years, suddenly received a tiny mandatory system update. After the update finished, users were hit with a warning claiming Divine Dragon optimization could alter system files, steal data, and damage hardware, so installation had been blocked for their safety. At the same time, a troll army flooded the internet with horror stories about stolen salary money, leaked chats, and private photos exposed online. The smear campaign was aimed exactly where users were most afraid, so the app's smooth performance stopped mattering once people started imagining fraud and privacy disasters. People who had planned to try the app backed off, and many who already installed it started wavering under the pressure. Then the attack escalated again when Alibaba executive Wu Butao publicly accused Li Qingqian of hacking Tencent and Baidu to force their promotion. Because He Hongyun and Li Jinting stayed silent instead of denying it, the public took that silence as proof the accusation was true. Now the story online turned lethal. If Divine Dragon software could hijack two internet giants, people decided it could easily steal ordinary users' data too. Users rushed to uninstall the app and install the manufacturer's updates instead, hoping to lock their phones down before anything worse happened. Inside Divine Dragon software, Zhao Na watched the install count hit 10 million and instantly thought of the bet she had made with Li Qingqian. Half an hour later the number climbed to 12 million, but the rise ended so suddenly it felt wrong. Then the installs crashed at a terrifying speed, falling from 12 million to 8 million in barely 10 minutes. After an hour it had dropped to 4 million, and Zhao Na barely had time to hope the collapse was slowing down. That hope lasted only a moment, because the number plunged again and crashed to 1.5 million in less than 10 more minutes. Right then Xiaoli sent Zhao Na a flood of bad news, confirming that manufacturers had banned the app and the whole internet was turning on the company. When Zhao Na opened the links and saw how complete the attack really was, cold sweat broke out and she ran straight for Li Qingqian's office. She understood the real target now. They were not just trying to kill the app, they were trying to destroy Divine Dragon software and Li Qingqian with it. Zhao Na burst into Li Qingqian's office with a panicked warning, only to find him in an awkward state from overusing his coding skill. The medicinal smell, the half-empty wolfberry bottle, and Li Qingqian's flush-twitching body made Zhao Na wonder if she had interrupted something strange. Li Qingqian, too worn out by mental coding to notice her strange look, simply asked what had happened and pulled his trembling hands away from the keyboard. Before answering her, he glanced at his hidden side project and saw the Divine Dragon operating system core had already reached 58.6% completion. Zhao Na hurried through the first blow, explaining that the phone makers had updated their systems together and banned installation of Divine Dragon optimization. She followed with the second blow. The internet was drowning in posts accusing the app of theft, scams, and privacy leaks. Then Zhao Na forced herself to say the most dangerous part aloud. Wu Buotao had publicly branded Divine Dragon Software a virus company and Li Qingqian a virus maker. Because Zhao Na had seen Li Qingqian break into Baidu herself, and then watched Tencent get hit the same way, she knew the accusation was not just rumor. She showed him the damage in numbers too. Installs were down to just 1.03 million and still dropping fast. And the crisis was no longer just commercial, because angry netizens were already pushing the Cyberspace Administration Office to investigate the company. Zhao Na bluntly told him that money and even the company could be rebuilt, but if the authorities moved on him personally, he could end up in prison. To Zhao Na, this looked like a complete siege that hit the product, the company, and the boss all at once, and for the first time she felt real despair. Li Qingqian answered coldly that the phone makers were even harsher than he expected, but he had always known they would never sit still once the app threatened their sales. His immediate response was surprisingly narrow: issue one clarification that the app never stole user data, and do nothing else for now. Then, in the middle of the crisis, Li Qingqian suddenly shifted topics and said he had another job for Zhao Na. Already rattled by how she had found him, Zhao Na tensed up and briefly feared he was about to ask for something improper. Instead, Li Qingqian told her he had sent a procurement list and wanted 100 sets bought for him as soon as possible. He added that he was leaving for Dragon City the next day for a crucial interview tied to the National Foundational Improvement Project. In Li Qingqian's view, that Dragon City trip was the real counterattack, because once the state officially backed the app, the rumors and boycott would collapse on their own. He stressed that the purchased materials had to be ready when he returned, because he planned to use them for his next important build. Then Li Qingqian calmly made one more point that Zhao Na could hardly accept. He insisted he had never hacked Tencent at all. Before Zhao Na could process that, Xiaoli rushed in with a shock of her own. Baidu's CEO and Tencent's CEO had both arrived in person to see Li Qingqian. Zhao Na's despair instantly turned into a fragile hope, because if He Hongyun and Li Jinting would clear the company's name, Divine Dragon Software might still survive. Li Qingqian only said very calmly that if they wanted to talk, then they would talk. But Li Qingqian understood the truth behind that visit. Under these conditions, Baidu and Tencent were not coming for peace, and it was finally time for him to show his hand. In the conference room, Li Qingqian welcomed He Hongyun with a polite smile, and the older internet veteran answered with the same fake courtesy. Li Qingqian stayed completely relaxed, because he knew the evidence in his hands could ruin He Hongyun if this meeting went badly. He Hongyun praised Li Qingqian's talent on the surface, but inside he was already irritated that this young man was so slippery and impossible to handle remotely. He Hongyun opened with pressure instead of compromise, warning that Divine Dragon Software was drowning in bad publicity and might soon face a Cyberspace Administration investigation. What He Hongyun did not say out loud was that this possible investigation scared him too, because any search of Divine Dragon could uncover his own dirty hacking trail. Li Qingqian cut through the performance, and said if He Hongyun only came to gloat about his company's trouble, the meeting could end right there. Forced to stop circling, He Hongyun finally admitted why he came and asked Li Qingqian to remove the control over Baidu's servers and software. Li Qingqian answered with an innocent face and flatly denied controlling Baidu at all, refusing to give away even one useful admission. Since Li Qingqian would not admit anything, He Hongyun had to explain Baidu's server crisis in detail and hoped to move the conversation another way. The moment He Hongyun finished, Li Qingqian flipped the whole blame around and angrily accused Baidu of trying to hack Divine Dragon optimization for its source code. He claimed the app's anti-hacking module had triggered automatically, so Baidu's mess was just the legal consequence of its own illegal intrusion. When He Hongyun pushed again for immediate release, Li Qingqian suddenly agreed so fast that even He Hongyun was thrown off. Li Qingqian only wanted one thing clear first: if Baidu wanted out, it would have to pay a price on his terms. His first condition was public. Baidu had to help clear Divine Dragon Software's name online and refute the rumors spread by Wu Buotao and the claims about stealing user data. His second condition was a written admission in disguise. Baidu would sign a 100,000 yuan compensation agreement for trying to hack the app. His third condition was even tighter. The anti-hacking program could only be removed if he came to Baidu in person, leaving no room for remote proof or easy traps. He Hongyan immediately rejected the first and second conditions, because once Baidu signed that compensation deal, it would look like an open confession that they attacked Divine Dragon first. Li Qingqian did not argue further. He simply picked up the remote and turned the big screen into a weapon. With a smiling voice, Li Qingqian said he had received an email about President He a few days earlier, and what appeared on the screen was devastating. Chat logs, company names, and folder screenshots rolled across the display one after another, leaving He Hongyan with no believable denial left. He Hongyan's entire posture collapsed on the spot, and the executive who walked in with pressure and pride was suddenly just a sweating man in real danger. At last he admitted defeat and accepted all of Li Qingqian's conditions in a hoarse voice. Even then, He Hongyan did not bother asking for the evidence to be destroyed, because he knew Li Qingqian was far too careful to keep only one copy. Li Qingqian softened the tone just enough to keep control, promising he would not take the money or force anything illegal as long as He Hongyan behaved. He Hongyan could only say he trusted him, even though both men knew that trust had nothing to do with it anymore. He Hongyan left in a daze, and Li Qingqian immediately had Zhao Na bring in the next group from Tencent. A grim Tencent delegation filed into the room, with Li Jinting and Dr. Li Lin visible among the group as they took the seats opposite Li Qingqian. Li Jinting did not even bother dressing up for the meeting, and his casual clothes made his contempt painfully obvious. Tencent's lead legal counsel sat upright with a thick stack of documents, clearly here to pressure Li Qingqian rather than negotiate gently. Once everyone settled, Li Qingqian opened bluntly and said Tencent was here because it had hacked Divine Dragon optimization to seize the source code. Tencent's lawyer cut Li Qingqian off at once, demanding evidence, and calling his accusation baseless while the others watched from across the table. Without letting Li Qingqian answer, Tencent's lawyer flipped the accusation and declared that his virus had illegally taken over Tencent's servers and software. An assistant laid a thick official notice in front of Li Qingqian, turning Tencent's pressure into a physical stack of paperwork on the table. Li Qingqian ignored the documents and asked one thing instead: was this hardline posture really Li Jinting's idea? Li Jinting answered yes without hesitation and ordered Li Qingqian to stop his infringement before he sank deeper into crime. That answer ended the meeting for Li Qingqian, because he could see Tencent still thought it was the one in control. Li Qingqian stood up, said there was no point talking without sincerity, and told Tencent to call the police and sue if they were so confident. Li Qingqian walked straight out of the conference room and did not look back once. Someone from Tencent called after Li Qingqian with more threats about prosecution and settlement, but he kept walking and never turned around. When Li Qingqian actually left, Tencent's side was left sitting in stunned silence with the open door behind him. Tencent's side quietly asked Li Jinting what to do next, and he answered coldly that they would go back first if Li Qingqian would not talk. Outside the building, Li Jinting's anger finally boiled over, because almost no one in business had ever dared brush him off like that. Dr. Li Lin reminded Li Jinting that this was not just about pride, because Tencent's servers were still locked down, and user complaints were piling up fast. That pressure pushed Li Jinting into full escalation, and he ordered Tencent to call the police, file suit, and report the matter to the Cyberspace Administration at once. Before leaving, Li Jinting added one last order: answer Wubuotao online and help drive Divine Dragon software deeper into the public opinion storm. As Li Qingqian walked out of Baidu's meeting room, Baidu moved fast and posted a public statement backing Divine Dragon software. Baidu flatly said its systems were normal and the Divine Dragon optimization app had not stolen user data. At the same time, He Hongyan's verified account cut in under Wubuotao's post with one blunt line: don't make baseless allegations. Those two messages hit immediately, and the online mob against Li Qingqian started to thin out. Once users believed Baidu, many remembered the app actually worked and started wanting it back on their phones. But the moment they tried to reinstall it, users ran into a worse problem. The app had been blocked by phone systems after forced updates. People cursed the update, realized they couldn't roll their phones back, and understood that manufacturers had cut off almost all new installs. So Baidu helped Divine Dragon win back some credibility, but the ban still cost them the users they had already lost. Then Tencent made its move and launched a much louder public attack aimed at destroying Li Qingqian's name completely. Tencent posted legal notices, a police complaint, and a public accusation that Li Qingqian had used virus software to seize control of its servers and operations. Because Tencent's account was so huge, the accusation blew up across the internet in minutes. Some people were shocked by Li Qingqian's technical power, but the louder reaction was fear that Divine Dragon was a virus company spying on users. Trolls pushed the panic even harder, tying Divine Dragon to scams, leaked chats, and private photos whether the claims were true or not. The tide flipped again, and soon the internet was treating Li Qingqian and his company like public enemy number one. Behind that backlash was Lin Tian Internet Media Company, a professional troll factory with masses of controlled accounts and verified identities. Lin Tian's team followed a routine formula: flood the internet with fake momentum first, then let angry ordinary users finish the dogpile for them. Sitting in his office with a fresh 1 million yuan payment, Lin Tian happily admired how easily a small company could be crushed online. The earlier smear article against Divine Dragon had also come from his company, so this whole storm was engineered, not spontaneous. When an anonymous client ordered him to keep condemning Li Qingxian until he was buried online for good, Lin Tian confidently promised he could do exactly that. But right as Lin Tian sent that reply, a police car pulled up outside his company and officers rushed in. Police had received a whistleblower package so detailed it mapped the smear campaign from the fake expose itself to the IPs and jump servers behind it. The evidence went even further and documented 3 years of paid rumor operations worth 15 million yuan, turning this into a major case. The only thing police still couldn't crack was the whistleblower's identity, because even technical forensics found nothing usable. Officers stormed the company, locked down the staff, and Li Xiang headed straight for Lin Tian's office. Li Xiang identified himself and confronted Lin Tian as the person in charge, while Lin Tian tried to keep his voice steady and play innocent. Even while answering, Lin Tian secretly tried deleting evidence on his phone, and Li Xiang caught him in the act. When Li Xiang formally accused him of manipulating online opinion and defaming Divine Dragon, Lin Tian could only stammer that it was all a misunderstanding. Li Xiang gave a final warning, and Lin Tian finally broke, squatting on the floor with his hands on his head. The handcuffs went on, and Lin Tian's smug confidence was gone. Then a policeman rushed in with the killer detail. They had found the hidden room with 3,000 active phones used for the troll operation. Hearing that, Lin Tian collapsed, because those phones were the one piece of evidence he had hoped the police would never find. Li Xiang checked Lin Tian's phone, found the chat planning to ruin Divine Dragon, and understood just how deliberate the attack had been. When Li Xiang demanded the name of the client behind the smear, Lin Tian claimed he didn't know. Li Xiang didn't argue. He said Lin Tian could remember later at the station, and ordered everyone and all the equipment taken away. Before leaving the case alone, Li Xiang opened the anonymous chat app and decided to bait the hidden client into revealing more. Back in Tianyi City, Li Qingxian sent the evidence package to the police, and then headed to school as if nothing had happened. He had already been told to report to the Software Research Institute in Dragon City for an interview the next day. He also planned to stop by Baidu headquarters, because even though he could fix their controlled systems remotely, doing it in person would hide that ability. To make the trip official, Li Qingxian went to Principal Wang Lingbo and applied for leave through the end of the Junior Informatics Programming Competition. Principal Wang admitted he knew the app was useful and even used it himself, but the internet rumors had still left him deeply worried. What he cared about most was simple. He hoped Li Qingxian would never go down the wrong path and could always keep a clear conscience. Li Qingxian was moved, because Wang Lingbo's concerns sounded just like the kindness Tian Wenming had shown him earlier that day. He had already gone through teacher Wang Jianjia for leave, and she had been worried about him for the same reason. Even under the internet's abuse, his classmates and schoolmates had been sending encouragement and helping defend Divine Dragon online. That support made Li Qingxian even more determined, and even angrier at the companies trying to smear him. Principal Wang put his faith in both Li Qingxian and the Academy of Sciences experts, and urged him to get the app into the National Foundational Improvement Project. He believed that once national media backed the project, all the rumors on the internet would collapse on their own. Li Qingxian answered solemnly that he would not let his teacher down. After leaving the school gate, Li Qingxian wasted no time and set off for Dragon City with Yi Hongyan. After landing in Dragon City with Yi Hongyan, Li Qingxian is taken straight from the airport to Baidu's control center. On the way over, Yi Hongyan has already been humbled by Li Qingxian's answers and now asks him to remove Baidu's server control with open respect. Li Qingxian calmly plugs in his laptop, types a few command lines, and says the job is done. The giant dragon vanishes from Baidu's main screen and software at once, proving his control has really been lifted. Success messages start flooding in, and Yi Hongyan finally breathes easier when his teams confirm every server is back to normal. But relief does not make him reckless, because he knows Li Qingxian likely exposed Lin Tian Internet Media's smear campaign and could hit Baidu just as hard. So when he reports that Baidu is fully restored, his tone sounds more like a subordinate speaking to a superior. Yi Hongyan still warns that Tencent has already called the police, filed lawsuits, and reported the case to regulators, so this storm could hit Li Qingxian hard. Li Qingxian brushes the warning aside and tells him to just finish putting Baidu's apps onto the Divine Dragon App Store. After Yi Hongyan promises it will be done in 2 days, Li Qingxian leaves Baidu and heads for the Academy of Space Technology. At the Academy gate, Lin Xiong is already waiting with a strained smile, obvious fatigue, and the look of someone carrying a serious problem. Before bringing him inside, Lin Xiong apologetically makes Li Qingxian leave his phone at the guard room because the Academy's security rules allow no communication devices. Once they reach the office, Lin Xiong drops the courtesy and explains that the space station has been losing 1 centimeter of altitude every day. What looks tiny is actually dangerous, because if the drift keeps growing, the station could eventually slip out of its safe orbit. Their team first suspected hardware, then software, but after a week of investigation even outside experts still could not isolate the fault. That dead end is why Lin Xiong finally turns to Li Qingxian, the one who built the space station operating system himself. Lin Xiong points him to a 3,000-line automatic position control segment and asks him to save them if he can. When the system identifies it as the Tiangong Space Station Control Program, Li Qingqian realizes the stakes are even higher than Lin Xiong said. He quietly activates rational thinking and focus, turning his mind cold and precise as he simulates the code like a machine. Back in Tianyi City, Zhao Na keeps calling his phone in a panic, but every attempt fails because the academy has made him completely unreachable. Jin Daotong has already brought police into the company, locked the situation down, and started questioning employees one by one. Cybersecurity specialists begin sealing up company computers for forensic analysis, turning the office into a full investigation scene. Jin Daotong presses Zhao Na to get Li Qingqian back immediately, warning that the case is under regulator supervision and running would only make things worse. The same pressure hits Li Qingqian's home, where police carry away his computer, books, and notebooks for evidence. When Li Tianman asks what his son supposedly did, the officer bluntly says Li Qingqian is suspected of illegally controlling Tencent's computer systems. Shenli insists to her shock that her son would never do something illegal, and the accusation leaves both parents pale and drained. At the academy, Li Qingqian finishes the first review and tells Lin Xiong the positional control program itself has no problem. He immediately pushes the suspicion deeper, saying the bug is more likely hiding in the system core or the hardware driver. Lin Xiong warns that those parts are written in assembly language, but Li Qingqian calmly says he can read that too. Once Lin Xiong hands over the core code and driver, he makes Li Qingqian promise absolute secrecy because the source code itself cannot leak. Even after handing over the files, Lin Xiong still braces for failure, because digging bugs out of dense assembly code is like searching blind through a haystack. Li Qingqian tears through the core code at a speed that would baffle anyone else and mentally runs the whole chain in his head. 10 minutes later, he finds the real culprit, a period conversion function with imprecise data definitions that quietly adds up to exactly 1 centimeter of drift per day. Lin Xiong has been called away, so Li Qingqian does not announce the fix yet and simply marks the bad code for later. Instead of stopping there, he opens the control system driver and starts reading the layer that actually commands the station's hardware. By the time he finishes, he already understands the station's thrusters and realizes he could redesign this driver to boost control efficiency by about 50%. Elsewhere in the academy, Lin Xiong is called in to answer harsh questions about the space station bug before a stern chief architect. Lin Xiong explains that the control software itself checks out and the likely fault is buried in the core code or driver, but a full bug search could still take 2 more months. As a backup, Lin Xiong proposes switching the station to Li Qingqian's newer operating system for temporary control, but even that workaround would bring serious risk and extra trouble later. The answer comes back ruthless. Lin Xiong is given only 3 days to stop the drift, keep every system working, and guarantee the station's absolute safety. Lin Xiong can only force a bitter smile as the warning turns brutal. If the station falls, the astronauts, the country's space program, and everyone responsible will carry that disgrace forever. While waiting alone in Lin Xiong's office, Li Qingqian first holds back and only marks the obvious errors in the space station code. But after 10 more minutes with Lin Xiong still missing, the messy code starts bothering him too much to leave alone. He makes a copy of the source code and decides to rebuild the core properly instead of just pointing out the bug. Once he starts typing, Li Qingqian tears out the clumsy old structure and rebuilds the operating system into clean modular pieces. Most of the modules come quickly because he has already built similar parts before, and only the driver layer slows him down. In barely half an hour, the rebuilt core is finished, and the system rates the software at D+. A second system notice gives him 20,000 experience points, pushing his stored total even higher. He knows the reward is useful but still not enough for what comes next, and his thoughts already drift back to using the farmer profession safely for more experience later. Looking over the new architecture, Li Qingqian is pleased that future modules like laser arm control can now be added easily. He also confirms the new core stays compatible with the old software while running about 30% faster and at half the code size. He does not even bother with a simulation test, because rational thinking already let him run the whole thing through his mind with no bugs showing up. Since Lin Xiong still has not returned, Li Qingqian uses the extra time to write a full user manual for the new system and its API. When Lin Xiong finally comes back, he looks tense and apologizes that an urgent mission has ruined his plan to eat with Li Qingqian. Lin Xiong admits the higher-ups gave him only 3 days to find the space station bug, and his worried face makes it obvious he has no confidence left. Li Qingqian cuts through Lin Xiong's panic and calmly tells him he has already found the problem. Lin Xiong is so stunned that he grabs Li Qingqian's hands before catching himself and asking for the explanation. At the computer, Li Qingqian points out the exact flaw and explains that the malfunction comes from a data type change around April 1st. He says switching the value to double precision will remove the offset bug for good, and Lin Xiong instantly understands he is right. The crushing anxiety finally drops off Lin Xiong's face, and he hurries to report the breakthrough to his boss. At the same time elsewhere in the academy, Deputy Director Wang Xinhua leads a fully armed internet security team inside to arrest Li Qingqian over the Tencent case. Because Li Qingqian had been unreachable, Wang Xinhua's team convinced themselves he was hiding and might even threaten academy systems or the space station itself. Because Wang Xinhua once studied under academician Gao Xiang, he goes straight to Gao Xiang's office to explain the danger and ask for action. Wang Xinhua warns that Li Qingqian could damage academy systems, steal decrypted data, and even threaten the space station if he stays inside the academy. After hearing that Lin Xiong personally brought Li Qingqian in and that surveillance places him in Lin Xiong's office, Gao Xiang angrily decides to go with him. Back outside the office, the collision comes instantly as Wang Xinhua points at Li Qingqian and declares that he has finally caught him. Two policemen immediately hem Li Qingqian in while Wang Xinhua accuses him of illegally hacking Tencent and orders him back for investigation. Lin Xiong snaps out of the shock and demands that Wang Xinhua release Li Qingqian at once. Wang Xinhua explains that the Tencent hacking case has become a high-level matter and warns Lin Xiong not to interfere. Gao Xiang arrives in a fury and blasts Lin Xiong for bringing a supposedly dangerous hacker into the academy instead of focusing on the software crisis. Lin Xiong fires back that Li Qingqian just found the space station problem and that he invited him here for exactly that reason. Lin Xiong plants himself in front of Li Qingqian and insists that no one should treat a national hero like a criminal before the facts are clear. Gao Xiang is jolted when he realizes this calm young man is the same programming genius Lin Xiong mentioned before. Lin Xiong explains that Li Qingqian built Divine Dragon Optimization, developed the control system Gao Xiang already saw, and is even stronger at programming than Lin Xiong himself. He adds an even bigger reveal. The Software Research Institute has already approved the app's basic testing and shortlisted it for a national project interview in Dragon City. That revelation shakes Wang Xinhua, because if the app already passed official basic testing, the online claims about viruses and stolen data suddenly look like rumors. Gao Xiang finally backs Lin Xiong's stance and says Li Qingqian should be handled impartially as someone who just helped the country. Faced with Gao Xiang and Lin Xiong pushing back, Wang Xinhua quickly reframes the arrest as a misunderstanding caused by Li Qingqian being unreachable. Li Qingqian thanks Gao Xiang and Lin Xiong, then calmly states his real position: he never hacked Tencent at all. He explains that Divine Dragon Optimization includes an anti-hacking program, and Tencent's attempt to hack the app triggered it to latch onto their systems and push those promotions. Wang Xinhua is still not ready to accept that on words alone and presses Li Qingqian for proof. Li Qingqian answers immediately that the app automatically recorded Tencent's hacking operations, and he can pull the evidence once he reaches Tencent's intranet. Wang Xinhua wants to leave for Tencent immediately, eager to settle the case before the pressure above gets worse. Lin Xiong flatly refuses, because the space station problem still outranks everything else in the building. Gao Xiang sides with Lin Xiong and rules that Li Qingqian cannot go anywhere until the academy's software crisis is handled first. When Lin Xiong suggests waiting until after the Divine Dragon interview, Wang Xinhua objects again because the public and the higher-ups are waiting for answers now. Gao Xiang settles the clash by saying he will personally postpone the Software Research Institute interview if needed, and Li Qingqian will deal with Tencent right after the space station work. Even after backing off, Wang Xinhua quietly points at the office computer and asks Lin Xiong whether Li Qingqian used it, still worried about what someone this capable could do inside the academy. At the Academy of Space Technology, Wang Xinhua politely sends Li Qingqian to the canteen so he can secretly inspect the computer Li just used. The moment Li Qingqian is gone, Wang Xinhua hooks up a specialized virus detection device and quietly explains to Gao Xiang and Lin Xiong that it can catch self-replication and hidden data transmission. When the computer wakes up, Wang Xinhua and the two researchers freeze on a new file Li Qingqian left behind, an introduction to Space Station Operating System version 2.0. At first, Wang Xinhua assumes one of the Academy researchers has been hiding a huge modernization plan, and the room lights up with excitement. One researcher quickly clears it up and says only Li Qingqian used this lockdown machine, so the document has to be his. As they skim the proposal, Wang Xinhua and the two researchers realize the system structure is far beyond the station software they already use, and the shock turns into respect. One senior researcher immediately treats the proposal seriously and orders a real feasibility study, already imagining it improving satellites, shuttles, fighters, and drones. Wang Xinhua gets nervous enough to save the file immediately, afraid a document this valuable could disappear by accident. Then they open the engineering files, launch the simulator, and realize Li Qingqian did not just draft version 2.0, he already built it. The clean modern interface leaves the room dead silent, because this rebuilt system looks better than the one their team spent months making. When Wang Xinhua follows the manual and the system responds perfectly, the truth hits hard. Li Qingqian rewrote the core in just 2 hours. One veteran engineer is hit especially hard, because his own team of more than 20 people took half a year to build the old system. The elderly academician does not hold back and calls Li Qingqian a peerless genius whose programming talent is beyond anyone he has met. Only after that amazement does Wang Xinhua remember the original fear and confirm on the security device that Li Qingqian's software shows no virus behavior at all. That is enough for the senior academician to make a real decision. Once safety and stability are confirmed, he wants the current space station system replaced with Li Qingqian's version. After the original station software also passes inspection, the academician orders the old bug fixed first, and the new system rushed to the Software Research Institute. When the engineer worries about Li Qingqian's legal trouble, The academician bluntly says the rebuilt space station system alone is enough reason for him to back the boy. Wang Xinbo can only answer bitterly that the 10-cent case is too public to ignore, and all he can promise is that Li Qingqian will not suffer if he is not at fault. At 10-cent meanwhile, Zhang Yunjian reports to Li Jinting that the authorities have found Li Qingqian and will bring him in the next morning to remove the server lockdown. She is openly pleased that Li Qingqian refused a private settlement, because now she wants him taught a public lesson without giving him a cent. Zhang Yunjian lays out the financial attack too, saying Tencent has already calculated massive losses and even lined up support on the legal side to press the case hard. She even prepared a scapegoat, arranging for Li Lin to claim personal responsibility if evidence ever surfaces that Tencent hacked Divine Dragon optimization. To erase the trail completely, she says the monitoring hard drives and the machines used in the hack have already been destroyed. Li Jinting applauds her work on the spot, convinced Tencent has sealed every loophole and will come out on top. The two of them end that meeting on the same bitter note, both wanting Li Qingqian punished for humiliating them face to face. By 10 the next morning, Wang Xinbo escorts Li Qingqian and a heavy police team straight to Tencent headquarters. The trip was delayed because Gao Xiang kept Li Qingqian overnight to oversee the space station bug fix, which had to be re-uploaded as a full system update. During that wait, investigators also found an old anti-hacking design document on Li Qingqian's computer that perfectly matched Tencent's current problem and predated the app release. The rest of the technical suite helps him too, because experts find no virus software and no evidence that Li Qingqian or Divine Dragon software carried out any hacking. At the entrance, Li Jinting welcomes Wang Xinbo warmly, but Zhang Yunjian's eyes turn icy the instant she spots Li Qingqian in the group. She is disappointed he is not in handcuffs, but the wall of officers around him makes her assume the authorities are just being extra cautious with a dangerous case. As soon as the greetings end, Li Jinting pushes the urgency hard and complains that Tencent has been locked down for 3 days. Wang Xinbo answers just as firmly that he came to solve it, and says Li Qingqian has agreed to remove the control after connecting on-site to Tencent's internal network. That explanation stuns Tencent's technical side, because anyone who could remotely lock their systems should obviously be able to unlock them remotely too. Li Jinting does not challenge it out loud, but he instantly starts wondering why Wang Xinbo seems to be shielding Li Qingqian. Then they enter Tencent's data control center, where giant divine dragons still glide across the main displays and every office screen like a humiliating warning. Li Jinting uses the scene to press his case even harder, stressing the huge losses and warning that the whole internet industry is watching for justice. Wang Xinbo cuts that pressure short with a stern reminder that the law applies equally to Li Qingqian and Tencent alike. After that warning, he turns to Li Qingqian and tells him to restore Tencent first, and then produce the proof he promised. Li Qingqian steps up without hesitation, plugs into Tencent's internal network, and starts typing commands at a speed that leaves the whole room staring. 10 minutes later he finishes with a calm done, and every dragon on every screen vanishes at once. One report after another confirms the same thing. The servers, software, office computers, monitoring, and check-in systems are all back online. The Tencent executives finally breathe again, because they know a few more days like that could have crippled Weixin for good. But Zhang Yunjian does not relax for long, and with one signal she sends 2 burly Tencent security guards to grab Li Qingqian away from the computer. Li Qingqian coldly asks what they think they are doing, and Zhang Yunjian smugly says she wants him kept away in case he seizes the systems again. That is enough for Li Qingqian to snap back that they want to play rough, and he moves before anyone can stop him. In one terrifying burst, Li Qingqian grabs both guards by the belts and lifts the 2 heavy men straight into the air like they weigh nothing. The guards immediately break into frightened screams, flailing helplessly as Li Qingqian keeps them suspended. Zhang Yunjian is so startled by the sudden violence and raw strength that she stumbles backward in her heels and falls. Even Li Jinting is shaken badly, but he forces himself to shout at Li Qingqian for trying this in front of the police. The police react a beat later and surround Li Qingqian from every side, suddenly treating him as a real physical threat. Wang Xinbo is shocked too, yet he immediately frames the clash as self-defense and warns Li Qingqian that the moment he harms them after they are restrained, he crosses the line. That wording only makes Li Jinting angrier, and as he stares at Li Qingqian like a monster, he silently vows to make both him and Wang Xinbo pay once the server control charge sticks. After dropping the 2 security guards, Li Qingqian warns the room in an icy voice that anyone who uses violence on him can expect payback. Shaken and humiliated, Zhang Yunjian hides behind the police and screams for Li Qingqian to be handcuffed at once. A police officer cuts her off and says Tencent started this by sending the guards first, so she and the guards will be taken in later too. Li Jinting quickly steps in and twists the attack into a harmless misunderstanding, claiming his men only meant to pull Li Qingqian away from the computer. He keeps pushing, saying Li Qingqian misunderstood a normal restraint and turned it into an assault, so both sides should just let it go. Li Qingqian hears the blame being dumped on him and his gaze turns even colder. Li Jinting abruptly drags the room back to the real accusation, demanding to know why the police still have not cuffed the man he says cost Tencent over $1 billion in losses. Wang Xinbo does not answer him and instead fixes Li Qingqian with a hard look, because this is the moment when real evidence has to appear. Li Qingqian stays calm, taps the keyboard, and tells everyone to look at the big screen. The screen shows only one stark set of numbers: Tencent's hard drives, computers, and servers that were replaced over the last 3 days. Most of the room still does not get it, but Li Jingting, Li Lin, and the woman who handled the cleanup all go pale because the numbers are exact. Li Lin is hit hardest, because he was the one who secretly handled the equipment swap and now realizes Li Qingqian somehow traced it anyway. Li Qingqian coldly lays it out. Tencent replaced 387 monitoring hard drives, 250 computers, and 38 servers to wipe out every trace of hacking Divine Dragon optimization. Li Jingting denies everything on the spot, betting that with the hardware gone, Li Qingqian still cannot prove who hacked what. The denial steadies him, and Li Jingting openly falls back on the law's weak point here. Deduction is not enough without evidence. The woman who arranged the cleanup gets her arrogance back too, convinced Li Qingqian is trapped now. Wang Xinhua silently reaches the same grim conclusion as Li Qingqian. Tencent almost certainly hacked the app, but the evidence seems destroyed. Thinking the lack of evidence has saved them, Tencent's side starts smiling like they already won. Then Li Qingqian moves again, smiling faintly as he taps one key and flips the whole room. The big screen suddenly switches to surveillance footage from this very lobby, but dated 3 days earlier. On that old recording, Tencent's logo is twisted into an 8 beside the Divine Dragon optimization icon and a hacking progress bar already climbing. Li Lin recognizes the scene as his first hacking attempt and is so stunned that the folder slips from his hands. Li Jingting breaks into cold sweat too, because the destroyed hard drives should have made this footage impossible to recover. In that instant, Li Jingting makes a ruthless choice. If this cannot be denied, Li Lin will have to take the fall alone. The woman who helped erase the traces just stares like she has seen a ghost when the deleted footage appears again. Wang Xinhua's worry vanishes the moment he sees the footage, because now the case finally has something solid. Li Qingqian coolly points out the contradiction for everyone. If Tencent changed the hard drive, why does this video still exist? Li Lin can only stammer, realizing too late that his last second wording still basically admits the hardware was replaced. Li Qingqian finally reveals the trick. Divine Dragon optimization has built an anti-hacking software that seizes nearby equipment and records the attack the moment someone tries to break in. He adds the killing detail. Those files were stored in distributed backups all across Tencent's internal network, and he simply called them backup. Li Jingting understands exactly what that means and goes pale, because Li Qingqian may have far more than just this one clip. He acts at once, turning on Li Lin with public outrage and accusing him of secretly abusing company servers to hack another firm's software. Li Lin plays his assigned role and says he hacked Divine Dragon optimization only to study its advanced ideas, never expecting such huge losses. He even apologizes directly to Li Qingqian and claims he is willing to bear all the consequences himself. Li Jingting immediately builds on that story, pretending to be disappointed while offering compensation so the company can survive with one scapegoat. He even softens his tone and starts calling him presidently, trying to buy back respect now that force and denial have both failed. Li Qingqian answers none of it and simply watches him, which makes Li Jingting even more nervous. Trying to hold the collapse together, Li Jingting orders the female executive to calculate every loss and make sure Li Qingqian is satisfied. He then pivots to Wang Xinhua and asks that Li Lin not be prosecuted, promising Tencent will absorb the losses and let the employee take the blame internally. Wang Xinhua does not grant him anything, because the man who was publicly smeared, raided, and nearly arrested is still standing right there. So Wang Xinhua makes the room face the truth at last. Li Qingqian is the victim here, and his answer comes first. In the data center, Li Jingting swallows his pride and begs Li Qingqian to spare Li Lin, pretending it is mercy while really trying to protect himself. Li Qingqian cuts him off with a sneer and says he still has more videos to show, making it clear the apology came far too late. As Li Qingqian remembers everything Tencent did to crush him, from lawsuits and slander to turning him into a wanted target, he decides simple compensation will never be enough. The threat lands immediately, and Li Jingting turns pale as he begs for any deal Li Qingqian wants as long as the videos stay hidden. Panicking, Li Jingting shouts for the compensation figures they prepared for Li Qingqian, trying to buy his way out before the videos play. The lawyer handling Tencent's side goes rigid with fear, because she suspects Li Qingqian may also have video of the cover-up plan. Li Jingting presses the lawyer to confirm they use the highest compensation standard, desperate to make the offer look serious enough. Tencent's lawyer lays out the numbers behind their offer, and the room lands on a staggering 270 million yuan settlement for Divine Dragon software. The number makes Tencent's side wince, but Wang Xinhua can at least see that Li Jingting is offering a serious amount. Li Jingting carefully asks whether Li Qingqian accepts the 270 million price. Li Qingqian dismisses the offer with a cold not much, because he wants influence and control, not a payout. Inwardly, Li Qingqian decides this is the moment to crush Tencent hard enough that no one will dare play dirty with him again. Thinking Li Qingqian just wants more cash, Li Jingting pushes him to name any price he wants. Tencent's lawyer tries one more angle, pitching cooperation and a win-win deal, but the room's attention stays fixed on Li Qingqian's reaction. Li Qingqian answers with nothing but a flat stare, and that silence alone makes Tencent's lawyer lose her nerve. When Li Qingqian finally says he will name a price, Li Jingting and Tencent's side quietly relax, thinking greed will be easier to handle than revenge. Li Qingqian smiles and names the real price at last, Li Jingting's freedom. Li Jingting is so stunned he asks him to repeat it, unable to believe the negotiation just turned into a prison sentence. Li Qingqian repeats the word freedom clearly, then reaches for the computer before Li Jingting can recover. The big screen flips to surveillance from Tencent's software support lobby, showing Li Jingting and Li Lin watching the hack in progress at 90%. The recorded audio seals it, with Li Jingting asking about the hacking progress and Li Lin answering that 10 more minutes will finish the job. Seeing and hearing himself trapped by hard evidence, Li Jingting nearly collapses on the spot. Tencent's lawyer stares at Li Qingqian like he is insane, because he just refused a fortune and left no room for a deal. The rest of Tencent's executives finally understand what kind of opponent they are facing, someone who will not stop just because money is on the table. Even Wang Xinhua is impressed, because Li Qingqian has timed every move so cleanly that his enemy cannot fight back. Li Qingqian turns to Wang Xinhua and calmly states that Li Jingting is the mastermind who instigated the hacking and should be punished. Wang Xinhua gives the order on the spot, and police move in to handcuff Li Jingting and Li Lin for investigation. As the cuffs go on, Li Jingting curses Li Qingqian as a lunatic and bitterly regrets ever provoking him. While being escorted away, Li Jingting leaves the company and his case in the lawyer's hands because he still trusts her ability under pressure. The lawyer agrees carefully, but one look toward Li Qingqian shows she is too frightened to promise she can rescue Li Jingting. Li Jingting still speaks in code as he is led away, signaling that Tencent should drop the generous offer and switch to a harder legal fight over Divine Dragon optimization. Li Qingqian cuts in with a cold warning that Tencent should not plan ahead too early, because the lawyer may be going in too. Li Jingting tries to steady himself by thinking his office had no surveillance, so there should be no proof of the cover-up discussion. Li Qingqian taps the computer again, and the giant screen suddenly switches to a wide-angle video from Li Jingting's own office. The office recording starts speaking for itself, with Tencent's lawyer recommending they destroy surveillance hard disks and any machines tied to the hacking case. Li Jingting completely loses control, because the one witness he hoped could manage his defense is now implicated too. The lawyer goes white on the spot, instantly realizing the office recording can pin her for destroying evidence. Desperate to reject reality, Li Jingting shouts that the office footage must be fake and calls Li Qingqian vicious as his last hope falls apart. In Li Jingting's office, Li Qingqian guides the police straight to the hidden pinhole camera based on the video angle. When the camera is sealed in an evidence bag, Li Qingqian calmly points out that it looks like it has been planted there for a long time. Li Qingqian twists the knife and asks if Li Jingting has done anything else shameful in this office that the hidden camera might have caught. Humiliated and furious, Li Jingting snaps that he will make whoever did this pay. Li Qingqian only smiles and asks if Li Jingting has anything else to say, making the older man's rage look even more powerless. Li Jingting warns that they are not finished yet, but Li Qingqian does not even bother answering because he never saw him as a real threat. With the evidence exposed, Li Qingqian turns to Wang Xinhua and says he has shown everything he needed to show. Wang Xinhua solemnly promises that the authorities will give Li Qingqian and the public a proper explanation. By mid-afternoon, the Cyberspace Administration Office moves fast and releases its official investigation report online. The report states that Tencent's side tried to steal Divine Dragon optimization source code, triggered its anti-hacking countermeasure, destroyed evidence, and then framed Li Qingqian out of spite. The statement also makes the punishment clear. Li Jingting and Li Lin are being prosecuted, while Divine Dragon Software is owed compensation and a public apology. Because the report comes from an official source trusted across the internet industry, news outlets, and the agency's Weibo spread it almost immediately. Within minutes, the internet industry is stunned that even a giant like Li Jingting has been arrested. The report also flips how experts see Divine Dragon optimization, because its anti-hacking mechanism was strong enough to seize control of Tencent's systems. When people notice that Li Qingqian even recovered Tencent's destroyed evidence, his technical reputation jumps again. A police insider's post pushes that praise even further by saying Divine Dragon's data restoration software has already helped crack more than 1,000 backlog cases. That wave of admiration turns practical fast, and many industry elites decide this tiny company now looks like the best place to join early. So resumes start flooding into Divine Dragon software, with people hoping to become its pioneer employees before it grows into a giant. Among ordinary netizens, the official report completely reverses public anger and sends people straight to Tencent's Weibo to tear into the company. People also remember Wu Buitao's earlier accusations, but when they check his account, that post is gone and comments are already locked. Blocked from scolding him directly, the crowd pivots and floods Alibaba's official account instead. At the same time, users swarm the phone manufacturer's pages with one demand: remove the block and let them install Divine Dragon optimization again. Now that the app has been officially cleared, people who used it before are even more furious because the forced system updates took away something they know works. That turns the issue into a rights fight, with users openly accusing the manufacturers of bullying consumers and demanding the freedom to choose their own apps. The phone makers are suddenly trapped, because lifting the ban hurts new phone sales but keeping it risks investigations and a public reputation collapse. Seeing the damage spread from Baidu and Tencent toward the manufacturers next, Li Qingqian quietly thinks about taking down every blocker until he holds real influence over the industry. Back at Divine Dragon Software, the office has been tense and gloomy ever since investigators carried away equipment, and nobody knew what would happen next. Then someone spots the official statement and calls everyone over, breaking the silence in an instant. As the staff read that the company has been cleared and Tencent was the one framing them, the whole office finally exhales. Relief quickly turns into pride because the report proves their app is advanced enough for Tencent to target and that Li Qingqian outclassed Tencent's own tech team. After this scare, the employees' sense of belonging deepens because their company did not just survive the attack, it came out looking formidable. At home, Chen Li and Li Tianlan finally relax when Qin Daotong calls to confirm that Li Qingqian has been cleared of suspicion. The couple had been afraid for days that their son might really be prosecuted, so the news hits them like a weight dropping off their backs. Once they calm down, they switch from fear to indignation and curse Li Jinting for trying to frame their son after doing wrong himself. Meanwhile, Li Qingqian returns to the Academy of Space Technology and meets Gao Xiang in his office with Lin Xiong present. Gao Xiang opens by saying he has already seen the announcement and knows Li Qingqian is the victim, not the criminal. He bluntly tells Li Qingqian that this kind of suppression only proves those companies are afraid of him. Gao Xiang says he has already contacted academician Lin Chu at the Software Research Institute and is preparing to help push the app instead of letting it be buried. After learning how advanced Divine Dragon optimization really is, Gao Xiang decides national media and the academy should both promote it as a world-leading technology. He also reveals that the manufacturers boycotting the app will be invited to a software review meeting where he plans to announce its inclusion in a national foundational software project right in front of them. Li Qingqian thanks Gao Xiang sincerely, because he knows the older man has been protecting him before and after the Tencent crisis. Gao Xiang brushes the thanks aside and says Li Qingqian already earned that support by solving the space station operating system bug. Then Gao Xiang shifts gears and asks what Li Qingqian thinks of the Academy of Sciences, clearly testing the waters for something bigger. Li Qingqian answers seriously that the Academy is the country's sacred ground for research and stands above ordinary top universities in true scientific authority. Pleased by that answer, Gao Xiang directly invites Li Qingqian to come to the Academy of Sciences and study under him. He promises that even if software is not his own specialty, he can still line up the best teachers and let Li Qingqian work with the Software Research Institute. Gao Xiang goes even further and says Li Qingqian could lead a software project himself, with all expenses covered. After Li Qingqian finishes high school, Gao Xiang is even willing to seek approval for an official post for him at the Academy of Space Technology. Beside them, Lin Xiong can only watch in envy, because the official position being handed to Li Qingqian so easily is something most people fight years to earn. From Lin Xiong's point of view, Li Qingqian only has to say yes to walk into a future that others spend years clawing toward. Gao Xiang's offer is so sincere and generous that Li Qingqian is genuinely tempted for a moment. But after weighing it carefully, Li Qingqian decides he cannot trade away the freedom that keeps both his plans and his secrets safe. Li Qingqian stands up and politely refuses, apologizing to Gao Xiang face to face. Gao Xiang is stunned, yet instead of getting angry, he calmly tells Li Qingqian the door will stay open. On the side, Lin Xiong can barely believe Li Qingqian just turned down an opportunity most people would fight for. Li Qingqian is moved by Gao Xiang's grace, and the old academician lightly scolds him for being too polite. Then Gao Xiang brings the conversation back to business and tells him the Divine Dragon Optimization app review meeting is set for 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Software Research Institute. When Gao Xiang adds that he and Lin Xiong will go with him, Li Qingqian finally feels his original mission in Dragon City is back on track. Inwardly, Li Qingqian is already looking past Baidu and Tencent and setting his sights on the phone manufacturers next. Elsewhere, in Haim's CO office, Lei Che is already under pressure and sees only trouble ahead. He knows the Cyberspace Administration's announcement has cornered the manufacturers, lift the ban on Divine Dragon and new phone sales suffer, keep it and public anger keeps rising. What makes it worse is that the manufacturers had already made a collective pact to block the app, so one company breaking ranks could wreck the rest. Just then, Lei Che's secretary enters and hands him a formal invitation from the Academy of Sciences. Lei Che reads the invitation and finds almost nothing except the time, place, and the fact that it is a software review meeting. Lei Che's secretary explains that all top 10 phone manufacturers were invited. The meeting could shake the whole domestic phone industry, and it will even be broadcast on national television. Since every rival chairman may attend in person, Lei Che decides he has to go personally too. When he hears the rumors that the Academy may have secretly built a domestic phone system, Lei Che immediately sees a chance to turn the public's attention away from Divine Dragon. In his mind, a good system could be pre-installed on new phones, and a weak one could still be pushed to old phones as an update, either way stealing the spotlight from Li Qingqian's app. So Lei Che orders his secretary to set up a meeting with the other manufacturers before they head to Dragon City. Across the industry, the invited companies scramble for answers, but the Academy keeps the software details locked down tight. The only fragments anyone can confirm are that the reviewed software is an operating system tied to phones, treated as nationally important, and said to be world-leading. That is enough for the manufacturers to reach the same conclusion. Whatever this meeting is about, they cannot let Divine Dragon get any chance to recover. By that night, the manufacturers formally agree to stand together and keep the crackdown on Divine Dragon in place. At 9:30 the next morning, the bosses of the top 10 phone manufacturers arrived together in a surprisingly good mood because they already settled their position the night before. They plan to go all out to keep Divine Dragon banned and deny it any route back into the market. Then they get even better news from the West. Android has issued a security warning claiming Divine Dragon risks leaking user data. Android's so-called emergency update is really a deeper system-level lock meant to make ordinary users completely unable to install the app. The overseas rollout is already done, and the domestic manufacturers got the update package the previous night and started pushing it immediately. The executives are thrilled, openly saying Android has nearly cut Divine Dragon off at the root. Lei Che agrees that no matter how advanced the app is, once it cannot be installed, it stops being a threat to phone sales. Inside the venue, the scale of the event starts to surprise the phone manufacturers when they see the internet giants and even national television crews already in place. That level of coverage makes the manufacturers wonder if the Software Research Institute really did produce something major. Then the giant screen lights up and reveals the truth. This review meeting is for including the Divine Dragon optimization app in the National Foundational Software Improvement Project. The phone manufacturers are hit with open shock because the software they came to hear about is the very app they have been trying to strangle. They instantly realize that if the country backs Divine Dragon as a foundational project, its status would leap forward in one stroke. Even so, the manufacturers steady themselves with one comforting thought. Android's installation ban already landed in time. In their eyes, even national promotion cannot save an app that Android itself refuses to let users install. Back in the preparation area, Lin Xiong slams the table and explodes in anger, cursing Android for blocking a superior domestic technology out of fear. A calmer voice points out that this is exactly what happens when a country lets its foundational software sit in someone else's hands. The bigger point lands hard. This is why the country must push the National Foundational Software Improvement Project at any cost. Then the room notices the time is already 9:40, and the question everyone is avoiding finally comes up: where is Li Qingqian? Gao Xiang explains that after hearing Android would completely shut Divine Dragon down, Li Qingqian went out last night saying he would solve the problem for good. Even under pressure, Gao Xiang still believes Li Qingqian's programming talent is enough to adapt the app and beat the new Android restriction. But the deeper problem is obvious too. This will never truly end until they control an operating system of their own. Gao Xiang pulls the discussion back to the immediate crisis and tells Lin Xiong to call Li Qingqian at once. The stakes are ugly now, because with invited guests and live national coverage waiting outside, a missing developer or a broken demo would turn the whole project into a public embarrassment. Before the call can even happen, Li Qingqian walks in carrying his computer and announces that the problem is completely solved. He looks awful after the all-nighter, pale and twitching with bloodshot eyes, greasy hair, and the kind of exhaustion that makes Gao Xiang instantly worry. In that single night, Li Qingqian burned through his stamina and finished the Divine Dragon operating system core along with the supporting modules. That means Divine Dragon optimization no longer needs to beg Android for survival, because it can now run on the Divine Dragon operating system itself. And the twist is even bigger than that. On the new system, the app performs even better, pushing the same hardware to several times its previous level without the lag that plagues old phones. Gao Xiang asks if he is alright, but Li Qingqian refuses to slow down and says they should go, because too many people outside are waiting to watch them fail. At 10 in the morning, the software review meeting finally opens, and Li Qingqian steps up to the defense seat looking worn out and sleepless. When Li Qingqian looks toward the phone manufacturer's section, Zhang Qinglan and the others are already sitting there with smug, pitying faces. As the host begins the official introduction of Divine Dragon optimization, Li Qingqian waits off to the side at the defense seat. As the Institute's test results appear on the big screen, Li Qingqian watches from the defense area while the room leans in. The data lands hard. Divine Dragon optimization beats the Android virtual machine across the board, including a 2.2 times performance lead and stronger memory management. The host warmly praises the app as world-leading and celebrates it for breaking a foreign technology monopoly. He pushes further and proposes state support on the spot, saying this technology could anchor a fully domestic mobile system. Just as an expert is about to support the proposal, Zhang Qinglan abruptly stands up from the manufacturer's seats and asks to speak. Zhang Qinglan calmly lays out the attack. Android released a risk warning last night, pushed a security update, and now blocks users from installing Divine Dragon optimization. He adds that domestic phone makers will also finish their own security reinforcement today, which means the block is about to spread across the market. Then he twists the knife, admitting the app is advanced and safe but asking what value it has if nobody can install it anymore. Under his polite tone, Zhang Qinglan is clearly trying to prove that Divine Dragon optimization no longer deserves inclusion in the national project. The phone manufacturers quietly enjoy the trap, convinced Android can erase any app it decides to cut off. Even the expert who wanted to support the proposal is pinned down by the cameras and the public pressure of Zhang Qinglan's question. After a tense pause, the expert table throws the question back to Li Qingqian and asks for his answer. For everyone watching, this looks like a dead end, because even cracking the block once would not stop Android from killing the app again later. Off to the side, Lin Xiong can barely contain his anger when he sees the phone makers grinning over a foreign platform holding domestic software hostage. Gao Xiang stays calm and reminds him that Li Qingqian already said the issue was handled, so they should wait for his answer. Gao Xiang also makes their position clear. Ban or no ban, Divine Dragon optimization should still enter the national project and receive full support. He compares the situation to past foreign blockades on major strategic technology, and says that being banned is exactly why they cannot back down. Back at the defense seat, Li Qingqian locks eyes with Zhang Qinglan and understands he is really facing the united interests of the phone manufacturers. Li Qingqian begins by saying the ban does not affect the phones that already installed the app, leaving about 130,000 devices still running it. That number only makes the manufacturers more contemptuous, because 130,000 users means almost nothing at their scale. Li Qingqian bluntly admits the real problem. Once Android bans installation, any app built on it loses the soil it needs to survive. He says he did try to rewrite the app to fit Android again, but that kind of fix only patches one round and cannot solve the root issue. That blunt admission stuns both sides, because even his supporters and attackers cannot tell why Li Qingqian would expose his own weakness here. Then Li Qingqian shifts the whole meeting by saying he will stop talking about temporary fixes and explain the root solution instead. He connects his laptop to the screen and brings up a prepared presentation, making it clear he came ready for this exact crisis. His answer is blunt and huge. If Android refuses to carry Divine Dragon optimization, then they will build their own phone system and their own ecosystem. That declaration shocks the host, who had expected Li Qingqian to talk about cracking Android's restrictions, not replacing Android outright. The manufacturers instantly dismiss the idea as fantasy and start looking at Li Qingqian like another man selling dreams with a slideshow. Li Qingqian ignores the ridicule and flips to an architecture diagram for the system he is calling the Divine Dragon phone system. He explains that the new system will use a microkernel, giving it its own independent core instead of depending on Android underneath. Above that core, he plans to place Divine Dragon optimization as the virtual machine so the new system can still run Android apps. With that, Li Qingqian turns Android's biggest advantage on its head, and says they would not need to rebuild the ecosystem from zero at all. His claim is outrageous but simple. If the system can run Android apps directly through Divine Dragon optimization, then Android's app ecosystem becomes theirs too. That idea rattles the room for a moment, because if it worked it would be brutally effective, even though most people still doubt Li Qingqian can build the missing core. The manufacturers quickly regain their footing and attack the plan as empty talk, saying none of Li Qingqian's slides matter without a real system core. Another corporate representative joins the attack and sneers that Li Qingqian can say anything he wants, but none of it matters unless he can really build the core first. In the conference room, Li Qingqian raises an old white Mi Note 10 and tells the experts that Divine Dragon mobile system is already installed on it. He starts the phone on camera, and the giant screen shows a Dragon-branded boot animation finishing in just 10 seconds. When the desktop appears without a hitch, Li Qingqian smoothly swipes through the interface to show there is none of the old Android lag left. He pulls up the system report, and shows the room that the phone is using only 500 megabytes of memory after startup. Then he launches a benchmark and reminds everyone that Android scored about 90,000 on this same low-end device. The room goes dead quiet as everyone watches the test run, barely breathing while the score climbs. When the final score hits 405,789, the old budget phone suddenly looks as strong as a new mid-range model, and the crowd is shaken. Li Qingqian pushes further by opening WeChat, QQ, Douyin, JD, Taobao, and even a game, and every app runs smoothly. He leaves every app running in the background, then taps them back open instantly to prove they were never really lost. With all those apps minimized, the system still uses only 0.8 gigabytes, and Li Qingqian names the trick behind it, application freeze technology. After closing the apps, he shows memory dropping right back to 500 megabytes and says the phone can stay on for a year without slowing down. Right in the middle of the demo, a WeChat alert from Dingling pops up on the screen, giving Li Qingqian a perfect chance to show another hidden feature. He opens Dingling's message instantly, using the chat window to prove the system can receive data while apps are closed and wake them up on demand. Once he closes the chat, the memory snaps back to 500 megabytes again, making the whole trick look frighteningly real. Li Qingqian sets the phone down, turns toward the back rows, and directly asks Zhang Qinglan whether this plan is finally worthy of the national project. The experts are still dazed, because what Li Qingqian just showed feels less like a patch and more like the future of mobile systems arriving early. Academician Lin Chu is the first to break, leaping to his feet with red eyes and cheering that the country finally has its own usable mobile operating system. For Lin Chu, the biggest miracle is not just the speed but the fact that Divine Dragon can run Android apps, which means the old ecosystem problem is finally broken. Gao Xiang stands up next, praising Li Qingqian for going so far that when Android blocked his app, he built an operating system himself. With Lin Chu and Gao Xiang leading the way, the judges and experts rise into a full standing ovation for Li Qingqian. The phone manufacturers wake up under the applause, but their shock quickly hardens into suspicion instead of surrender. A manufacturer whispers that he can barely believe any of this is real, because what Li Qingqian showed looks a decade ahead of the industry. Lei Che answers grimly that he does not believe it either, and his technical background only makes him more certain that this should be impossible. After a quick group exchange, Zhang Qinglan stands as the manufacturer's spokesman and says the demo is astonishing precisely because it feels too far beyond current technology. Without saying the word directly, Zhang Qinglan makes the accusation clear. If the system is this advanced, Li Qingqian needs harder proof that it is not a staged fraud. Li Qingqian does not get angry at all and simply asks Zhang Qinglan what kind of proof he wants. Zhang Qinglan pulls out his own spare phone and demands a fresh installation on the spot, followed by the same full demonstration again. He adds one more knife twist by asking for a directory comparison with Android, hinting that Li Qingqian might just be disguising a hacked Android build. As Chapter 122 opens, Li Qingqian calmly asks if Zhang Qinglan or anyone else has any more conditions before he begins. Nobody answers, so Li Qingqian takes the silence as agreement and says he will answer every doubt one by one. First, he projects his computer again and starts downloading the latest Android version directly from the official website so no one can question the comparison source. While that file downloads, Li Qingqian plugs Zhang Qinglan's phone into the computer and moves straight to the live installation. He opens the Divine Dragon installation folder, types a few command lines, and a progress bar appears in front of everyone. In just 1 minute, Zhang Qinglan's phone lights up with the Dragon logo and an installation complete screen, leaving no room to call it preloaded. When the desktop appears, someone notices it matches the earlier White Mi phone, and Li Qingqian openly explains that the system core is done but the custom desktop is not.